always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Game changers.
It's about competition,
Pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Whatever happened to the showstopper? Oh, wow, what a paranoia from Ion. You're going to come for a minute, it's about a game. No respect. Valor through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic right from above. A bit awkward for Timo, has to get off that line.
Aí, Stella! Vence a Ascension, quarta série!
Eu senti a gente apático do que normalmente é o nosso jogo. Foi bem estranho, tipo... Tudo bem que a maioria de nós já tinha jogado LAN. Tipo, nós quatro, tirando esse dúvida, tinha jogado LAN, mas ainda assim a gente entrou meio apático, a gente não sabe o motivo. E a gente tomou um estático forte deles também no primeiro mapa. Tipo, o mérito deles também, não tem o que fazer. Cara, eu acho que a gente tem que jogar mais o nosso jogo, tipo, realmente esquecer eles, entrar mais tranquilo, entrar mais confiante, entrar de forma mais decisiva e, tipo, jogando melhor coletivamente, pra gente conseguir sonhar e dar a volta por cima ganhando os próximos 2 jogos.
É sem dó!
Tenemos más partidos, o sea, podemos sentir más el stage, podemos acostumbrarnos más al stage, pero obviamente pues la ventaja, o sea, la ventaja se convierte como en nervios de que ya vas a estar jugando Elimination Match, entonces se va a sentir, o sea, cada uno como tiene sentimientos diferentes. Para mí es una ventaja, pero puede que sea una desventaja muy grande.
Hunter vai ser pressionado, mas consegue levar o primeiro, passa mais pela orbe de veneno, ele leva os 2.
Que por más de que todo el equipo tenga experiencia y hayan jugado muchas LAN, muchos torneos, Champions, etc., siempre es complicado la primera partida del torneo, sobre todo cuando es en manera presencial. Juegan con la confianza, pudieron entrar bien en el juego y eso nos complicó mucho la partida a nosotros. Lo que podemos arreglar al final es el hecho de entrar con más confianza, con más seguridad. Quizá tuvimos muchas dudas en muchos momentos, ya sea post-plan, por ejemplo las rondas que estábamos en ventaja, clireamos demasiados ángulos cuando eran innecesarios y al final si nosotros en verdad arreglamos todos esos micro problemas podemos dar una mucho mejor cara y las partidas siguientes van a ser mucho más fáciles para nuestra parte.
Es normal de la LAN, viste, gritarse y todo eso es un poco de show. Es normal del juego, lo importante es que no te entre esa presión, ¿cierto? Hay que entender que es parte del juego y poder mantener la calma, intentar aportar lo mejor para el equipo y obviamente defenderse en cierta forma. Para el próximo partido, nada, intentar entrar un poquito mejor en el stage. Yo creo que ya rompimos el hielo, ya pusimos el pie en el stage. Comenzamos um pouco dormidos en el Lotus, eso nos costó el mapa, por así decirlo.
Vai abrir mira Rubicoide, busca eliminação ainda em cima do PXS.
It is elimination day in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and today we'll have to say goodbye to 2 of our teams. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Americas Ascension. I'm your host, Dryad, and I'm joined by Roy and Ash. And it feels like, guys, it's been happening so fast. We've been in this desk now this is the 4th day that we've been here since plans, and still feels like the teams just haven't had enough time on stages yet, Roy. Yet we still have to say goodbye to them.
Yeah, I mean, whoever's messing with the time machine, first of all, stop. Second of all, I mean, I think we have to drive this point home that, like, these teams are essentially fighting for their tournament life to keep the dream alive, right? Like, the winner of this event completely alters the course not only of their careers but potentially their lives. It's a big deal. I think it's a very big deal for us to reiterate that fact.
Yeah, and it's such a marathon for these teams for Ascension, right? They don't get any days of break unless you're one of those squads like Winthrop, Envy, TSM, and Team Solid that managed to get that win over earlier on in the first 2 days, where you get a little bit of that breathing room because they have today off. We've got the lower elimination matches coming in here. And I feel like that advantage was something that we didn't really even talk about that much on the desk because of all of the action that was happening too. I think these days where you can have a little bit more of that rest does mean so much. But for these teams in that 0-1, they don't have that kind of breathing room here, Dan.
And for two of them, we got the chance to see them today. So like you're saying, Ash, it's happening so fast and they don't really get a break. If you get a win, like the teams that won yesterday, you do get a little bit of a break until you have to play again. But losing, it means that if you want to have this lower bracket run happen in the Swiss stage, you need to win back to back and try to make it happen. Try to get those 2 wins before you get eliminated. But today we're going to be looking at what is the 4 South American teams. 3 of them are Latin American, 1 of them is a Brazilian team. Our first match of today is going to be 9Z going against Shinden, a little bit of a rematch. And on the other side, we have the Brazilian squad of Stella going against 6 Karma. These are teams that we've seen in the past couple days that we also know are very well known in the scene. And also, honestly, Roy, we're a bit surprised that they find themselves here.
Yeah, I feel like the expectations coming into this event were so high, especially because we know we recognize their names. These players have a lot of accolades. These teams have so much experience and they're very distinguished, right? Like that, at least, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but my bar is set extremely high for all of these teams. And it's crazy. Like whether you look at the lower bracket or you look at the upper bracket, I mean, all I see is just insane potential in every single team of these remaining 8 teams here for this Ascension's run. But guys, this first match here between these 2 teams is going to be so interesting. I'm very excited for it. And honestly, I'm ready for the show.
The players were talking about it just a little bit about the pressure of, doesn't matter how much experience you have in VCT Americas and international events like you have for some of the players that we're going to be seeing today. That opening match, no matter what the tournament is always scary. It always adds a little bit more that you're not expecting and things that you have to adapt to. And speaking of those players with more experience and those teams specifically, let's dive into their first series of today. We're going to be looking at 9Z against Shinden. And these are the 2 LATAM squads that were at the very top in the grand finals, Ash, yet they find themselves in the lower bracket here.
Which is so crazy. You have to keep in mind these teams, they've played each other a total of 5 times this year since they both hailed from LATAM South. And those grand finals that we talked about were so intense and going in the favor of 9Z to win that out 3-1. And this 9Z squad as well, I think as we talk a little bit more about that winners finals, the last 2 times they actually played up against Shinden before the LATAM finals to qualify for Ascension, they had lost those 2 games. And I think that just says so much about how close this matchup is going to be. That familiarity between both of these teams is a huge thing that comes into play here as well, because the narrative before day 3 has been that conversation of, okay, how are these regions going to be going up against each other? What is that going to look like? What is the litmus test? But now it's a completely different storyline when we go into this elimination matchup because these 2 have so much history.
Yeah, 5 times in a year is crazy. I think there's some NA teams that have only played each other 1 time. So 5 times is just an insane number. But yeah, just looking at this, the last time these 2 teams have played, it was in the grand finals of LATAM. It was an insane series. It was 3-1. It was actually 9Z who took the lead. But yeah, it was a close series. But Shinden did not have all their 5. Snalzine was not there. They were playing with a stand-in. This time around, it's going to be, I feel like things are going to be a lot more competitive, especially, I mean, I say a lot more competitive. I'm not sure how much more competitive it can get than 13-10, 13-11s almost across the board. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think the level of familiarity, especially when it comes, compositional choices and sort of the stylistic approach, it's a lot more similar. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot more, looseness, like kind of just more intuitive gameplay, I think. And overall, it should look a lot different than what we've seen from both of these teams so far in this tournament.
So let's break it down a little bit more. Let's talk about 9Z first, because the way that I see this matchup is not only that LATAM rivalry, but also the old VALORANT versus the new VALORANT in terms of the players that you're going to be seeing today. And that old VALORANT is definitely the side of 9Z. We mentioned it before in their opening matchup. They have 4 players that at some point have been part of Tier 1 of VCT Americas, have played international events. 4 of them have been part of crew. I mean, there's so much to say about them and the experience that they've had. And they are facing a team that is a lot younger, a lot more hungry to get those wins, and you know how much they value getting those wins. The way they did it in the grand final, they want to do it again today, Ash.
They definitely want to repeat that success. And you're talking about that kind of old guard versus the new. You also got to give out the shout out to the IGL, who, even though he hasn't hit that tier 1 before in Soother, this is a player that was at Ascension last year. And he's definitely hungry to be making this run happen. So much to prove on this 9Z squad. Their attempt to look to return back to the tier 1 stage, and then also to find the success for a couple of these players that they weren't able to land during last year's Ascension.
It's been pretty intense for these players because they know what it's like to be at the very top. They know what it's like to be part of VCT Americas, and they want to get that feeling back again. But one of the players as well that is worth talking about because of that experience too is Klaus. Klaus has been in the scene for forever. If you think about the early players in Latin America that were playing VALORANT, he was one of them. Of course, we know him for everything that he was doing when he was part of crew, but now in 9Z, even if he's not the ideal, he is able to be a little bit of that leader too when the team needs it. Roy.
Yeah, and it feels like he's been unleashed even on an individual level too, right? Like if you look at his performance throughout the year, he's looked phenomenal, and even into this event, he's been, I mean, statistically speaking, the best performing player on the team. Him and Taco had an insane series last time they faced up against Shinden. I'm kind of expecting something similar today. I've seen no signs of this player slowing down. I feel like the level of experience that he has, his confidence and his ability to resolve things mechanically, set up teammates, and just be so dynamic overall when it comes to VALORANT is inspiring. And I feel like he's a big piece of 9Z's power.
Unfortunately for their opening matchup here in Ascension, we didn't really get the side of 9Z shining the way that we were expecting, or the way that they had been doing in the Final Four and also in Latin America. But Klaus is somebody that you can always rely on when things are going wrong. And in an elimination matchup like this one, we know the runs that he had when he was part of crew, and he knows what it's like to also be in that lower bracket and have to make a run and also make it happen. And another guy that has that kind of experience is Nax at Ash, because he was also part of the story. He was also a teammate of Klaus back in the day, and now that they're back together in that team, they have a lot of synergy together, and it's not only them but also with everybody else.
And I think that's like one of the biggest things that we've had our eyes on here for this 9Z roster is that synergy on top of all the wealth of experience that they have as well. And it feels like, I think for Nags, that he's had a little bit of a lackluster start for Ascension, right? But granted, I think that you also look at the fact that they were facing up against an Envy that honestly just completely owned. It was a stomp over on Lotus, and then that Sunset was a little bit closer. So I want you guys to kind of keep that in mind when it does come down to the stats that we were seeing a little bit earlier on. But he absolutely does have the he absolutely does have like the macro that we're looking for. He has that impact within those maps. He's someone that you've got to keep your eyes out on when he is going to be, especially like on that Vice for some of that control that he's looking to take, some of the lurk timings that he's going to look for there as well. It's kind of like a swap map dependent between him and Klaus, looking for those openings to thread the needle.
So we've talked about those players that have more experience, but let's also hear from that rookie of Soother and what he had to say ahead of this match.
El primer juego siempre es difícil, entramos muy fríos y el rival, como también sabe jugar y todo, nos punicharon bastante bien. Perdimos muchos 3v3, 4v4 rondas en ventaja, y eso nos perjudicó mucho y hizo que se complicara el partido. Ya la segunda partida teníamos el control, tuvimos un par de errores y ya nos hicieron el comeback y no pudimos volver a la partida.
Super important being able to recognize those mistakes as well, Roy. When you have the advantage and you know that you could have won a few rounds, you know that it came down to those details of how we're going to close it out, or if we have a 5v4, how are we going to make sure that it definitely goes our way at the end. So at least the fact that they're recognizing it and they're able to read what went wrong last time is a good indication of what they can do today for this rematch.
And I also think it's very comforting to know that, you know, you did lose those 3v3s and 4v4s, right? And some of these situations that you feel like were winnable, because it gives you comfort knowing that, you know, that game could have gone either way. Like, you know, if we had tightened up, if we had played some scenarios a little bit better, it's better than being like, oh, we just got destroyed 13-3 and we have to fix this and that and that and that and have like a whole list of things. So I think it's good to, like, you know, you've narrowed it down to these specific scenarios, but I also feel like they weren't really in their element. And now this time around, you know, they're settling into the stage, they're settling into the pressure, the psychology's there. We've heard it from them multiple times saying, you know, they're starting cold, they're not feeling, you know, they're not playing like themselves. A lot of that stuff is going to have to go out the door because, I mean, that's the end of the line. Like, you have to step up right here. This is where champions are made. This is where the lower bracket run begins. There's really no more room for mistakes. Those 3v3s, those 4v4s, you need them now.
They should be a bit more used to the stage right now, but they're definitely very, very much used to going against their opponent. So let's talk about Shinden as well. We mentioned it before. This is the old team versus the new team, the old VALORANT versus the new, and this is kind of a lot of the promises, the rookies of Latin America and this team that they were able to put together. And it's not only Latin America, Ash. We've seen some of the individual moments as well. The Snowzin and Moritz has had as the Brazilian last players that were able to complement and add to this roster so much.
And I do love that actually you shout out Muriz and Snowzine in particular, because when I was talking about that roster that Soother, Nagza, and Delzik was on with Rita last year at Ascension, it was alongside Muriz and Snowzine. So now you don't only have like this rivalry between these two teams that's been developing throughout the entirety of 2025. It's the fact that these players that had played with each other beforehand for last year's Ascension, trying to get to the top, are now in a position where they're going to have to be eliminating each other in today's matchup. I think we had incredible performances from the side of Shinden. It was a tough best of 3 series up against Team Solid. Definitely a close matchup, but individually, every single one of these players has absolutely shown the impact that they have on this team, whether it comes down to the utility and the support that you see coming out from Vise, or just individual moments coming out from the rest of the roster.
Yeah, there has been so many moments of brilliance from this team, guys. Like, we've seen their highs, we've seen their lows. I think overall, though, it's safe to say that this team looks overall solid. Like, every single player's had their moments, every single player's had their impact. Snowzine looked great in his last matchup. Koidie's done extremely well. There was, like, you know, David's playing extremely well on the controller. Like, overall, it's been a very solid performance overall from this team, and I feel like they're definitely coming for revenge. It's not just about this anymore, right? They want to reclaim the throne, you know, for the LATAM region. They want to be considered one of the best in the region. They want to continue their tenure, and they want to kind of continue growing, whether they succeed here in this tournament or not. It's a lot more than just Ascensions at this point, and I feel like that level of familiarity that we talked about before is going to play such a big factor, right? Because when you humanize your opponent, when you kind of know how they think, you kind of know their mannerisms, it adds an entirely different dynamic. And I think the level of Valorant that we're going to be seeing from both of these teams is going to be so elevated today.
This is perfect to make both of the teams comfortable for whoever is going to win and play those future matches. This is exactly what they need to get a bit more familiar and also get more confident on stage if that is something that they need. But we talked about Snowzine and how good he was before, but somebody that also stepped up and was trying to be that difference maker in that series against Team Solid was David. This controller player that was going insane. I believe it was that map of Vine that it was every single round he was getting 2Ks, 3Ks, trying to make sure that the team was able to win it. And even though they couldn't really get much going at the end to close it out, the bind allowed them to keep things going, Ash, and it could be the same case for today.
It really could. You talking about those 2Ks, you had like what, 13 across that entire series up against Team Solid. He's one of those controller players that, again, is not afraid to take those risks. Like, we're seeing in a couple of these clips here as well. Like, he is going to go and he'll push past his own smokes. He'll try to make these moments for the team to open up the round.
And I think he's particularly good at, like, getting respect in the server, right? Like when you have a controller who's willing to throw smokes down and actually challenge that, that attempted takes behind them, you have this element of like, okay, this person is going to draw a lot of utility from the enemy team, and they're kind of that anchor that you kind of want, where you don't just want to always play retake, right? You don't always want to play textbook VALORANT. It becomes too predictable, especially for that level of IQ in the server. So I feel like having players like David who are willing to switch things up, condition different smokes, do things aggressively, and kind of suffocate the enemy team, you have such an amazing recipe to kind of keep things in the enemy team guessing.
And understand that sometimes a game plan is not so much about how that macro is going to play out, but also setting up those players for success. We always talk about those duelists and having the opportunity to do so. But also sometimes if it's your controller player that is popping off, how can we enable him more to continue doing it? And another player, the other Chilean as well on the team that has been doing pretty well and was very, very good when we were watching in Latin America was Vice Ash. So it's a player that was struggling a little bit in that last series, and I want to see the kind of performance that he was putting in Latin America that he can put up today.
And even though you are saying that he was struggling, maybe on an individual level, we didn't see that level of like mechanics or the fragging potential that we want to see out from him until it came to that last map on Ascent, where he was going pretty crazy on the Sova. I do want to give him the credit of the value that comes out from the utility that we see being thrown out from him. It feels like you always have someone on the side of Shinden who's looking to follow up on Vice's util and be able to convert that into a kill, into some sort of pick to turn the round around.
And it's not just only that as well, is that he removed the first map of Lotus. He actually had a phenomenal series. Bond was great. He was 13-9. He was 3-0 on openers. You look at his Ascent, he's top fragging. I feel like he had a phenomenal series. It's just a little bit skewed when you consider the Lotus performances. But you have an initiator going 4-0 on opening kills with 26 assists. Bro supporting, he's entry fragging, he's not getting entry fragged. What more could you ask from that player?
Yeah, there were some moments as well, and it's what they talked about in those videos too, where both of these Latin American teams seems like they could have taken the advantage, they could have closed in those series, but it didn't really go their way. But speaking of Shinden and speaking of one of the players, let's hear what Rupkoy they had to say ahead of this match.
Bueno, yo creo que los hits a veces pueden ser un poco engañosos, no hay que dejarse llevar mucho por los hits. Siento que en esta categoría de torneos puede pasar cualquier cosa, el juego es jugado, son todos rivales muy buenos. Jugar con la gente también es un plus que tienen por ahí el equipo brasilero, que aproveche también esa oportunidad que tienen. En la contra sí se siente la gente, se siente el ruido, se siente todo, entonces es muy complejo el torneo, es difícil y siento que cualquiera puede ganar hoy en día.
That is definitely the feeling that we have, that any of these two teams can win, no matter how that grand final in Latin America shaped up. And one of the reasons why, Ash, is because in Latin America, in the Final Four, when the LATAM North and LATAM South teams were facing each other, because of visa issues, Snowscene was not able to be part of it for the side of Shinden. But now that the roster is all together, they should have a really good matchup for Snowscene, and also the first time that they get to face each other against Tacolija.
And that's going to be so exciting in this head-to-head. I think that the introduction that we had to Snowzine in that match that we saw up against Team Solid, he was absolutely insane. Even on the maps that Shinden weren't finding that much success on, it was Snowzine that was still trying to keep them in the running. You can see it in the numbers here. He has insane impact because this duelist player, his movement is insane, especially on that Raze. I think that head-to-head in particular, if we do get to see any Raze maps coming up from both of these sides, is going to be so fun to watch. But then you also have so much experience on the side of Tacolia, and that is where I think the clash is going to come, right? For the side of Shinden, earlier on, right before the pre-show, we saw, I think it was Rupkoidia as well, talking a little bit about the nerves getting to Shinden, maybe just the experience of playing on LAN for the first time for a couple of their players, getting to them, and now they've made that adjustment. Meanwhile, on the side of 9Z, these are seasoned players who have had that experience time and time again. I'm so excited to see these two duelists in particular face off.
If we were running those Twitter meme posts where it's like build your favorite dream roster, and it's like Duelist, Tacolia, and Snowzine, I actually wouldn't even know who to pick here, to be honest. They're both so good in their own different ways. The only thing though I will say is they've both not had very hot starts in these matches. So I'm kind of looking for them to start off a lot stronger this time around, get that confidence rolling. We saw how Takulia was struggling to play a little bit more passively earlier on in this tournament. I want to just see that confidence rolling early, get that interruption. That's what Taco's good at. And for Snauzine as well, kind of just get things rolling, capitalize off utility, get that first kill death ratio up. Like these are the things that these players are just kind of a little bit lacking on that will elevate them. And I'm expecting to see that elevated in this match right now.
Yeah, always, having the confidence, being able and willing to take those duels. And I feel like that can be a difference, especially when the players start a little bit cold. But the predictions have been a very interesting topic of conversation for our Ascension so far. And I don't know actually what you guys picked. So let's take a look. And okay, we're all
unanimous desk?
Except Marks. I don't know. But we will ask him eventually. I don't think he's off though. I feel like Ash, this could be close.
It really could be. I think that I'm honestly, part of me is kind of surprised that it's like a 4 versus 1 situation, because I feel like I was expecting it to be a little bit more split. Like these two teams, despite it being that conversation of the old guard, the new guard, it's very evenly matched from what we've seen. But I think what makes me lean towards Shinden in this is I was really impressed by the adjustments that I saw in that Team Solid matchup, and the fact that they do get to play with Snauzine now on LAN on top of that. And he was at Ascension last year. I feel like Shinden just have a little bit more of that fire lit under them, and I've been really loving what I've been seeing.
I actually completely agree. I am also a little bit surprised to see us being 4-1, considering the fact that 9Z's, they've been back and forth with this team throughout the entire year. They won LATAM finals. I mean, things have looked great. I feel like for me, at least when I'm looking at Shinden's performances, they've looked overall pretty solid. I feel like the reunion with Snauzine is going to, elevate this team's vibes. They're kind of going to get things rolling. That's sort of why I gave the edge a little bit to Shinden. But honestly, this could go either way, and I think we all kind of can agree on that.
Absolutely. And that it is exactly what has been happening. Every time we make a prediction, you really, know that we're going to get it wrong. And I don't know if it'll happen again this time, but it's been tough to make predictions for these series. One thing that I know for sure, and one thing that allowed me also to just let me make the decision for Shinden was what you're saying, Roy. Just having Snauzine in your team. Yes, in the LATAM finals, it was very close, these specific maps, but it was still a 3-1 going the way of Shinden without that star duelist. Now you have your star duelist in the team. I feel like they should be able to control the game, but you never know what can happen because Takulia has had some very well-known historical moments that we remember, both in international events in VCT Americas and even in the things that he has been doing in challenges Latin America. So again, anything can happen, but I'm gonna say I'm feeling confident about my prediction, Ash.
I have to agree with you. And that's just, again, it's no disrespect to 9Z. Like, we absolutely have to give them their flowers for the achievements that the individuals on that player and the heights that they've been able to reach in the past. But for me, it just feels like the storyline for this past year as well has just been a lot of the new, especially with how like the meta shifts and everything like that. And I do feel like when it does come to these teams with some of those newer players that are a little bit more green to the competition, at a certain level, of course, I feel like they kind of they have that like nothing to lose kind of vibe to them sometimes. And I think that is one of those wild cards that can definitely take you far in a competition here like Ascension.
Yeah, nothing to lose, everything to gain. It makes sense, right? Now, this is what I'm wondering, guys. Okay, hear me out on my crazy theory, right?
Okay.
So we have Shinden, right? They have one Brazilian player. Does that mean they win the crowd?
Well, they have 2 Brazilians, so yeah, they definitely win the crowd.
I'm sorry, and Snauzine, of course. But does that mean they're going to be the crowd favorite just because they have 2 Brazilian players? That's a huge buff, no?
Yeah,
that's kind of
100%.
a huge buff. You have the crowd, they're going to be cheering for you. It won't be like the TSM effect where they win the 1v3 and there's like 3 people cheering for them. I think
we didn't have to throw back to that.
No, we have
You're cooking though.
I should have told production to have a clip of that because that's actually so funny. We need to run that back one day. But yeah, I think the crowd buff is huge, right? Whenever you win, whenever you have these big moments, that energy is going to be so elevated dynamically, especially if they can kind of get things stringing along and build that momentum and sort of mentally defeat the enemy. That's a huge factor here.
Yeah, it definitely, it feels like such a simple thing, Ash, but the players have been saying it, and you notice it with the energy that the audience is bringing to the players.
You definitely do. I think like even from a caster standpoint, when you hear that energy in the crowd, it really injects you with like more life. And I think that as a player, that is an effect that happens like tenfold for them, right? So when you hear them hyping you up, I think that like there's been that conversation as well as like within the team, players who are able to be that emotional support, that player that's able to hype up the rest of the squad when they're down to bring back that momentum. It's another layer when you do have the crowd looking to back you. And I think that means so much, even more almost to these players where it is a bit more of a new experience where they maybe haven't had that LAN experience and have had a crowd to actually back them in that kind of sense.
The crowd is great, and it's going to help them a lot, especially, I mean, Rupkoide was talking about it. He was just, it seems like he was kind of mad that the audience last time around, it was not on his side. He was just mentioning, yeah, the Brazilians, they have that on their side. So maybe this time around, he'll have the audience and that crowd going for the way of Shinden. But something that is going to matter so much for this rematch is the maps. And Roy, we have Haven, Bind, and Lotus. What do you make of this?
This is very interesting because if I remember correctly, Shinden ended up winning the last time they played the Haven. So to see it getting picked up here by 9Z is very interesting. And they must have either have a read or have switched things up in terms of their approach. But picking the map that you lost is a mental battle.
It's an interesting one, and yeah, last time that he played in that LATAM Grand Final, Shinden won it 13-8. It seems like for Shinden, the strongest, they were able to get a good amount of rounds on the defense side, which is where they're going to be starting to. So yeah, actually 100% has to be a read or a complete change of what 9Z had been doing before.
Yeah, that is for certain. And honestly, I want to say when I'm looking at this map pool, despite how evenly matched these two teams feel, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Shinden with my prediction. I feel like this map pool favors them a little bit more. I feel like I was really impressed in how they were playing that bind up against Team Solid as well. Something we can get into the nitty gritty of that a little bit later on once we do head into that second matchup. But the Haven, I think, will be interesting. I feel like I have my eyes on 9Z to fix those micro problems that we even heard them talking about earlier on in one of those interviews, how they were giving up some angles. They weren't really keeping a lot of the space that they were initially taking, and that is something that is very unforgivable on a map like Haven, where that push and pull and that A control is so important.
And I feel like a lot of these teams have also been doing such a fantastic job with finding openers, but having a slight difficult time converting them into wins. So I feel like I would like to see a bit of a switch up. Here we go, 9Z pulling out a very interesting composition here on Haven's side. It's the same composition that they've been running. There's really nothing different about it, but again, the only real saving grace is that there is familiarity between these rosters, right? Because if this was a inter-regional matchup, it'd be very awkward to play against the Vice and the double controller, but I'm sure there's some familiarity. So there's going to be a lot of layers of mind games, guys, specifically when it comes down to how they're going to be approaching the Cypher traps. Ropekoide's traps could be a huge problem on the defensive side, especially considering the 9Z composition does not have any shocks, doesn't really have any real way to break it. It's going to have to come down to the Yoru and the Prowlers to do a lot of that dirty work for them on this attack side.
David and Snowzine on the double duelist have something that I have, or definitely who I have my eyes on here on the defense first for the side of Shinden, being able to put that pressure on the attackers and contesting a lot of the space that they're going to look to take, because you don't want Soother to get into a position where he feels comfortable when it comes down to those lurks, down to those timings and the information that he's going to be able to relate to the team in the mid round if he can find success doing that.
It is a Latin American rematch between Shinden and 9Z. Last time in the grand final, Shinden got the win 3-1, but this time around, you need to win in 2, and whoever loses gets eliminated of Ascension. Let's find out who gets the lead with Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks so much, Dryad. Coming into Ascension, Latin America South hosted 2 representatives. It will leave this match with just 1. On one side, 9Z, a team boasting 4 players who have sat on the champion stage and made that Sisyphusian climb, and a different assortment of 3 players who were on Reta just last year for Ascension. On the other side, Shinden boasting the other 2 players on that very Reta squad, and 2 more who failed at Ascension the previous year with the other team, 9Z. And not only that, Shinden is also coached by Godspeed, a man who came so close to this very stage twice over with Cholos previously. After getting discouraged, but no less driven in their opening matches of the Swiss, Marks, for the sake of the legacy that Latin America will carry out of this match, neither of these teams chooses to hit the brick wall here. It is a must to win for the sake of their futures.
It's so sad that we kind of get stuck here looking at the elimination match, right? Because like you said, there's so much history between these two teams. The desks even highlighted just how often these teams have kind of gone up against each other all the way into the finals. And well, just goes to show, you know, that this is going to be a great matchup between 9Z and Shinden, and already a lot happening just outside of B.
Yeah, these are two teams that know each other so disgustingly well. The reactionary play is going to be absolutely mind-boggling. But up until that point, we default, we pistol, we poke, we prod, we see what we can get away with here on the opening map of Haven. It has shown that these players on land have taken a moment to get warm. 9Z testing the waters. Snowzine crept up C lane, but quite a bit of space has already been compressed up the garage, and so both teams will choke up on the bat and try again for swing number 2.
At this point, just kind of the mind games being played right now between these two teams. Looks like 9Z will be taking a look at executing and finalizing on B, but I'm taking a look at the Shinden push out the garage, because that could be an excellent flank online.
Yeah, could be enough speed to get by, but 9Z are in that B site and do still have 5 standing. A lot of Vice Util also available to set up shop, but indeed, that flank is here in time. Cloud's able to adjust and grab 2 frags on top of his own lineup. Entirely unnecessary for the one planning the spike to do, but it's more than enough for 9Z to get forward with the pistol.
And right now, Klaus just trying to, once again, pad those stats a little bit. Like the desk highlighted, the best player statistically speaking in Ascension thus far. And of course, coming in with that tier 1 experience. And, you know, like when we talk about 9Z as a total, honestly, for me, the biggest reason why I decided to end up going with the 9Z choice between these two teams was because I believe in a lot of that experience really paying dividends, especially when it comes to this stage. And once again, I've been really liking what I've been seeing from 9Z. And while this map choice is a little bit interesting from them, Shinden, they've got the opportunity really to try and take this map away from them. But if 9Z can kind of surprise us with a win here, I think the series is going to be looking really good for them.
Yeah, after not nearly having enough time in the spotlight against Envy, they could turn that curse of not getting enough time in this stage into a blessing of not showing too much of their playbook. Nice patience by Suther on the off gun to be able to negate any off angles that Shinden are trying to go for, as everybody's going for a little bit of a creep up before they will dip back. As 9Z again continue to play the long game with a minute standing. Nice shot, Suther.
And that kill is actually really important here, because it really just confuses the defense as to what the heck is kind of going on here, right? Like, you have no idea where these guys are going to be ending. Suddenly that A side is a lot more open. David is going to be going exploring just to try and poke and prod a little bit of information, but this has just been such a patient round from 9Z. But David finding that nice little headshot on Suther at least guarantees the information that that A site is probably looking pretty good.
Patience met with patience, and that's challenging Delzik to commit some utility to a site to actually guarantee some space for 9Z, challenging that space taking that he is so good at. And he will beckon call for it. Smoke's placed on C, and the spike is down. So does Shinden do any more on top of this? That's the big question. Do they choose to try and go for this? They do have 2 sheriffs in the bank, so you would think they maybe try and pop a head or 2 on the way down. Yeah, Davi's hungry. Nice stop with the C's, though. Yeah, that should do it. I think that's the only attempt they'll really give it. No, they'll just feed the bodies.
Well, yeah, at this point, just get out of there, you know, die to the spike, nice and easy, nice and clean. I mean, for a second, it did look like the Shinden players were like, well, we've been shooting pretty well this round. Things have been looking a little bit interesting for us. Let's see if we can get away with a little bit more. But of course, just yield around, and then 9Z will be up 2. Most importantly, they get to carry those 2 Bulldogs forwards, as well as just that Spectre in hand. But one thing worth mentioning right now is 9Z, they tend to be a more attacker-sided team when it comes to Haven specifically. Obviously, Shinden kind of coming into this one, understanding that they were able to win last time these two teams faced up against each other, even with a sub in the play. Choosing in that defense, right now, if you are 9Z, you really want to snowball so many of these attacking rounds, because it's just going to make your life a lot more easier. And on this other side of Shinden, they tend to be a little bit more defensive focused. That's why we see them pick their choice here, but they really need to make sure that they keep 9Z in control, because I think once that momentum starts rolling, we're really going to see that experience play into its effect.
I think that's why you're still seeing kind of this touchiness come from both teams. They're seeing how far they can get with their stronger side and then burrowing back into their little mole hole on these sites. Try and make sure that they can alleviate as much of the potential damage that can be done as possible. As you said, so liable to be explosive from either end. That House of Cards can come blowing down. It's an obvious A hit, but so much is unloaded, particularly at Link. So it'll have to be the frontline fight. And who else but Delzik to take it first with the help of Taco. Decoy sent in with the fake TP, but again, Shinden, they can spread their resources quite thin with how many are stacked on the site after that guarantee was given. Now after a bit of quiet, I think we'll go back to square one. Burrow back.
It's so funny because, like, obviously these two teams know each other, but the play style so far has just been almost like a mirror matchup, and the pacing of these rounds. And well, now finally 9Z go in.
Got to make it happen at some point, and it's got to be on the A site. That space has already been mildly taken on, and 9Z, they'll blow through that front line. Taco is kind of raid bossing it at the moment, and 9Z will fully make it work. 4 standing on the bonus. Very impressive.
And honestly, that just came down to excellent coordination coming in from 9Z, making sure the flashes were deployed just at the right time when they wanted to go in there. I mean, we saw just in the POV of some of the players of 9Z moving in, but you see the number of players just on the site, the defenders, despite the fact that they had the better weaponry, despite the fact that everybody was there, it was so easy for them to just walk in and sweep up those kills. I mean, 3 kills happened right next to each other, all from different agents on 9Z. And that just goes to show the level of coordination that came in on that A side hit, as once again the snowball, it continues to build in 9Z's favor. As Shinden, they really need to make something start to happen here, otherwise this will slowly get away as Nags is able to find David right off the bat.
Bit of experimentation with how aggressive Shinden can get off rip here, again with how compressed 9Z have stayed. Delzik's movement has just been mesmerizing so far. That rotation back to sewer to get the paranoia unexpectedly so quickly. All right, Snowzine is gonna double dip in the kitty here and find Nags at the very least. So they have a nice clothespin on this early. 9Z now have basically one effective channel for the attack. It is that A main, and it's quite open. With the gun advantage, they'll take it, dump a little bit, set up shop, not bother clearing anything else. Send Suther on one of his classic little missions. So Rube will take the blow. Flash in from Snow, well done by Suther. And it's a whisper, nope, but no more. So it's gonna be 4-0 for 9Z, and already, as you can tell, like, I mean, it's such exponential growth already.
It really is, and like that time around, they get to keep 4 of their rifles ready. Suther able to find that double kill on the flank, which was so important for 9Z to be able to win out that round, because I think things could have started to get rolling, especially too when you've got one of the duelists holding the rifle in hand. Snowzin, obviously highlighted quite a bit by the desk. You know that the player can definitely frag out, but Suther just holding that ground made it so that that round was that much easier. But once again, looking at how we're seeing the composition get played on the side of Shinden, one of the things that we need to see from Shinden is that the double duelist pressure, especially pushing out on this defensive side, we need to see them start to get a little bit more active. Obviously, that last round, we see them kind of get checked, get caught out, and as a result of that, they kind of get taken down early. But that double duelist pressure can really help secure a lot more of the map and give that better information so that they know exactly what 9Z are doing. And on the flip side, 9Z have been doing a pretty good job at keeping that in check. But once again, that is how Shinden need to take this if they want to start to snag these rounds back.
Yeah, it feels like you need to double up to at least get your feet off the ground, right? Find Suther, who is already starting to sell those lurks and inserts, is the proxy Senti, and even the other duelists have started to get a little bit greedy. So getting those shutdowns with double swings and reducing things to 4v5s and 3v4s is definitely priority number 1. I think after you've done that, you can start relying on that individuality of the double duelist a little bit more. I think David and Snow can start getting a little more braggadocious in stuff like moving up to the window and going for a one-tap. But until that day comes, yeah, you're going to have to condition a little bit of stacking. So Shinden are going to 2-2-1 with the Cypher here on C site. Play as conventional as you like, as 9Z have basically all they could ask for a good portion of regulation already here. Start testing the waters of Garage as Rukoid is moved up to that. It's going to be David that meets it next, and Decoy is just sitting to confirm that wire. So 9Z just going to start poking the bear a bit. They see Rukoid as that weak point. David is going to start half skirting it, but Klaus already too quick to the punch, and now they can focus the blow on David, who holds the line for 2 with the help of that fast lane. It's a foot race to the finish line here as 9Z blister their way onto C-site. Take care of Murray's, and he'll set up that Viper's pit right after. That might be a lock of a round against Shinden. That might be the final curtain closed.
It's just so decisive when they decide to do things like this. And now, Snowzine, operator at hand, playing this retake. 9Z just deny all that information with the pit, making it so much more difficult for that really expensive buy to get any value on this round.
And yet, Snow is so in. He is so down for this. Shinden must see this as a gap that they can't risk losing. Spray Wart as Snow skirts the outskirts and has found the plan of Soother, but hasn't turned to it. That no-scope absolutely would have done the job, and now it's a play place. 9Z stick a goose egg on that scoreboard continuously and have 5 straight.
And look at those smiles coming out from the 9Z players. Like, they're having fun. And honestly, in the play style that they went with, the way that they took Garage and then moved in onto the site, made sure to clean house, made sure that everything was going to be looking nice and clean. Even David kind of coming back into it and making it a little bit more scary. As soon as that Neon was dealt with, I mean, the round was open and shut. They came in here with a very clear plan and they executed it perfectly. And so now we get to this 5-0 round. This is going to be even more difficult for Shinden to get this. David going to be going in here with the overdrive and a Bucky in hand.
Just continuing to get louder and louder each round, seeing if they can try to make a dent, seeing if they can be heard, and it just continues to fall on deaf ears. This 9Z frontline just looks unstoppable and starting to look a little disrespectful. You saw Soother sneaking in a couple more bullets on that last kill. Another A-site take, Rukoid good for at least 1, but these stoppers might as well just be ramps to ollie off of. A rifle given to Snowzine and ulti, but 20 health points on the board. And again, 9Z will just keep on walking.
This is
going
kind
grocery shopping with 5 HP. What is happening?
I mean, at that point, Soother's just like, hey, maybe I can find an off angle. 100% you know that Snow was able to find it. I mean, it feels like the story is really between these two at some of these rounds. Just the last couple of players just on the other side of things. But once again, 9Z, like, it's looking so good for them with how they want to go into this. I know a lot of questions are raised just at the start, you know? Shinden, they kind of won this out against you last time. Like, what's going to change? Oh, they're no longer playing with subs. There's a lot that really Shinden have going for them. But 9Z, everything just seems so well practiced and well rehearsed. Obviously, Snow was able to clean up just at the end there. And you know who the one player that 9Z have to really be careful of is. But at the same time, like, the strats and the executes have just been so flawless coming in from 9Z. And I really want to lean back into your point that you made during the time out there, where we need to see Shinden. I mean, send the duelists, yes, that's great, but double it up with just a little bit more utility, because it does feel like when it comes to that util game in that first level of Clash, 9Z are just always coming out on top.
100%. I think that Snowzine has already displayed himself as a prominent threat after that toiled display against Team Solid. But if 9Z has found a way to rile up the emotions of Shinden so that Snow is the only threat on the field, shoot, I'll take those odds on a 3-site map any day. Perhaps that's why they felt this comfort coming into Haven. They realized the individuality that Shinden may have leaned on, and have perhaps found a way to poke holes in it. Hey, speaking of individuality, Taco down to a measly 2 HP after leaning out with that operator for quite some time. And for the first time in some time, it feels like the envelope hasn't really moved because of that play from 9Z, and yet Snowzine is just gonna give over a free kill. The walk-in not clear in the cubby, and 9Z can slow things down exponentially more if they want to, or they can send a dimensional drift into Garage and compress the C-side here and now. Yeah, Taco is Gonna enjoy these flashes in ult while he can. Try and turn it into an off angle with that measly 2 HP. And the smoke will actually play into it on top of the pedestal to skirt around until Muri's can shut it down. Suther is able to zone out the link with that snake bite, but Muri's continuing to play the raid boss in this back corner, finally shut down with the spray through. It's just that spike that needs to be dealt with, as it's been isolated, and that Cypher ulti has given the remainder of the front line away. Stuck in front of these boxes. It's got to be a raw fight till the end, and Rubcoid has reduced it to a 1v1 after a couple tough pokes. That Steel Garden is going to make this fight tough, though, and with 10 seconds to go, it's a choice of where you choose to peek from. Rubcoid makes the rotation with the pistol and puts Shinden on the board in one of the most unconventional ways you could ask.
And that is such an important round for Shinden to be able to win out there. I think just momentum-wise, with how you want to see these guys being played, that is the round that we need, because we're seeing them get those kills. We're seeing them start to stack up some of the numbers there. And to be honest with you, I still think that the utility game is a little bit weak, but they're finding the holes in the actual on the other team, and then they're just winning out those kind of individual frags. And that's the most important thing when it comes down to it. The gunplay right now from Shinden is what is going to carry them across, unless they start to pull together some of their utility. And to be fair, I think that 9Z have just been doing an excellent job of using that utility to read it. You see them always play patient at the start of these rounds, and that's because they're anticipating either David or Snowzine just popping out by themselves, and then that's an easy free kill. And so 9Z have once again got the read on what's going on here, but if the Shinden players start really fragging out, then things can get a lot more interesting between this matchup.
Yeah. Trying to pay a little closer attention to Vite now, as a lot of that timer stalling has forced him to use a lot of his util before the rounds really begin. And to that respect, it did take him the first map of Shinden's previous match to get warmed up, and after that he looked absolutely insane. So trying to see how he can continue to enable what so far has been hero moments that have gotten Shinden over. Some good ass aiming. A lot of noise for this A approach. This is the most telegraphed one yet from 9Z. A lot of time that Shinden has had to lean to it, and yet this is some of the least weight they've placed on the site in response since. It feels like they want to play much heavier for the retake, as 9Z will fully set up shop.
And I kind of like that, playing for the retake instead. You know, hey, those initial pokes have not been working. Let's just get all of our utility together and get ready to rush things in on this retake. And that's an interesting TP. Okay, just to scout info. Okay, cool.
Delzik gonna be back in hell as Snow will break things open with the drift. Just try and confirm as many sight lines simultaneously. Try to focus down Nags. That's a tight timing window with the operator, and he finds it with the flick. That's disgusting, but is it enough? The hell presence from 9Z. Vite gonna break through until he gets to Delzik, who is in this 1v1 against Snow, and the decoy sells. What a round from that Yoru to get Shinden over the line again, but once more, it is not just the individual that makes that round happen, and I hope and pray Shinden understand that the rest of this half.
And yeah, I mean, obviously with the initiation in there, Snow just kind of popping off with an operator on the retake. You don't see that one every day, but boy, does it look cool. Excellent stuff just on that re-engagement. And once again, when it comes down to some of those more just kind of raw aim attack duels, I think we're going to always see Shinden kind of come out on top. Just a better understanding of how the gameplay is going to be working out. And if 9Z, once again, don't have really the utility to kind of add a couple of wrenches into that game plan, then I think that we're really going to just see them continuously just bowl over things, as David already finding Delzik so early in this round.
This is that same momentum we hoisted up for 9Z. David can meet the very same thing, and he's on the hunt for it all. Won't find it, but at the very least, he's given the rest of Shinden the easiest job in the world, finding and killing Nagset. He is completely stuck. I mean, this round is already tied up with a nice little bow. It's a question of how much you can get rid of, and he can't get rid of a thing. Morale, guns, eco, everything back for Shinden here as it's 3-6.
Yeah, you can see the engine, it's starting to roar a little bit more. It started out with a little bit of a purr. It was not really in full momentum. But now Shinden, like, everything feels a lot more better. The way that they push out with the David, this time around supported by a little bit more, and just able to take those raw gun duels. So ready for the attack. And honestly, if you took a look at the map as well, you see that the Shinden defense was already starting to rotate around, already to start to capitalize on some of that pressure that David was able to just implement on top of 9Z. And so, you know, we saw the thought process earlier, and while it didn't really reach execution, that time it did feel like Shinden, they're shaking off the rust a little bit, they're comfortable with their game plan, and those original ideas are really coming to fruition.
Yeah, everyone feels just a tad bit more tethered, and you can see 9Z is already getting a little more fearful because of that. Definitely why this timeout was called. Just reset that mental, get them cooled down again, make it so they don't walk into those lineups as aggressively like that anymore. Just find the discipline to only lose a little less than that along the way, because you know you're going to meet those moments against a team like this, against players like this. It's just about recovering and getting your own streak started again, like we know 9Z can do. All on the cards to make this a 9-3 half themselves. Just comes down to finding a new way to unlock this defense that now poses a whole new level of stalwartness with that doubling up. As long as they guess right, which it seems like the reads have been absolutely fantastic so far.
Oh man, and it's so cool like looking at the scoreboard, because this felt like such a one-sided matchup at the start of this map. Suther already at 12, GL on the side of 9Z, and now Shinden, they're really starting to catch up. They're really starting to get going, and the confidence. Snowzine again, operator all the way down C. Will be just on the other side of an exit, who is kind of getting ready for some of those more aggressive pushes. And I think it's those traps that really 9Z, they're trying to catch some of the members of Shinden off guard, so they're able to secure those early kills and make themselves set up for success, really.
Yeah, tempting Snow rather than actually fighting him. And instead, 9Z gains so much more face-up B. David's going to try and take it back quick with the help of the Hunter's Fury from Vi, who cuts into one more. It's just about that B-Link from Delzik, who continues to make it forward and keep this space contested. Down to 21 HP, has to burn the decoy, as it'll be Snowzine's excuse potentially back in. But no, he will wait for Vi to make it back with that recon dart that uncovers Suther, who will force his hand on the... Viper's Pit, the darts almost knock him fully down, but... Vite's just gonna spray through instead. Naxit takes the brunt of the damage. And Suther sprays through. What sense to find Vi? And now, do you hold down this B with the Viper's Pit, or do you snake over to A? Or do you snake over to C instead? 9Z, blank canvas and no idea where Snowzine could be, who has the better health pool, by the way.
Yep. And you know, abandoning the Viper's Pit is a little bit of an interesting play here. Not much time left on the clock. Finally, the plant will go down onto C. And I like that advanced positioning that we see from Delzik. Once again, looking at that HP pool, this really could go either way. The grouping up will happen now. Snowzine, no stranger to trying to take these ones alone. Does have a rifle, a Vandal in hand. Just needs to find one bullet in each of the members of 9Z, and this could be a round for Shinden.
Body shots is all it takes, and Suther catches him off guard on the very first checkpoint. So quickly choked away after they move house. Well done by 9Z to adjust. And you gotta give it to Nags for being able to stall Snow for that long. Get that extra weight away from the main line of B-site, force everyone on Shinden to just slow down the reapproach. Because of that, that was a lot of time wasted.
100%, and even just like clearing the actual site afterwards, like it really did feel like that was a stall thing. Like, let's make sure that this Yoru cannot really get activated just quite yet. We're gonna have such an easier time making our way into the site. It still came down to the wire just like that, but still 9Z in an excellent position right now, up 7-3, last round in this half. And they're defaulting again to try and catch one of the players of Shinden off guard. If they can catch one just looking the wrong way, an easy kill comes through, and then they can very easily just attack one of these sites with their executions that have looked really clean when they do decide to move in.
At this point, both of the economies are in relative shambles. The team that wins this round nearly guarantees the next. Is it 5-7? Is it 9-3? Is it something in between? 9Z. Onus is on them to act. And yet Snowzine is the first to make noise. Another open body given, and Vi just tries to lean into it. Is Shinden doing a bit this round? That was a lot of peeks into the open abyss with 45 seconds left on the clock, and 9Z will take a bargain bin B site, set up shop, and now it's got to be the better shots from Shinden. Murray's given an open vantage for a kill's worth of time, and will empty the mag until he is forced to try a different angle. I mean, you might consider saving this Guardian at this point with how bad the buy is. No, he'll get away with 2 more. Why not?
Like this.
Let's just keep playing, I guess. God, I mean, the players, the reputation, the glory between them, especially being in the same region, has to be some part of it. No, wanting to be the guy that kills the other guy. It means so much more to them specifically.
And once again, this is an elimination match, right? Like, getting into each other's heads, that's what we really need to see come in from both of these teams. And, you know, just commenting on the start of this round, how this one played out, I know I've been really hyping up 9Z, like, oh yeah, look at the utility, it's so well coordinated and everything is looking great. And that time around, like, the trap with Takolia, but a couple of the other agents just waiting to spring out so they can catch Shinden off guard when they inevitably swing off of a little bit of information. Like, the trap alone was an exit, just ready for it to punish additional players off the back of Taco's kills. And honestly, it could have gone either way, but just the awareness and understanding that Shinden are going to be pushing out early and get ready to punish that, that really has been what has made 9Z kind of fly. And I know I said that that last round was going to be the last round and a half, but my mistake. Math is sometimes hard. This time around, 9Z, though, they do have the dimensional drift. And right off the bat, we're seeing that activated.
Yeah, duelist ulti for duelist ulti, crossing pads and crossing flanks. Both sides compressing one another. Who beats who to the punch? Taco is in, and Suther has sandwiched Shinden already crisped away on the C site and completely here as well. 9Z have all the time in the world to reconsider now. But do they? Tough pool, a lot of util already spent, and the potential flanks still present. After all, that space was initially taken by the Veed. Now it's held by Snow. A Cypher ulti to try to reverse that pressure. 9Z, they make a choice now. I mean, they're not really pressured to, are they?
Ooh, I'm so cautious, though. Snowzine just on the other side here. Cypher ulti, of course, given a bit more information, but could find a couple of kills.
This is going to be so much intel given away off rip. And not checking it, but Snowzine's shots just don't land. That was a real crucial moment for Shinden to maybe get a leg back in this game. But that may have given 9Z all the momentum they need to carry through the defensive half. Nags it, padding a little bit to make it 9-3 indeed.
Wow, and when it just came down to it, like, I like the position that we get to see Snowzine just really take forwards there, you know, anchoring things on the back line, should be able to get a single kill. But 9Z, like, they're so ready for the individual pop-off potential. They're consistently grouping themselves up so that even if, you know, some of the utility is not going to land, someone's going to swing things through, well, we're going to be ready for it. If I don't find those kills, then somebody who's going to be watching that just off angle will 100% be able to take that. And I feel like Shinden, there's a lot more pressure just on individual performance, individuals popping off and finding those multi-kills, which, to be frank, in their last game as well, kind of was how the team was playing. But if it comes down to just kind of sending one person at a time and hoping to get that individual kill, then 9Z grouping up and making sure to punish that is always going to win out on top. Now that things are going to be swapping around, though, I'm very curious and interested to see how Shinden will go on the attack, because in theory, when they do attack some of these sites, they should have a much easier time staying grouped up, finding those kills, and allowing those individual pop-off moments to really punish the defense on the side of 9Z and be able to get the spike down nice, clean, and easy.
Yeah, there's not nearly going to be as much immediate presence more often than not walking into the defense. But it doesn't change the fact that 9Z sort of just set up a spider web on attack, and the ants just went marching in. So what's to stop Shinden from marching right in to the place where those off angles are, if anything, more handed to 9Z off the bat? It feels like you're able to kind of rinse and repeat, just maybe under a microscope a little bit. So perhaps that individuality is going to shine a little bit more here, but still feels like Shinden need that team play to ascend just a tad bit more if they want to hold a candle on this Haven. And of course, the pistol is going to mean so much to that. Can they have that same breakout that 9Z did in round one?
Honestly, that's going to really set this half off on one side or the other, because you do raise an excellent point about there being a bit more easier holding angles, especially on the side of 9Z now that they are on that defense. But at the same time, like, I am really impressed with 9Z's synergy, which once again was one of the things that the desks highlighted. 9Z, obviously, a lot of these players formerly from Tier 1 playing on crew, having that experience, and you could tell they look like a very cohesive unit moving into things. Shinden, on the other hand, I mean, it's the 2K, 3K pop-off, but Can they consistently do that and not after everything is kind of said and done? That's what I'm more interested in finding out.
It's got to be everyone on Shinden showing up at the same time, not just round to round. You can't keep losing these first bloods so instantly, and you can't keep collapsing after that has been done. A lot more aggressive with the early space gaining here. A cyber cage thrown down the lane to do some early spooking. And 9Z, well spooked. 3 are sitting on A site now with 80 seconds to go. Just very quick macro reactions coming from both sides. Again, it feels like both teams like sending the open invitation, the flare gun into the sky saying, I want a duel.
And yet, honestly, it's just a bit of util trade, but here, match drop in this round so far. Finally, it does look like Shinden at least putting a little bit of pressure here onto the B side, but I think that's just a fake. Spike's still all the way onto the A side. Just under a minute left, so still options to explore, but this is a lot more slower and patient than I was really expecting based on how this team has played.
So interesting to try to sell double duelist pressure with no duelists. Yoru and Neon, their whole thing is being on site, and if they're not making noise on site, then 9Z isn't gonna buckle. So you still have 3 here for A. The big guy is Rubcoid, for sure. The pinch from the sewer that can maybe sandwich one, clear the, like half the board a little bit. But it's such a slow creep up as the rest of the team makes their way forward. David, the front line, Vi takes the second, and it's down on Nags in that sewer, who is ready for Rubcoid, actually, and with the help of the toxic orb that's procced up by Suther, they'll get a reset. Ooh. As Delzik spraying with some right clicks, keeping things interesting for the immediate retake from 9Z. Nags finally dealt with after getting called out post-frag. 3v2 now, much easier job for 9Z as they haven't made it in yet, but Suther has now through sewer himself. And he's taking care of Snow. Vi, low health. David, almost as much so. Delzik, good shred. Suther gets the double up, and that's a tough lineup, but Delzik makes it work!
Oh my goodness.
The jump up! Such limited positional knowledge, but that is all he needs. And 9Z, it is far more bare bones, but even more impressive because of it. They reach double digits here on Haven.
I was gonna say, like, these teams just blowing blow for blow in regards to kills, and then, well, I think that's the second kill that we've now seen, where they kind of jump up there and then get just a spray down and able to find the kill. What an unceremonious way to end that round, but still, excellent job from Shinden, trying to adapt their strategy, try to play a couple of mind games, but that momentum just squarely right now away with 9Z after that little bit of a boost. We're gonna be seeing Shinden fly up their weapons here. I mean, they gotta try and force the issues. Hemorrhage the bleeding a little bit, but I'm wondering if it's just a little bit too late as 9Z have already gotten themselves onto 10.
Yeah, our mind's already on map 2 at this point. Shinden perhaps understanding what that heartbreak in map 1 for 9Z's last match is like now. Still not over yet, though. And still options. Snowzine perusing with the Outlaw. Any opening is a crucial one for these teams. Yoru Outlaw v Yoru Outlaw.
I was gonna say, a lot of this utility, it's just been doing a great job of really slowing things down, but sometimes Immaculate Gunplay will just do enough.
It's, again, yeah, Taco just going for the one line by himself. And Shinden, it is welcome to them. Delzik is poked out of his own smoke to find Muri's, and Klaus can hold it down with the stinger on Rubcoid, unfettered by the Yoru decoy as well. Oh, Snowzine. He's found some shots! Oh, the whip! He has to recover with the classic against Delzik. But it is just not enough at that stage. Hey, big respect to the guy. But,
oh,
yeah, they're still going to be able to wrap it up. And that, I think, is the final domino after the force buy, unfortunately.
I mean, yeah, you know,
you can't do it again now, though. That's the tragic thing, is like, you can't do it again.
Like, the jig is up at that point, but yeah, I was just like, wait a second, that's not a Yoru clone. Oh, they're just walking all the way back there.
Yeah, there's a suspicious lack of a second Yoru on the mini-map for that clone to be sent out like that.
Usually you can see like the outline or something and you're like, ah, yeah, the little glowy thing out of Yoru's eyes, that's definitely a clone. But no, it just walks right into the backline. But unfortunately, the Outlaw being the only weapon there available is a little bit tough. And obviously we've seen Snow really just have those pop-off moments with the Operator, so it's not exactly ruled out just quite yet, but it's still a bit of a tall order with only 2 bullets in the chamber there. And well, at that point, I mean, hey, I love being a good stinger round, and that was kind of a stinger round with the rest of them moving in. So another timeout being taken, but Shinden, this really isn't looking good for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, 9Z, once again, a lot of questions being raised about how Haven was their map choice. And I'm going to be honest with you, they're putting on a clinic right now.
Yeah, 100%. I think that 9Z is firing on all cylinders. And if this is what the match continues to be, then it will be the same thing that we saw at LATAM Finals. 9Z doing what Shinden can't, hitting those high points as a full unit rather than just the sum of its parts. 2 rounds out from wrapping this map up. And yeah, safe to say they had more than enough of a game plan to meet Shinden with so soon after their victory against Team Solid on it. Can they finalize? Shinden window shopping at the moment with these still worser guns after that force in round 2 of regulation here in the half. Love that decoy setup just to sell away Vi's line, and now you have to commit somebody else to it. So already Snowzine is ISO'd by himself. You have to rely on that individuality from David. And he's already by himself too.
Cutting through. It's honestly just these like push-ups. And don't get me wrong, these players are kind of insane, but they're just left alone.
So risky.
And yeah, like one little thing goes wrong and then suddenly the strategy just kind of crumbles apart. And with 9Z having such a good read on the tempo of how this map has gone, it's just so difficult to have those individual pop-off moments really carry your team across the finish line.
Doubles dead. Nice peek by Taco. And Nags has all of Garage. Even after that screen might have been able to sell his rotation. At this point, they got impatient. They didn't even wait for Shinden to fully go for it. Nags gets 3. And that's the same vein that he was running it down previously against Envy. You've seen the aim mechanics that he's already been boasting, and now he's really getting to flex it against Shinden.
Yeah, and once again, like Nags finding such immediate value because the kind of core, alone without their duelist, mind you, just kind of walks things through, opening up some of these gaps that just allow Nags to just walk out and find such easy pickings. I don't want to call this one just quite yet, but 9Z have just been unstoppable on this map so far. And Shinden have been struggling to really even put their foot in the door, as every single time 9Z just kind of shutting it right on them.
Shut down one way or another, but it comes from everyone at 9Z playing at peak. Can they stay locked in for the long haul to survive here in the Swiss? Just one more round here to do it. And Snowzine is going to make it another one at the very least if he has something to say about it. Just running it down with this Guardian, and he makes the rest of the work for Shinden quite easy. Just Taco Leah with an Outlaw creeping up from the sewer, and he's not watched until the camera's propped. Rootcoin a microsecond beforehand, and he might have had the turn, but it's down to a 1v1. First tap by Maurice. The smoke set up on the sewer. Second tap behind the blocks. Taco, it'll be another fake decoy sent out, and then the Outlaw shot! Are you kidding me? Yeah, don't pop off just yet, buddy. You got a spike to defuse, and then you can get up to celebrate that first map win for 9Z. More dominance, but this time from the other side, the morale booster that this experienced group of veterans was looking for.
Hey, did you have 2 fake Yoru clones that get absolutely 0 value on your bingo card for this matchup for map number 1? What a confidence play. But yeah, I was taking a look at that, and the Outlaw on the retake, while it looked like it might have been a little difficult, it was just going to be a single bullet in order to find those kills. And given the time crunch, given all the pressure, given how well, honestly, 9Z, it was looking like this was going to be their map. At that point, you just kind of go for the silly play. You've got so much room for comfortability. And just once again, fantastic job to 9Z. To me, this really shows that they did their homework on how Shinden wanted to play that map, and they completely steamrolled it and pulled the carpet out from quite a few people's expectations.
Yeah, the old gods on 9Z pulling a page out of the confidence of the Americas region today. We'll see if it carries them over the line in map 2 after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Boys of the evening.
If you guys had any questions on why 9Z picked that map of Haven, I feel like all of those have been answered by an insane performance from this team at 13-3 on the opening map. We talked about it last time that they played each other in that grand final. It was Shinden who got that map win, but this time around, it was insane. There was nothing that Shinden can do, and 9Z, Roy, they looked incredible.
Yeah, what a beautiful start to the series, right? They picked this map. They come in strong. This is probably the first time we've seen a team on the first map pick actually have a good start. I love the way their approach to the attack side as well, guys. A double controller felt like it was doing absolute work for the 9C side of full control on that attack half. And I feel like, honestly, the Viper utility that they had throughout this first half was just so annoying for Shinden to deal with, and they weren't really sure of how to like actually manage playing around it. They kind of felt, I feel like, kind of boxed in on the thoughts a little bit in terms of how they wanted to kind of deal with that, and it allowed 9Z to have so much control to the C side of the map. They had a lot of control towards the B side of the map, but I feel like overall Shinden was playing their defensive side just a tad little bit too passive for what you needed to do against a 9Z composition. You can't just let in turtle on site like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that, Roy. It felt like they're playing a little too safe, especially considering the fact that this is a composition for the side of Shinden that doesn't have that much information. You're really relying on Snowzine and David on the Yoru and the Neon for trying to contest that space, put a bit of that pressure, find that forward positioning to get some of that information for the team, and that was really lacking on the defense. It wasn't until around round 5 timeout that we saw from Shinden, that adjustment being made where Snowzine has that operator. They're going a little bit more for that A lobby control, looking to try and contest. And that's where we see like a couple of those like net round wins there for Shinden on the defense, the 3 rounds that they're only able to garner during this matchup. But 9Z, they're also very quick to respond to how they were looking to play that as well. I think my mind goes back to that round 10 coming out from 9Z, where they have this like pivot into a really quick play on that B site. You have the double TP from the Yoru and the Omen onto site, really changing up the tempo, and that is what helped them seize that momentum back to close out this match.
And I feel like this dynamic play that we got to see from 9Z in the series is a lot more in line with what we were all expecting when we saw the team coming into this event, right? This kind of like being able to play with set pieces, being able to default and slow work the map, being able to, you know, position nags in good lurk positions, which we saw a lot more of from 9Z on that first half. I mean, closing it out with a 9-3 and also securing the second pistol. I mean, at that point, there's really just not enough room for Shinden to really express themselves, right? You kind of get suffocated. But like, take a look at 9Z's first kills, guys. It was an absolute dominance on the opening of the round. Obviously, whenever you're getting the first kills, we talked a little bit about converting those situations. They were significantly better at doing that today than what we saw before. It feels like, at least on this first map, 9Z, they're settling into the pressure. They're starting to feel a little bit more confident, whereas Shinden, they need to regain a lot of that looseness, a lot of that kind of team play and sort of team fight or willingness to team fight up a little bit going into the second map.
Absolutely. It was, if anything, really impressive what we saw for 9Z, because these two teams, they knew each other. They didn't really change the compositions at all. Shinden won last time, so the expectation was for it to be at least close. But you really honestly never know what happens behind the scenes, whether it is, having a read on how slow Shinden wanted to play, or how they were lacking that proactivity, or maybe they were playing in scrims against each other. There's so many factors that just, no matter what, allowed 9Z to win this first map win. And like you're saying, Roy, they were feeling really good, they were feeling really confident, they were laughing at the end. It just feels like everything was going according to plan for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, I just want to reiterate the fact that they had a very clear game plan, right? They were full control of the double controller. I particularly enjoyed the way that Soother and also Delzik were playing around the double controller utility, cycling in the pulse plans, and it felt like their entire game plan was built around, one, keeping Shinden spread out and keeping them sort of in the dark, and then whenever it came down to those, those pulse plan situations, or kind of the, the site turtling with the double controllers, they were just cycling smokes, consistently suffocating Shinden, not really allowing them any way back onto sites, and that's exactly what they need to do, and they executed it perfectly.
We got the chance to talk a little bit about Soother before, because of how insane he was on that Viper, but we didn't really get enough time to talk about Takalija, even though this is a name that we know very well. We talked about how he needed to step up just a little bit more, and these two did exactly that, Ash.
They absolutely did. Takalija went 5-1 in those first engagements, and Roy was just talking about how important the difference that those made there on the side of 9Z. He was great with his utility off the back of Klaus looking for, and Delzik also looking for that support, like a lot of great combinations where you have the paranoia from Delzik opening up one side of the map, and then one side of one site, and then Takalija will have the flash on the other, and it just created these like perfect opportunities for him to get those Yoru TPs, that great gate crash onto site, catch the members of Shinden off guard. But while he's creating all of this chaos in some of those slower rounds for the side of 9Z, you had Soother, who is that consistent backline player, constantly going for a lot of those inserts, having that opportunity to lurk up with the wall, and just being able to help, being able to make that plan around that mid-round calling there for the side of 9Z. In case things were going wrong on the initial execution, they always had a way to pivot.
Absolutely. And it's at least a quick reset for the side of Shinden if they want to come back and they want to stay alive in this Ascension tournament. But we're going into a map of Bind that we already got the chance to see for Shinden just 2 days ago. They won it 13-6 against Team Solid. This is where we talked about how good David was, and how the team was kind of very reliant on a lot of the things that he was doing to find that success. But also for the other side, Roy, we haven't seen 9Z play this map in about 2 months.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of unknown factors. Obviously, Shinden's kind of known for their bind. They've had phenomenal performances on it. They're a very good bind team. Not many teams can say that, to be honest. But yeah, I think ultimately what we saw from Shinden last time is a lot of proactivity that was happening on the defensive sides. I want to see more of that. You have to brush off this first map, guys. You cannot let this shake you, because bind, again, if you start defense and you don't really have your proactivity, you're not really suffocating like the same way they were last time, where they were smoking short, they were smoking showers, they were alternating the brim. David was moving around consistently. They were forcing people into the chamber, forcing people into the double op. These are the things that work in Valorant. We need to see a lot more of that. And if they don't come with that same confidence that they did last time, this could very well be a 2-0 here for 9Z.
Could be, but that is not what we want to see, especially for Shinden, a team that has been at the very top of Latin America for quite some time, and getting eliminated 2-0 by the other side of 9Z is not something that they want to happen. So looking at the other side for Bind, we talked about it, you just mentioned it. For Shinden, it has been a historic map for them. It has been really good, but as we were saying, Ash, it's been quite some time since we saw it from 9Z. They played it 2.5 months ago against Leviathan Academy, and we don't know if they're going to bring any changes here.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is for the side of Shinden, they don't really have a way to prepare for 9Z on this map like you were talking about. They're playing a pretty standard composition, plus the KO that you don't see that frequently on Bind in this current meta. So I'm curious to see if they will be leaning in towards that. They, I think, struggled a lot on the defense previously on this map, which is where 9Z are going to be starting. So I'm very curious to see what kind of adjustments will be being made, if we're going to see maybe like a vice composition come through, if they will be sticking with that double controller here. I think overall, though, for them, and they also can look back on the success that they found, that Shinden found up against Team Solid, and try to do that read. And when it does come down to the composition, they're just hovering right now. So
Okay,
okay, listen, we've been baited a couple times, right?
We have. That's
I am not
It's very
going
real.
to fully. I'm not going to fully believe the comp that is coming in here until it gets locked in because of that. But these
Fair.
are massive changes if it is.
Yeah, honestly, I would not be surprised if they did lock it. Choosing the defensive side, having a curveball, going for a very defensively sided composition with the double sentinel. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't want to get ahead of myself until I see that light stop blinking. I completely agree with you, Ash. But I would expect some kind of changes, though, because they haven't really had great performances on Bind. I would not be surprised to see any of that coming out. Come on, Soother. Come on, Nags.
We're just staring at the screen.
No, literally, we're like holding our breaths because a part of me also wonders like if this is a potential overtune from what they were struggling with, like going into such a defensive-sided composition, and then what if the defense doesn't pan out for them? Then when it comes to the attacking side, it's like a much different pacing that we'd be looking out on the side of
locked
9Z
in.
Globin. Okay,
You
I'm
know
not
what, though?
mad about it, but yeah, what's up?
The one thing that I will say about the 9Z composition is, yes, it is very strong defensively. There is a lot of gadgets to work with, but they also have a lot to work with on their attack side as well. They have the grab net to take long B. They have a lot of combinations that they could use towards showers as well. There are like attack options available to them. Now for Shinden, they've had their great performances on the defensive side, but they need to have enough room on this first attacking side to get on their comfort side. So now there's a lot of pressure on the first half. I want to see Shinden coming in strong, trying to get as many rounds as possible. I want to see the chamber get put to action. I want to see some fire coming out here from Shinden in this first half and give themselves enough room to kind of flesh things out in that second.
A bit of a surprise in terms of the composition for 9Z, and that is exactly what they want to bring if they want to win the series 2-0 and stay alive in Ascension. And for the other side, Shinden is going to be able and is going to need to adapt just in time against this double sentinel composition. And Bind, let's find out if they can make it happen with Marks and Tenrek.
Thank you, Dryad. And in addition, thank you for highlighting just how close these teams continue to be, despite such a staggering dominant first map by 9Z. Shinden are playing for their lives more than ever here on Bind. And as Ash mentioned, Marks, this could be an overcook with the double senti pick for 9Z.
It definitely could be, because taking a look at some of my notes here and reading up on these two teams, the one thing that I have for 9Z, once again, it's been a while since we've seen them on Bind, is defense ? And so I'm wondering if they took that, the previous times their defense has not looked good at all. And so this might just be really to overcome exactly that. But on the flip side, Shinden, I mean, you know exactly what they're going to be coming into here with, and it's going to be that double sniper pressure, a lot of just raw firepower. And once they kind of get rolling, the momentum, I mean, it really could just swing in their favor.
Especially if they're preparing for stuff like these flanks, these huge stacks that can start these quick rotations with the help of the Sentinels in tow. Allows you to set up a barrage of util for a second time, but Shinden have extended so beautifully here through lamps. They've taken such a disgusting spider web of space. It's tough to coerce it back, but they'll have to do it from the front line. The site fully flipped now as Shinden take heaven and lamps. 9Z trying to caress this site back to their own. Vi breaking through lamps for 2! And Snowzine holding it down from on high to turn this to a 2v1 against Klaus, who has to skate across the back of the truck with only a couple seconds to go. Snowzine toying with him until David can reposition. And that is a masterful pistol taken by Shinden against an entirely new beast of a comp set up by 9Z.
It is so interesting. I'm like almost scratching my head there, right? Because you bring in the double sentinels, you have an idea on how you want to use this utility. It should slow things down, should make things nice and easy for you. Except we go into like a full retake scenario where the map is completely flipped on its head. And yeah, I mean, once again, just with where they were kind of standing when it comes down to kind of that raw gunplay, raw gameplay duel, I do think that Shinden is coming out on top of that one. So they take the pistol round. They need to get that momentum all the way back underneath them. They need to start believing in themselves again if they want to force out Lotus. And once again, with this map pick combined, it's looking like that is very much a reality. A lot of information given away with the haunt.
Just trying to mine as much gold as you can out of each of these hurdles. But the TP from Taco will have that site set up by Rubekoid. No doubt aware. Just TPing back over to the B site for the extended hold. Still plenty of time, though, for Shinden to act on any of these other full bot fulcrums that they've set up on these openers.
Teleport's ready.
So patient. And on top of that, too, have the Viper's Wall to play off of. Should be nice and easy to go in. Suther, the only person on this site. Reinforcements are coming, but don't think it'll be in time to stop Shinden from planting.
Feels like they don't want to meet it head on. Oh, Delzik does, actually. Oh, so this feels like the segmented hold that Shinden were going for more with the force, and they might have actually find the window of time. That's 2 down inside the smoke, but no more of those to get set up by either side, in fact. Short range fight, Rose set up, Snowzine timed out Suther, the early approach, and now it's a truck barreling through Murray's. The Spectre will burn down the rest of the stack provided. They just have to do a lick of damage, and they will nip that in the bud. 2-0 Shinden.
But at what cost there? And I just got to point out, I'm pretty sure that Arc Rose got set up to be almost like a bullet sponge for a second because Snowzine,
it was right in front,
it just pops up. Yeah, and you try and shoot the incoming players, and instead you just shoot the Arc Rose instead. These rounds are a lot closer than they really should be. And once again, I think it's just a little bit of hesitation coming in from the side of Shinden, and then just the bodies that are just getting thrown at the problem on the side of 9Z. Like, look at the buy coming in from Shinden right now. Besides Snow having that outlaw in hand, it's just a couple of sheriffs on the other side. Of course, Rubekoid will have that headhunter to try and even out the gun difference, but full phantom buy on the other side, and Suther starts us out with the first pick.
Yeah, getting rid of that outlaw threat very quickly makes this bonus nearly a guarantee for 9Z. So again, now it's Shinden's turn to try to find that gold. Likely gonna set up for the TP after this pressure put on V main. 9Z likely ready for that.
At the same time, it's Klaus just hanging out in showers. Has honestly been really keeping Rubekoid honest these last couple of rounds. See the chamber not getting as much value or honestly attack presence that you would really expect from Shinden. And now the rotation gets called around. It's gonna be a 3-2 crunch here onto the speed site, but so much utility littering the site, making this a very difficult take if you are on the side of Shinden.
Yeah, the slowdown should be relatively easy to hit here for 9Z.
30 seconds.
Smoke's tossed. Molly in on mid. Trying to set up a counter angle here, but Suther's actually exposed. Nags. Woo! Good timing. Vi's Bird doesn't do jack. And neither will this round. Suther might be the only one who goes down if 9Z plays their cards right. They might, I mean, they can just run away if they want. They would like orbs though. And they also don't know how close the rest of Shinden is, so let's just run it down, boys. Oh, nice Rose. Well done by 9Z. 4 up on the bonus. That's exactly as well as you expected them to handle it.
Yeah, one player who's really been kind of heating up this matchup right now is Nags. Just playing that Sentinel role on the Vise currently, was on Vise as well on the last map, but has just been so reliable at finding the perfect timing to just kind of push out there and find those kills. I mean, look at this, finding the double kill, dropping the spike, immediately all of that presence gets completely erased off the board just because of one Sentinel player. And once again, like, even though the scoreline, it still looks like it is Shinden definitely ahead here. I mean, 9Z, they're really coming back and making every single one of these rounds extremely competitive.
Once again, it'll be Vite to get them to the fight. And unfortunately, it looks like it'll have to be Vite to enable it too. The bird's just such a crucial part of getting the ground that Snow can take started if he's not flanking. But maybe he is flanking. Maybe that's the fun part. Maybe it's Rubcoid and Muri's that are the actual push, that are the actual scary thing about this Shinden round.
Yeah.
Another disperse.
I like how 9Z are actually playing this round. You know that they're poking out there. You're not overextending yourself on this defense. You're playing things safe. You have the utility. You have the composition to slow them down if they push into it. So don't give your life up. And then suddenly, all of the pressure back on the Shinden to make these executions picture perfect.
Same cold patience we saw 9Z utilize to get a 9-3 attack half on Haven.
I've got your trail. 30 seconds.
Again, onus rests on Shinden. Snowzine sets up the high ground. Immediately fall by 9Z.
Oh my goodness.
As Taco, I mean, half of the peaks haven't even been given away this round. As the Steel Garden fades away, perfectly timed by Nags. The push is again all left. But a scream into the void. As 2 rifles are all Shinden have to write home about this now 2-2 game.
Excellent hold from 9Z there. Once again, no one really overextending themselves, just playing very patiently. Yeah, just digging their heels in really and watching crossfires. And then as soon as we see like a little bit of utility, you can tell immediately the protocol is, all right, push out a little bit. See if you can find a couple of kills. Obviously, Nags being the person who is good for it. But 9Z, once again, very strong understanding of how Shinden want to play a lot of this with that verticality, consistently checking it, making sure that any of the players from Shinden who move onto the site, they get cleared out. You can tell, once again, 9Z have just honestly really done their homework because it feels like they are consistently countering Shinden in all of the ways that they want to be playing this attack right now.
Yeah, this feels studied, not just for the long haul, but for the tournament as a whole. This is the team you would hope that either side is more prepared for. It's great to see that 9Z have made the adjustments to take that next step over Shinden after they had such a good showing against Team Solid in the previous stage of this Swiss. Rubcoid, as always, plays Nuisance first, and they'll get a first blood out of it with his Headhunter. Shinden will finally take that as the initiative to go, and Nagsit is more choked up than ever before. 2 kills with his Phantom. Sets up fight number 2. That's Taco's turn to activate. Set himself up on the hookah spot and almost get timed out by Rube.
I have spike planted.
Oh, now the swing out onto Sand the other way. Oh, whoopsie. Fight on the box. Klaus is able to beat it. Retake on this. Oh, a little disrespectful from what I hear. Wowzers, Klaus. God, when you can hear the disrespect and it's not like on the stage. All right, Muri's meets it early, so it's just the crunch from hookah, and it's actually dry. Taco has no flashes to contact this, and Dells it quickly met. David is dancing around this smoke just beautifully, and this looks like a Shinden round after they lock down the site themselves. First tap though, a little bit of time to play with. Muri's forcefully poke his head out. Taco deals with him. Taco forced to take the fight after very limited time on the spike. Tap is quick, but David is quicker. And it is indeed Shinden's round with 1 standing.
And that time around, like, it looks like 9Z, they were trying to find those angles, trying to find those timings. And honestly, now that we get to see a little bit of that chamber effect, a lot more pressure being applied just around the map, which slows things down a little bit more. It forces the hand of 9Z to play things a little bit more aggressive. Rubcoid finding that original pick onto Soother, making it so that the site can go in. Nexit still somehow getting away with 2 onto the site. But yeah, it's Klaus shutting down quite a bit of that kind of peskiness, and at the end of the day, comes out on top. Shinden, they secure that lead 3-2, still as close as ever. We see a couple of ultimates getting utilized here. It's gonna be the 2 of the Force, Rubcoid. Gonna be going up against Nagsit first. Oh no!
Ay. Any ball rolling is a good one, but Shinden cannot lose their marbles here. And yeah, another poke out, another failure, and the dominoes come tumbling. A semicolon stuck into this round as 9Z will isolate and abdicate.
One enemy remaining.
That's a hand, Bubby. That's just rough.
Yeah, Taco should be able to find it. If not, just on the other side. Oh, okay, well, Nexit just looking the wrong way there, but once again, just to put the emphasis on how this round went. Started out, Shinden had 3 ultimates in their pocket. All 3 get expended for almost no value whatsoever. But you can tell, like, they're looking at it. We've committed so much. We have to make sure that this one works. But the coordination is not there. They're all walking in one at a time, allowing for a lot more of these crunches to just absolutely dominate. Taco finding that first kill really was just kind of the first domino that just sparked the round to just completely crumble in Shinden's hands. And now, look at their buy. It's a little bit sad if I'm being honest, and 9Z are the ones who have 3 ultimates available to them.
Yeah, Shinden instantly sedated by that round in every respect. And now Rubkoid, who has been that thorn in the side, is now going to have to poke the hardest with this rifle. 9Z getting a little more boisterous with the util, even sending a drone through the TP to prove that they've taken B long, scare Miris a little earlier. Really sink their teeth into this anti-eco. And Nags, once again, the first to strike for 9Z. This guy's been on fire this tournament, bro. It's insane.
And if I'm being honest with you, like, the value that Nags has really been getting on these rounds isn't even really based on utility. Just in the right place at the right time, you know, on these weird off angles and somehow winning duels exactly like that. And once again, Shinden, the team that really heavily relies on frags, finding that openings, finding the timings to be able to shut some of these players down. It's just Nags hanging out on a weird angle, holding that control button, and somehow able to find multi-kills. It is crazy how much value we've been seeing that buys get on the side of 9Z.
A salamander in this round, so slippery. And with his aim that has just been so keyed in since round 1 of game 1 of match 1. He is driving so many certainties for 9Z. Making so many of these interactions that would normally become wanton pack fights, tough poke wars, purely trivial. Rifles now back for Shinden. You have the Viper's pin in the tank, and that has been a linchpin for so many rounds thus far. I have no doubt it'll be the same here. Teams have tended to get scared often. The double Sentinel comp doesn't exactly like that much either.
And if I'm being honest with you, Shinden on their attack, like, round after round, we're seeing the exact same execution plan coming through. Chamber and Viper on that A side, and then the rest of the 3 squad poking in onto B long. But at the same time, we know that 9Z have the utility to stall them out, and so then they have to reset. Every single round so far has just been so well orchestrated by 9Z to make a lot of those initial advances from Shinden get next to no value. But Miris finding that first kill might have just opened up an avenue as they swap things around this time and are looking to pressure onto A. They've been pretty successful getting there thus far.
That's another way to sell Rubkoid as the potential lurk again, but Nags, as always, prepared for it. And as always, winning the duel, it is only this A presence that Shinden can hold on to. And even then, Suther's on the side, and he's going to use the Annihilation. Oh, he doesn't grab by, though. He grabs David instead, and the frontline war wages on. David can get sprayed away, and with the smoke, he's actually going to frag back, but a Suther sprays through on that body. Oh, but Klaus quick back to the fight on the Nightfall. He sets up. It's all so instinctual and so loud from 9Z, who have one of the strongest looking probable 5-3s I've ever seen. Nags, it's just gonna hold this spike. No point in not. 9Z look to soar as Klaus grabs 3.
Oh no, not Klaus from Showers. Oh my god, it's so good. Like, obviously we've been highlighting Nags quite a bit in this actual map, but on the last one we were seeing Klaus just put on a masterclass, and it really is just down to those individual moments of like mistimings or things not necessarily being checked, and then you just have Klaus just walk through there, David kind of play and protect the president, guarantees that the spike can go down, gets caught in the annihilation, able to find the kill onto Soother, but it's just simply not enough. The individual players just ready to take on some of those fights, ready to find those gaps in how Shinden have gone in and executed on that site. There's so many little holes that they are perfectly navigating to find the back of those players. And yeah, at this point, we're going to be seeing that timeout come through, the nerves ramping up on the stage. And at this point, I mean, when that kind of happens, that experience on the side of 9Z might make it a little bit easier to slowly push their advantage further on this map.
Shinden continue to elevate, continue to evolve, continue to have better reaction time, and yet 9Z seemingly stay 3 steps ahead of the problem. You see even there how those backup ultis get so much more ground than Shinden's attempt at that did just a couple rounds ago. You see how every version of a play is just executed better so far by 9Z. Rubcoid's been getting shut down, curb stomped on these inserts so far. They had to rely on flipping to Muri's to get one the previous round, and even then Rubcoid couldn't sell that into one. It's clear some level of presence needs to be reestablished by Shinden, and that reestablishment is going to be telegraphed. It's going to have to be conditioned. And you only have 4 rounds to do that at this point. So you sell Muri's again. You do what works. You have that insert that's actually able to frag insert on this, once again, looser buy with continuous scraps by Shinden. Again, Pit's still in the tank here. We haven't found a proper time to even set that up.
Now, I do like this, that this is a little bit of a different look, and yeah, just baiting out the orbital strike at this point. Try and find a couple of openings here. At least slow things down just for a second while the reinforcements can come through, but Shinden are already so deep on the site.
Yeah, gonna be forced to evacuate the moment the spike gets dropped. So they're poking out of showers as Delzik is guaranteed the space on the cubes. There is just this passive presence that continues to stay on the site, and it's not getting stopped! 9Z mow it down! It has to yet again be Lamps, and it has to yet again be Snowzen that restabilizes. That's a gorgeous snake fight by Muri's, but Delzik just swings onto it!
Seconds left.
And it's yet again Snowzen that has to protect, that has to recover, that has to clutch this 1v2 to get this eco back to proper footing. 18 seconds and 0 intel, 0 util. And Taco with the dimensional drift to set up any op angle he chooses. Double flash, decoy, angles, double swing, destruction. 6-3, 9Z.
That is an unbelievable play, and once again, when it comes down to that confidence play coming through there, you can tell just how much 9Z are feeling it. They launched the decoy just at the end there to guarantee that there's no plant, but are still willing to swing things all together. It was a different look this time, but generally speaking, once again, it doesn't look like Shinden are covering all of the angles necessary. They're still just walking in there, hoping that they can expect the players in the right positions that they're aiming at, and then find those individual pickoffs. Meanwhile, on the other side of 9Z, like, that's why I keep on saying that they've done their homework coming into this matchup. They just know what to expect. They know the playstyle of their opponent, and they're ready to counter it. While it still doesn't feel like Shinden have really changed anything up in order to try and find success here. But Rubcoid moving up, that's going to be the first pick onto Soother, who was a huge thorn in the side of the attackers.
Couple rounds where that shower presence was not occupied. Rubcoid has gone back to that piggy bank and has found 2 kills out of it. Finding the aggression somewhere, some way, somehow. And now Shinden will cash back in Lamps, their strongest position yet, where now Taco sits and has found a tough angle after Snowzene's switch up with the blast pack forces him to play fielder's choice. He finds nothing as well. And 9Z, I mean, they have no reason not to go into this, don't they? They have all the money in the world, right? Come on, guys, give the old college try.
Unless they're just trying to really just play the oppressive economy game right now and just look for those individual kills, try and find those things so that they can kind of further their advantage in the long range. But I kind of like this round coming out from Shinden. I think one of the biggest issues for them going up against 9Z is kind of that counterplay, right? But when we kind of death ball it a little bit more, force those unconventional moments where even the utility can't really like slow you down or blind you or do anything, then you force the hands of the 9Z players to kind of swing out, and then that's when you can really rely on those individual gunplay, just 1v1 duels. Obviously, Rubikoid that time around was the saving grace that finally found that the kills in showers that you could tell Shinden were really hoping that that would get online a lot earlier, but that really was the first step into making sure that that round could swing into their favor. And then once they've got that confidence, they execute in, and then they can find and isolate those 9Z players and just win things out.
There's a lot of places, a lot of nooks and crannies here on Bind Attack where you can play that game of sardines, have that guy playing in an angle where maybe you've tried a couple times, but have returned back to after it's been unoccupied. But Rubikoid gonna play that game again on the showers. And Muri's once again playing the insert for short. Sticking to that plan A to start as a boisterous B long take is how this is going to start. Taco is having none of that from Rubikoid this round.
Shuts it down with the operator. Makes a statement, but this is an opportunity for Snowzine to just kind of fly in after a lot of this utility gets popped.
Sonic Sensor slows him down the first time. And 9Z are going to go ahead and guarantee that shower space in the meantime. Make sure that no prong of this can be approached. It's got to be on Muri's to find something here, right? And yeah, Delzik is watching wide, peeks to it. Muri still beats it. Klaus, do you dare? How many gamers are on the other side of this corner, huh? Klaus has to know it's just him. Oh, the timing!
It's so tough, but at the same time, like 9Z, they've just been doing such a good job of controlling all of the lanes, making it so that Shinden, like, they have to kind of execute early, like soft execute, let's call it. It's almost like the soft launching of executions, because you need to force out that utility so early on in order to even find out where you're able to go through. The deadlock alone just made sure that B was simply not an option.
30 seconds left.
Now Klaus, great position to punish.
Vi peeks it, but doesn't fight it. So Shinden can only enter the site with 2 proper. And yeah, it's going to take a hot minute to confirm this spike, even with the smokes. They'll fade away in fact. He has like nothing
10
now.
10 seconds left.
They'll still let him plant.
Last player standing.
Oh, cool. Will Shinden let Shinden plant? All right. So that's, yeah, I mean, not able to gain any ground off of that, unfortunately. You psych yourselves out too often just because you don't have any intel.
Oh my goodness. 9Z, they have their like fingertips on the players of Shinden's brains, like with the amount of fear and aura that's going on, because, you know, like, let's tap the spike. Oh, I don't know. Okay, let's see what's going on here. And that gave so much time for 9Z to be able to rotate around and then find that crunch to deny the spike from even going down. And then at that point, like, the hero plays that we kind of see trying to come online from Snowzine just simply are not going to be enough in order to even get the spike down at that point. And the numbers advantage, once again, squarely secure with 9Z. A completely different look that we did not expect from this team, but they've been looking stellar on this defense on Bind.
This will be the last round with that double senti on what may be perceived as their stronger half with it. But at this stage on their Bind progression, ooh, bloody nose.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Snow is just going to absorb everything, and, I mean, what does it do? The shear has not been cleared. It's a full reset positionally. The bird, nice fake by Vi to throw off Suther. Is the rest of the pack fight managed? Second flash out. Nags! Absolute chaos, but it's all 9Z in the kill feed yet again. And Rubikoid left on the island on that insert through Hookah. Take any angle you like, and it's 8-4-9Z.
I am just so impressed with how 9Z are playing this. I mean, immediately you see why there's so much fear from Shinden to try and move in onto the site. They immediately get grounded, immediately just completely wrecked walking in there. And once again, 9Z, they've had their finger on the pulse this entire defensive side. A completely different look from this team. But of course, now that we are at halftime, it swaps around. And I've got a lot of questions about how this is going to fare on the defense. We know a lot more about how Shinden want to play this on the defense side. But the attack for 9Z, I feel like they might be missing a couple of things. So curious to see how this one plays.
Well, we have a lot of map left to play here, but we have a legend in the building, the kill leader here in the Sao Paulo arena, here to share some words with the Brazilian audience. It's SRN on the floor.
É isso, estou com ninguém mais, ninguém menos que SRN, tá boa?
Salve, tô bem, e você?
Tô ótimo, SRN é my VR Game Changer Superstar. E ó, semana passada estava aqui, infelizmente perdeu, foi mal aí lembrar disso aí, né, acabou perdendo. E agora tá assistindo, quão diferente é aí pra quem tá na torcida?
Cara, tudo bem, né, a gente perdeu, mas foi um jogaço, foi muito legal, foi muito divertido, me diverti bastante. Mas, cara, é muito diferente, porque, tipo, ali no palco, você não escuta nada, você só escuta... E todo mundo... Mano, você não consegue ouvir nada, você só ouve isso. É muito diferente, porque aqui você consegue ouvir o jogo. E é isso.
É isso. So, last week they were here, unfortunately SRN lost, but I asked her what's the difference about playing and watching, and she said about being able to hear the game, because over there you just hear the sticks and the crowd going nuts. E dia 1º e dia 2 temos a LCQ. Vai dar nós?
Lógico, vai dar nós. A gente tá muito confiante contra o time da Wadada e contra o time da Cave. Eu acho que o nosso time tá bem preparado para esse campeonato. Estamos se preparando também pra gente conseguir cavar essa vaguinha no Mundial e representar o Brasil junto com a Liquid.
Tá certo. So, on the first and the second, next month, we're gonna have the LCQ, the Americas LCQ, and SRN told they're coming really strong to get the second spot for Brazil in the championship. Valeu demais e divirta-se. Com vocês.
Big thanks to Paulo for translating that on the floor live. I swear every other member on every other crew is so much more cool and bilingual than us. But so cool to see SRN back in the arena as well. She put on a monster performance with MIBRGC and showing that support for her and the rest of the Ascension tournament. Awesome to see this Brazilian crowd show out, Marks.
Bury us in the ground, why don't you, Teneract?
And I will.
But no, once again, like, also playing in the arena, like, seeing these players and seeing, honestly, the crowd as well, in Brazil, being able to cheer on some of these teams, like, this is such a unique environment. And once again, it's such a pleasure to be able to see the VALORANT community really show up for this Ascension tournament.
What could be Shinden's final half here in Sao Paulo? One they will have to rake back from on the defense is 9Z. With this newly kitted Sensi comp, break their way onto the A site. Have heavy flank watches too. Tough to work with that. Just have to crunch back on top of these smokes that have been set up. Taking whatever space they can. Taco on the bench. Shinden barely touched this area of the shower encroachment. Lamps was definitely the hot button for the first half of this, and 9Z will try and dip into that. Taco will finally get his as the off angles course away, and now 9Z gaining that advantage after they tap the spike the first time. That is where the crowd gets deafened, and that's another pistol for 9Z.
Wow, I mean, once again, I wasn't really expecting that round to kind of play out that way. I thought one of the big things that this composition kind of offers for 9Z is if they're able to cut off some of these sight lines, make it a lot more like closer with the smoke setup, then they can use their utility to really zone the other team out and buy all that space, buy all that time to get nice and comfortable to go for the counterplay. But it really is just a bit more of reading how Shinden want to play. They know they're going to be hyper-aggressive. They know we're going to be seeing some hero plays from some of the members. As the pressure continues to mount, they're going to try to make these crazy plays. And simply, they're just going to be, 9Z are going to be ready to punish them. And that's exactly how that last round played out.
There. Just all about the momentum off of this, and Rubcoid yet again. Such a terrific extra that plays into yet another first blood for Shinden that makes this B-site a must for 9Z to execute here and now. They do, they will. Delzik should not be first now, but Taco can clean up. 3 Bulldogs against 4 bullets in the Headhunter. And the barrier mesh as well. Oh, you do? Yeah, you do have that, so you can have a little fun with that. As soon as this mesh is down, yeah, I mean, you can just toy with this so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, man,
hey, should have made it back sooner. And that's all I'm saying.
It's going to be so annoying to retake for Shinden. Like, based on this composition, the only saving grace that Shinden will have is if they're able to stop the entry from 9Z. Does that mean that they need to play a little bit more aggressive? I'm not too sure. Does that mean that they just need to be a little bit more denial? Potentially. But as soon as that spike goes down, if Shinden do not jump on them immediately, they're going to be met with every single piece of stall utility in this game. Like, it's going to be so annoying for them to do anything, and we've seen how effective that can be when 9Z were on the defense, and we're only going to be able to continue to see more of that.
Now you start digging into the one pressure point that was annoying to you last round, Rubcoid. Pressure all of that checkpointing out, as the rendezvous has already been utilized. That trademark set on the other side in short. No doubt that Shinden presence going to start being established far heavier on the A site that has already gotten completely broken apart this late in the game. So that means that we can start having a little more fun with the B site, as the toxic screen is kind of all you have against that at the moment. Vi has yet again had to use so much of his kit so early in the round to dictate the space that he can't even properly take. Such is the curse of a Sky on this map, I swear.
And all things considered, Shinden, they should be taking that space off of the information. But at this point, like, once again, just talking about the mind games, they're playing so timidly. Yeah, like, it's just so, like, 3-2. Okay, nobody leave the site. Nobody's setting yourself out just because they're so scared of dying early on. And as a result of that,
Slenderman.
Yeah, like 9Z, they can go wherever they want on the map. They can do whatever they want. They've got all the free reign here, and they're very securely in the driver's seat.
This entire map is owned by 9Z and their bonus. And the barrier mesh on the outskirts to negate any other crunch. Shinden are forced to fight this. Especially if 9Z want to. All right, bye. Holding it down from the lamps, and that's going to be a big spray. 9Z have to get the spike down here and now. Timing's done, and yeah, the reset.
Spike planted.
It's just too clear. Klaus, how much damage can he do on the way down? 1v2 now after clearing away Vi. Rubcoid peeking dry. Bulldog, that's tough. Another chance. TP's back. Shreds him down to 21. And now they approach as a unit and clear it out. 10-5, Shinden. Keep it as stable as they need to. That's still a decent bit lost along the way, though, Marks.
It's looking so timid and so scared from Shinden at the moment. And once again, like, with how this composition kind of works, you do have a little bit more to, you know, you got a little bit of wiggle room, because 9Z, they don't necessarily have all the best initiation tools. But even though I say that, you can see the deadlock and how much value that can kind of get. You toss down the barrier mesh to really secure some of the areas. You can punish any of the players with the grav net, or even secure down one of those spots to allow something else from 9Z to flash and then go in. There are still tools on the table for them to have clean engagements. But if Shinden, they don't try and find those opportunities where they can kind of pounce on 9Z, then they're more or less just allowing 9Z to get away with whatever they kind of want.
I'm paying heavy attention to Suther here, because after he was stuck on the character customization screen for a little while, setting up those sonic sensors all around the sand, you're wondering if 9Z are perhaps playing too heavily into the clock here. Much more concentrated this time, though. Much more condensed. The decoy sent in tandem with the dimensional drift to establish that sold presence on both sides. This is a perfect way to get Nags at that free space that he can use to just run it down as well as he has been. Time for Taka to activate, and time for Taka to kill. David. That means no smokes for a retake. That, again, a crucial time for your smoker to go down.
And then look at that, all the utility getting tossed in. Shinden, they're going to have to retake this one, but it's still going to be fairly difficult for them to be able to do that. See how they want to be able to move in, but they kind of just have to send Snow alone in and just play from the sides.
Yeah, back to the hero moments, I guess. Whatever will get us by. Yeah, you have to use that snake bite just to guarantee that angle. In the meantime, Rubcoid can guarantee his own. Start skating the site itself. Shinden are starting to encroach. Klaus breaking it back open, killing Snowzine, but the hyperextension from Shinden is too great. Vi and Rubcoid inching along the front line, but not much time that needs to be stalled out. Nagsit can't find the lineup. Murray's plays protect the president, and Shinden can lock it down in time.
Okay, momentum slowly building on Shinden's side. A bit more of that difficulty in the aggression on the attack, showing its face just a bit more. Sure, you can get set up nice and comfortable, but Shinden still will have the tools to be able to flash their way in properly and clear things out as appropriate. 2 and 2 on both of these sides. We do see 9Z go back onto that save. Thankfully, the Dimensional Drift pulled out from Takulia, but Klaus still has that Nightfall available. And given the Stinger buy up here, I imagine this is going to be a pretty fast-paced round where they are going to just try and overwhelm the site here.
Bird out onto B long here, and that's going to force Rubcoid to TP back out. Big stack here in Shinden. That's just going to mean it. Rubcoid and Vice absolutely destroying. Back to the drawing board in an instant here. The kind of round that Shinden are looking for to get fully back on their feet. Nice chunk of statement pieces by the crowd.
And the momentum slowly building up there. One of the players that we highlighted as not having that much of an impact on the attack was Rubcoid, besides a couple of key rounds, but this time, this chamber has just been mowing down the side of 9Z. Obviously, the Tour de Force does make that a little bit easier with some of the benefits that large sniper rifle does. But if you're 9Z, you just kind of got to counterplay that one a little bit more and find those opportunities to go through. You don't want Shinden to continue to heat up, because if they feel pretty good about themselves, then it's really looking like that map 3 is coming in.
Oh, Suther's found the weak point. The Annihilation has already grabbed one, and Shinden cannot shoot it down. It forces their hand. Instead, they just take the presence back, but the barrier mesh keeps them from chasing him down. Huge first blood that necessitates the entirety of Shinden rotate back onto a B site that's been taken over. But Vi is still standing down on the garden. Snow creeping up on the elbow and not fully punished by Delzik. 9Z, it's a soft take at the end of the day, and they can't plant confidently. They have to clear this crowd. Vi in the pocket and finally cleared away. 9Z still trying to deal with the pack, though, and Rubcoid still in the garden. Delzik has to swing it unconventionally, and Rubcoid can take that with ease. Now just 2 left. Suther just holding that with about 70 effective health as well. Snowzine's creep kept away by the Prowler, and that should be enough time given the plant.
Spike planted.
Reapproach. Klaus sees no haunt. Down on the elbow. Confirms David's still there. Snow gonna try and re-up on the elbow. Creep, and he finds Klaus! Showstopper out immediately! The trigger finger is itching, and it's found Suther!
Oh.
Shinden, keep the climb going. It's 8-10.
Okay, yeah, once these players are starting to heat up, then you can see they're a lot more confident in trying to go for those attacks. They're definitely still right back into that map, and the showstopper, I think, is just a little period at the end of the sentence, just to make sure everybody knows that this is how these rounds are going to be going. It was so interesting, but when things get that chaotic, we see the unconventional positioning come around. It actually worked against 9Z because their utility, their stall utility, is best when it is in one direction. But given the fact that they hadn't cleared long, given the fact that they took the site, but there was this weird triple crunch coming on from all these different sides, they were left scratching their heads, watching way too many angles, and not enough utility to back them up. And that's when we get to see Shinden really start to take off with no Zine. Honestly, the tip of the spear right now, just bringing that confidence back into Shinden.
Yeah, you can see the walls close in so quickly for Shinden, and it's so impressive to do against that double Senti setup. And it does have partially to do with Shinden understanding how much presence they can continue to have on the site as the spike is getting planted. If you continue to hold that space down, the Sentinels can't be given the space to take it back. Yeah. And so if you force 9Z to just hold on to that front stoop, then they're just going to stick to that. They're going to be forced to just stick to that. Sure, means you're going to have so many more sensors and meshes in your face on top of that spike. But it also means that there are going to be so many more bodies that have to be forced in front of that to protect it. So I think there's been a great deal of resource management that's been done very well by Shinden so far to negate a lot of the powerful parts of the post plant that 9Z would normally have, especially this late into the game. The fact that they haven't been able to respectfully break out as often as they want to finalize this, Shinden have all the things they need to turn this map back their way and potentially keep this series going, keep their hopes of staying in Ascension Americas alive. And the save round from 9Z could pierce it. Arcros, timing's bad. Snowzine, instant op shot. It has to be Lamps again. Back into this piggy bank, the attacking team goes. And it won't be challenged. Shinden, yet again, satisfied with the space they already have.
So patient, but a good job from 9Z, at least waiting out a lot of this utility. Shinden, all reinforcements ready to go. Ready to pounce on him as soon as they want to. Very much in the driver's seat of this round.
Springing the trap whenever they please. Yet again, it's Vi making the first bit of noise from the farthest seat back. Who's it gonna be? Which controller gets that first blood? Neither. It's Rukoid again! Back in showers! He's made it home! Rest to Shinden. Start pressing up. And it feels like that battering ram. Back off. That approach is inevitable. Taco policing the truck though. Snowzine, desperate to gain high ground. Just wanting it so bad. Taco, the only one who can find any line. And the stabilization has been found yet again for the defense. Just one round short of a tie game.
And that was a round to showcase the cool heads on the side of Shinden that time around. We see just at the end there, you know they're coming in with stingers. Play the long game, wait out the smokes. You don't have to get too gung-ho about it. But Snowzine with the sniper rifle has been so difficult for 9Z to kind of prep and play against. The Raze is so dynamic. The Raze is going all over the map in so many weird positions there. And that sniper has been consistently finding kills on 9Z when they do make their entry. One round separating these teams as Shinden, once again, they've got their eyes on map 3. They're not ready to go home just quite yet.
Opportunities to equalize, destabilize, depleting for 9Z as they'll once again speed run the early approach of a short angle. Suther playing that insert on the hookah, waiting for Rukoid to give himself away. He will TP back. Bigger stack on the B site. 9Z are already toes out. Now, seeing Nags, op in hand, ult in the pocket, ready for Snow, who will not get off this truck until he sees a body.
9Z so aware that that could be the case, so they do a good job at least of trying to flush him out, but oh, okay. This is still a good angle, and Snowzine still able to find another one before having to back out.
Timing for that is so tough. One way forward just maybe a second, and Snow daring to peek forward, not traded. And that is enough to convince 9Z that they do not have a shot at this. They will save in spawn with 40 seconds on the clock in this 3v5. A complete shutdown by essentially solely Snow. And after that, the lurk gone as well. No ounce gained by 9Z this round. They'll have to give it another try as the scoreboard turns to even.
10 seconds left.
And really, it is just off the back of Snow. And I think that this is one of those fun things about this composition with how they're playing it, because they're probably going to be walking into a sniper rifle on either, just regardless of which side you kind of go into. Are you going to be walking into Snow? Are you going to be walking into the chamber on the other side? Like, it's so difficult to try and play it because you know how crazy they are individually with these operators, especially with Snowzine kind of starting to heat up a little bit more. And on the other side as well, Rukoid has been having a pretty strong map, especially on this defense. And so those are two very present threats on opposite sides of the map. And this really is what Shinden lean into on this defense and why they look so strong. It's so oppressive knowing that no matter which side you go into, you're probably going to be taking sniper fire.
And the op is bought up again to try to counteract that, to try to hold a candle to it. Taco with that judge in response to that buy with the dimensional drift, taking net access onto site without util. Orbital strike on the entry, so there's only Taco, and Murray's can't find the angle. No one else can react. Everyone on Shinden shut out. The most space on a site that 9Z have had in this entire streak, and yet David continues to spray. Finds Nags. Taco, the switch up! Holds on to that shotgun and keeps on letting it sing. 9Z, hold on to B-site for dear life as Klaus holds the plant. The Steel Garden expired. 9Z's chances of holding on to this dwindling. But Shinden still have just those 3 players. Now the orbital strike in response to continue to split the board in the hall. Snowzine with this operator, continuously walled out with the flashes. How does this front line make a stand? Snowzine, last pack to get himself that rifle to be able to do something, but That Molly wastes so much time. Delzik sprays through on a Rube. And another prong down. The grab net, perfect time. And 9Z find the lead back right when they were about to lose it.
Now, I'm not saying I called it, but Tedric, did you see all of the utility that flew out there to prevent Shinden from even stepping in onto the site? Like, your hand is kind of forced at that point. You know, you got a molly in front of you, and then suddenly there's a grab net on top of you. Oh, a barrier mesh. That's so fun for me to walk into. On top of an orbital strike as well. Like, it's just utility of layering over and over and over again to really just pull down the clock. And that raises so many more questions when Shinden want to retake the site because they've lost all the information at that point. 9Z can move wherever they want. And now, 9Z, they take the lead yet again. The Viper Spit for Shinden gets deployed so early on. As a 9Z, they're moving their way through showers. This is a bit of a different look from the attackers thus far.
Only one other ult in the bank. The one that Via's previously used as a win condition to openly track mid-plant players. In the meantime, 9Z just try to spin the block, see if they can find any freebies. Yeah, Shinden are not going to hand over a thing.
And one thing to really keep in mind from that last round, it was simply because they had the Yoru ultimate. Dimensional Drift able to just get Takuya so deep in there. On top of that, have the shotgun to shut things down. They don't really have that penetration this time around.
35 seconds to go, and the cabbage patch has already been cleared, so 9Z, they'll have a lot of confidence for the post plant, but you don't got Taco no more. So, you know, the op is no longer on this side. 9Z's is. Axe has found Rootcoid. Nice game sense to just be aware, or just sense of Rootcoid, I suppose. Still, you gotta spray through this approach on the smoke. Big blowout, though, from 9Z. They find theirs. 12 seconds, and you know for a fact Klaus is gonna pop that Nightfall. The intel of nothing else. Snags! How does he find that so quickly? Don't tell me he's gonna go for number 4. Snakebite petered. Muri's
Klaus
holds it out. Yep. One more round to send LATAM South's other representative packing.
Wow. The one site that 9Z decide to end on is the one site that they've got free reign of it. Rubicoid had pushed out so far with the operator, and as soon as Rubicoid goes down, you can tell they're like, wait a second, we know the raises with the operator on the other side of the map. This is so much easier for us to now push into. We don't have to worry about immediately just walking in and getting gunned down. And just because of that individual kill, it gives them full confidence to swing through that smoke and clean house. An excellent job from 9Z, immediately defaulting into the protocol as well to get Klaus on that flank. Will now get them on to match point. They're making this attack work. Better than that handshake.
Plenty of things to work on. But potentially the last time that Shinden are able to call a timeout here on the Riot Games stage in Sao Paulo. These are players that have come close before, that's for sure. But 9Z have so much experience on this stage. They have so much experience fighting against streaks like that we just saw. The proactivity that we saw get reestablished by 9Z, the confidence that we saw refuse to waver, could be what gets them over. Ultis used by Shinden again, remarkably early that round, in fact. So no proper win-con response tools other than that pretty little operator that Rubcoid is still clutching onto.
And I'm going to be honest, based on this buy, I'm wondering whether or not it's just going to be to try and get Snozine one more kill, get the showstopper online, snowball it into another, build the momentum that way. Unfortunately, though, for Shinden, 9Z have quite a bit of economy rolled up. So even if they do lose this round, they'll have enough to buy up into the next one. Regardless, Shinden fighting for life or death in the Ascension tournament. This is a must-win round.
Time to hunt.
Seeing if that nervousness gets to them at all.
They can
And now Vio let go of the dog. Even concuss Nags.
That gives Rubcoid a nice position where Nags has been trapped. How heavily can you hold on to this? Taco's gonna spin back. And we're stabilized, but nothing's been gained. With 40 seconds to go,
oh no,
9Z really only did this to pack up. Maybe they commit to the B site here, as it's actually been quite deserted here. Sending it. Rubcoid up, short-sided by the Prowler. Backed away by next line of defense. Nags, that up holds true. Back to Rubcoid, smoked away again. And the take is good so far. Unload the util next.
There.
The setup is good. 15 seconds to go. Do Shinden press anything now? It feels all too natural. Snow is in. Snow is loaded. Murray's good for one as well. And the spike's still not held. Snow with that showstopper, waiting for the spike tap. Kills Klaus. And there's no time. Shinden will take it to 11.
Yeah, excellent job from Shinden that time around. I mean, 9Z, they had the right read there. And also importantly, you could see just at the end, 9Z trying to slap the rifles out of their opponent's hands. Make it so that Shinden have a more difficult round that time around. And hey, you know what's great as well? They were able to get the showstopper out of the way. I mean, you could just tell the nerves right now on that stage. Shinden, unfortunately, not making the right call, but they're able to scrape that one back together. And that has to roll into one more round. The judge being bought up for David, and Vi's only having the Bulldog as well. Full confidence right now in Snowzine as well as Rubcoid to find those opening kills and make it so that 9Z do not have any options to move into. But 9Z, they're crunching showers. They're trying to get a couple of their pieces online. And Suther does have the Annihilation here. And so there are a couple of tools to work off of in order for them to try and cherry pick an advantage together. As their weaponry, not exactly the best besides Nags, carry that operator forwards.
Playbook has been spent. Comes down to improv from here. Nags will win the passive fight in sand.
Trap destroyed.
9Z have to approach Hookah now. 40 seconds. It's got to be a split decision.
My territory.
Grab net on top of backside. Rubcoid unconventional hold. Finds Suther with the ultimate too. 9Z have to once again press that much harder because of it. And they will. Clearing away two. Rubcoid in the meantime still getting these op shots down. And it's a 3v3 on site as the spike gets planted faster than ever. Smoke cycled so that Elbow has to be the prime suspect, and Nags is so close to it with this op. Is it prepped for? Rube holding the long, Snow the short. Nags gets one. Go for the op duel. Rubcoid wins again, but the slow zone prevents him from acting upon that space. And so it must be from the back hall. And David has missed his incendiary! A crucial choke moment that must be turned into a frag from him. And a second at that, as Delzik wins his fight in the back.
No
Delzik
way.
has time to play with, but David is holding! David is holding! And Shinden will survive to overtime!
Oh, Shinden. David holding the spike just at the end there. What a way to send us to OT. You can tell the nerves really just playing their face on stage right now as both these teams just looking for those opportunities, just those individualistic moments that kind of turn the tide in their favor. I thought Nags for sure, if that operator duel won out, this would have won over. But down to that 1v1, and yeah, looks like we will be going to overtime here. Shinden still fighting for survival. As once again, they want that map number 3. 9Z still looking as cool as ever, not letting that pressure get to them. While Shinden, they've got full momentum in their sails.
Smoke. That confidence engine that's been fueling Americas this entire year, yet again dares to defy some of the most storied Latin American players in VALORANT history. And they will let the fight go on. Their turn on attack here in OT. Smoking themselves off to take that garden space to start. 9Z still as proactive with the util, ready for that drop, that crunch. Shinden waiting to sell it. That's a lot let go by Klaus to start.
And look at that, Nags still playing on those kind of tricky corners. Once again, the key part of that defense for 9Z was the fact that they're able to find those holes, find the gaps in Shinden's attack, and then immediately just stab multiple members in the back with one person. This time around, though, Shinden crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making their way onto this A site, and should be an easy take for them. Just have to deal with 2 members of 9Z on site.
Very akin to what we've seen from them previously on these A takes.
30
Collected.
seconds left.
And their own space. But they are certainly somewhere, and Suther is guessed. As the smokes dissipate, the fight rages on, and Suther up to 2 now. Is 9Z just gonna wrap this up again now? Shinden must act now as the Molly forces them to 10 seconds, and 9Z can crunch on top of the spike. Time is not the enemy, as it will fall, but a 4v1 is quickly reduced to nothingness as 9Z once again are at match point.
And it's just Suther, just threaded the needle there. Sewing together a beautiful tapestry right now. Just finding all of the timings, shutting down the key members on Shinden. Snowzine struggling on the attack in the first half of this map. Suther just, you know, playing stalwart forwards in those smokes, finding the timings, finding the kills, makes it so that there's so much more difficulty in them to do it. And once again, it just feels like hesitation on Shinden's side. They're so cautious around all of this Sentinel stall utility that they're trying to flush it out early, but then it just kind of gives additional time for 9Z to group up and dominate them. So 9Z back on match point. Of course, this is where Shinden shine on this defense, and who else but Snowzine having that operator hanging out on top yet again, as it is going to be a double stack of Snowzine as well as Rubcoid, both of them watching this A site. So a bit more of a heavier stack weaponry wise and frag wise on A, while 9Z, they're just taking their time with it, playing with their food a bit before they decide to commit.
The Shinden fight their way back as boldly as they did to get them to 12 all. Or is this their last round on the Sao Paulo stage? Minute mark has been cleared and 9Z are still quiet. Arc Rose on shore, Rubcoid. The first point of contact, go figure. Who's gonna send it? Blindside up for one angle. Nags it found, not shot. Rubcoid forced away with blind number 2. Snowzine's turn to activate on lamps, which hasn't been taken, but it's been smoked. And 9Z have managed to avoid it until now. Nags down, and 9Z in their own compressed little home on site, on the truck, trying to hold. Suther, the tap, lets him open up. Taco holding the boxes, and 9Z carves out their spot. Shinden trying to fight it. David in the middle of the party, but no dancing done. Everybody on 9Z is on crumbs of health though, and Shinden still have 2 players up and kicking with plenty of time on the spike. Just so much to clear. Where else do you go first? But all reliable. Lamps is done. Get through short. Spike ticking away. Taco sprays down. Maurice is but a feather taps away from 9Z taking this over. And it's what many may not have expected, but it's what 9Z have been doing all year and exactly what 9Z expected to do today. They will be Latin America's South's sole representatives left here in Ascension Americas as Shinden's road ends here.
Big congratulations to 9Z. You know, one of the reasons why I was just so impressed with this team in this matchup was because it really felt like they did their homework. They did their preparation coming into this match. They knew exactly how to approach things, and they made it look flawless. They consistently were foiling Shinden, who maybe they just didn't necessarily have all the information coming into this matchup, but 9Z just always felt one step ahead. An unconventional composition in bind as well, and they make it work every single step of the way. But Shinden, unfortunately, this is the end of the road for this team. You could tell the nerves are starting to get them. They're not able to find it. They are a very heavy momentum-based team, and with some of the fraggers that were kind of coming out from this squad, you can see how they're so easily able to get themselves into that headspace where they feel like they can win every single duel. But unfortunately, just the planning that came through from 9Z was made it so that they weren't able to get across the finish line.
Heartbreak is something that Latin America knows all too well, and it is met by Shinden today, but getting to play here, getting that chance for so many of these players could be more than enough going forward in the year to see these players playing at their best on the stage against the best from not just Latin America, but Brazil and NA as well. Getting to see Snowzine have that time on the stage after the LATAM finals, could not have him join. That was truly magical. But it's 9Z we'll be seeing more of as they'll make their way to the 1-1 round, the final round of Swiss, to once again fight for their life in the Swiss bracket to try to get a spot in playoffs.
Yeah, and this is like so tough, right? Because only one of these teams will be able to ascend. And 2 games lost and you're kind of out of contention completely. And so 9Z, well, they're not out of the thick of it just yet. They still got to make sure that they're doing this preparation. Obviously, going up against Shinden, who is a team they're very familiar with, a bit easier to do on that side. But I mean, North America is looking pretty hot right now. So still a lot for this team to kind of work on.
100%. The brain drain is real for 9Z. You're hopeful that they have these kinds of game plans for every team outside of the ones in their region. I think the desk may have some theories on that. Let's talk to them.
Thank you guys so much. 9C, they get that win, not only map 1, but they were able to close it out on that map of Bind. And guys, we didn't really know what to expect. There was a change in composition. That first half went really well, but there was a comeback that led all the way to the overtime. But ultimately, 9C, they come up on top, Ash.
That they do, and it was in an insane way as well. Like, it starts off such a good, strong half there for 9Z. It was like an 8-4, and then they felt like they had a great approach to the defensive side. Roy was talking about the layers of utility that they would have to start things off very strong in that first half, and we absolutely saw that. But it wasn't just the layers of the Sentinel utility that you saw from the Vice and from the Deadlock. It was a lot of proactivity that 9Z had on that defense too. And it wasn't even that we saw like both Sentinels like being stacked on one site or anything like that. They were really good at understanding, I think, the win conditions on the attacking side from Shinden, where they knew, okay, we would have to go for like the burst pieces of like information, showing our hand a little bit here to try and take down some of that Senti utility a little bit earlier on, so it would open up that mid round. And instead of allowing Shinden to do that comfortably, 9Z would take those opportunities to walk up on them on those flanks, keep them kind of canned in wherever they were, and constantly leaving Shinden without options.
And I absolutely love their approach on the defensive side. I want to reiterate it, right, too, because they have on paper what is a very passive composition, but the way they were playing aggressively within its confines, the way they were playing aggressively around that layer of utility was just so nice to see from 9Z. It's a huge switch up from what we saw from them last time. I mean, even in the first map, headed even to the second map, like we're seeing a lot more proactivity. We're seeing a lot more confidence and passion and fire coming out here from the 9Z team as they look to, you know, not just play not to lose. It actually looks like they're trying to win, and they look so great doing it.
That is a great way to put it. You see it in every single way, not only the way that they're playing, the way that they're looking for these fights as well, but even the way that they're standing up and screaming and having fun on stage. This is something that it felt like was lacking in their opening series, but now they looked so much better against those opponents that they knew so well of Shinden. That means that Shinden, unfortunately, is out of the contention for Ascension, and they are our first team that gets eliminated, but 9C still has a chance to stay in the competition, stay alive, and as you guys were saying, going into that round of 1-1. Looking at this map of Bind as well, again, there was a bit of a comeback where we got worried. We thought it was going to be a real comeback at the end, but it just came down to a few of those heroics in the late rounds, Roy, to close it out.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's sometimes what you need, right? Whenever things are going well and then they start not going so well, you kind of need that individual step up. And I mean, it's just iconic that Taco Leah and Nagze and Klaus both, they had the trifecta performance here in this second map. And this is kind of, you know, headed into this event, this was the thing that we talked about. This is what we highlighted, right? Is the potential that is within this 9Z roster. Obviously, commiserations to Shinden as we say goodbye. I really do feel for the players, though, as their, you know, the runs and their dreams come to an end for this year. Their hard work kind of coming to a complete finish here. But again, congratulations to 9Z. A really good showing here in the second map. Just beautifully well done, taking down Shinden on their best map in such a awesome and entertaining fashion. It was a treat to watch.
Well, 90, they get the win, and now it's time to talk to one of the players. Super excited to talk to Taco Lija. I haven't talked to him in so long. Taco, felicitaciones. The first thing that I want to ask you here is what happened from that opening series where things didn't really go your way to today, not only in your individual performance, but the performance as a team. What clicked this time around?
First, hello, everyone. The first game, it was tough because, I don't know, the nervous and anxiety of team, we were a little bit slept, and the innate team just ran us down, and it was like, wait, we need to wake up. If we don't wake up today, we're out, and it's now or never. So, like, we have to give it all. So it's now or never. Let's go, boys. Like, just hype each other, and we need to play full confidence like we do on Prax, and this is the result, and there's a lot of more games. So we have to stay in that way.
Yeah, we definitely saw the confidence, especially going into that map of Haven. That last time that you played it against Shinden, you lost that map. But today, you looked like a completely different team in that map. You were very confident, and the result was very dominant. Was it your pick just because of how confident you were feeling in scrims, or did you have a read on what Shinden were doing there?
Not too many reads. It's more like from us, like from each other, like a team. So good comms, good calm. So like do our stuff, but do it in the good way. Don't make dumb mistakes. So don't take some peaks. Don't make a default in a wrong way. So it's like go focus. We need to do the things not perfect, because you're never gonna do the things perfect. But anything happen, we need to solve as a team. And the team play today was so good, so just that.
Yeah, it was insane, and honestly, you individually, you were insane today on that Yoru. For you, and because of your career that you've had in international events in VCT Americas, and right now in Ascension trying to make a run, what would it mean for you to make it through not only the Swiss stage, but also be able to win it all?
I mean, I have to leave a lot of things that no one knows. Maybe my family and some friends, and it will mean a lot for me. I put a lot of work and psychological work, and I mean, I'm so happy that we got this win today. So I don't know, it's some hope for me, so I can make my objective again, and I wanna be in Frankie's again. So. Step by step, I wanna make it there again. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, today was looking good. So congratulations once again, one step at a time. Thank you, Taco. Gracias, Taco. Yeah, that being said, this is everything that we have for the interview and for this first series off today. But we have a lot more for a second series. Is going to be LATAM against Brazil right after this break.
Belon, se tu vem num 4K.
Stella Gaming versus Six Karma is their second match of today, and one of these two teams will get eliminated of Ascension at the end of this match. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Americas. I'm Riot here with Roy and Ash. And guys, what we've seen so far for these teams, I feel like for both of them, we've seen really great signs of the potential that they have in this Swiss stage, potentially in the later playoffs bracket. But it's a do or die situation, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is the you're at the finish line for some of these teams, right? Like you've worked so hard all year long. You don't want it to end right here. You want to go on the dream run. So the pressure's high, but the pressure is what creates so many of these awesome moments that we've seen so far. Mentally, I feel like I haven't even recovered from the last map we just watched, and we're already moving on to the next banger match.
Yeah.
Like, slow down, everyone. Take it easy. But yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. That's for sure, guys.
Yeah, both of these teams in round one, honestly, they faced up pretty crushing defeats up against the North American teams within TSM and within Winthrop. So for me, it's also that question of how are they going to look to bounce back on LAN here as well. I think for the side of Stella Gaming, that being that 1-2 loss that they had up against TSM, there were great signs, especially on that Ascent pick. But the adjustments, we just didn't see them come through. It felt like a very quiet start for this team here in round one.
Going against TSM and those NA teams has been pretty overwhelming for a lot of the squads from Brazil and Latin America as they've had to face them. And that was the same case for Stella Gaming. But nonetheless, as we mentioned before, they have shown great signs of the opportunities that they have to not only win in this lower bracket, but also move forward. And one of the players that I feel like is that difference maker, Roy, is going to be Sword, and what this initiator has been able to do so far.
Yeah, but not only is he initiating, but he's also IGLing, and he's just doing so much for the squad. I feel like he's been such a dominant factor and a very big win condition for the team. And there's also a lot more to it, right? Like psychologically, you want that leader. He seems like that really chill person, kind of keeping everybody leveled, and he knows when to get hype. There's definitely a lot of elements of that, but I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, they had a slightly underwhelming, showing in the first match against TSM. I was expecting a lot more from the first seed from Brazil, to be honest, but so did 9Z. 9Z came off kind of, they didn't really have a great performance in the first series either, but look at the second. They looked so much better. The turnaround was a gigantic factor. I feel like I'm kind of expecting the same thing here, where the nerves are starting to settle, the psychology is starting to get coped with. They kind of understand how these things go. They understand like the volume levels. Like there's so many aspects to LAN that are at work right here. I feel like we're about to see a completely different version of this team and this player as well.
Yeah, it feels like regardless of the amount of experience any of these players have had, everyone has been being met with a little bit of the LAN jitters heading into Ascension. But it also kind of makes sense, Dan, right? Because you're thinking about the fact that it's not just any LAN, it's this opportunity to ascend to tier 1, and that is a different level of pressure.
No matter how much experience you have on stage, that first opening match, as the players were saying, it's something that you always have to get used to. You always have to go through those hardships, and then things get a little bit better for a few of them. But getting to know a little bit more of Stella Gaming, this is what Tisora had to say ahead of this match.
Cara, em resumo, primeiro mapa a gente tava meio se adaptando ainda ao stage, meio senti a gente não nervoso, mas eu senti a gente apático do que normalmente é o nosso jogo. Foi bem estranho, tipo, tudo bem que a maioria de nós já tinha jogado LAN, tipo, nós 4, tirando esse dúvida, tinha jogado LAN, mas ainda assim a gente entrou meio apático, a gente não sabe o motivo, e a gente tomou um antitático forte deles também no primeiro mapa, tipo, o mérito deles também, não tem o que fazer. Segundo mapa, eu achei que a gente jogou bem, era pra terminar mais cedo, tirando a entregada que a gente deu no 3v1, e o terceiro mapa, acho que a gente literalmente trollou muito, porque, tipo, a gente começou com, acho que uns 5, 4 rounds com first kill, e todos que a gente pegou first kill a gente perdeu. Ou seja, a gente não trabalhou bem o round, ou não desenvolveu bem a vantagem que a gente tinha. E a gente perdeu basicamente por causa disso, a Lotus. E o placar foi elástico por causa disso também, porque tipo, a gente pegava vantagem e não sabia o que fazer.
That's super interesting to hear from Tisora, because he really is breaking down what happened in every single map on that last time that they played against TSM. And being honest, Roy, because one of the issues that they had that he talks towards the end on that last map was even when they had the numbers advantage, even when they were playing these 5v4s, they were not able to close them out.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about that even before the first series as well, right? So how important it is to not only get advantages, but capitalize on advantages, right? That's the name of the game, trying to increase your chances, increase your odds. It feels like in these moments, every one of those scenarios is becoming more and more important to secure for the team because the level of play is just so high, guys. There's really no other way to put it. The aura, the mechanical aura, the strategic depth that these teams are showing is so high. And I feel like ultimately you have to be able to capitalize off anything you can get. You cannot give away advantages. You have to secure those rounds. And it kind of makes sense why he would say that and point to that.
Yeah, absolutely. But now let's talk about the other side, the Latin American side of Six Karma, because we got the chance to see them a little bit more than the other teams, Ash. We got to see them in planes. They were playing 2 games that in one day, and that allowed them to be in this instance. But the opening match of Ascension didn't really go their way.
No, it didn't. And it was in that rematch up against Winthrop as well. So I think in that match, the fact that it didn't go that way, and it was a very one-sided series, it felt like as well, with the 13-4 on Abyss and then 13-7 there on Sunset in Winthrop's favor for the 2-0. I was expecting a little bit more from Six Karma because we saw what they could do during the plans, and the fact that it was a team that they've now played against at least the once previously. I thought that they would have maybe the game plan a little bit more figured out, more of that anti-stratting come into play, and unfortunately it wasn't quite the case. There were still definitely some moments of brilliance from this side, though. We saw Mephisto, I think, waking up a little bit later into the series, and that was always a big part of the conversation, was them being able to start off on that right foot.
And I feel like the way they were, kind of pairing into the Brazilian team in Red Cannons during the play-ins just looked so much better than the way they paired into the NA kind of playstyle. I feel like maybe they were a bit caught off guard by the way Winthrop was playing and then kind of the pacing and the tempo that they were playing at. But it feels like, at least on paper, they're a lot more mentally prepared. They're a lot more comfortable with, the way LATAM plays, the way that Brazil plays. And I feel like in this matchup, we should be seeing at least a completely different version of this team that we've seen so far.
And we've talked about the Latin American players, or the teams rather, and how they've been struggling a little bit, how they were all here in this lower bracket. But something that the Latin community is saying is that out of all of those teams, Six Karma is the actual underdog of the tournament. And I definitely see how that could be happening, because you have players like Joe, for example, that has been incredible, not only when he was playing for LATAM, but in some of the things that he was able to do in that opening series. It seems like for Winthrop University, even if things didn't go their way, the 2 times that they played them, Joe, with this chamber, for example, was great at finding openings, Ash.
He really was. It feels like he's the one of the consistent players that we can always count on to make something happen here for 6K. Because even if the round is going awry, Joe has those moments where he's just able to get the right kills at the right time and bring it back and have that opportunity to keep that map going just a little bit longer. But I want to see the rest of the team being able to step up and support him in that kind of performance, because with the slower start that we saw from Mephisto in that last matchup, I think that did leave a little bit to be desired on the side of 6K. And the other issue that I had, I think, with the team as well, was it felt like they were fighting up against themselves sometimes when it came down to the timing at times too, taking a little bit too long. It was really them versus themselves in some of those rounds, and that is where I'm gonna look to see those adjustments.
A couple of things that are really, really important coming into an elimination match as well. You need to have the mental prepared. And speaking of that, let's hear from Joe as well, from what happened before and what is going to happen in this series for them.
Siento que se nos dificulta mucho entrar en el juego. O sea, como replicar lo que hacemos en scrims y replicar la forma en que jugamos las prácticas. Se nos dificulta mucho como equipo cuando ya estamos sentados en la PC listos para empezar el match. Es que Winthrop juega de una manera como diferente, en la que en la mayoría de mapas usan Chamber Sage o Double Sentinela. Entonces siento que su game style de jugar tan lento a veces, si no sabemos adaptarnos en el momento.
A couple of things that he mentions that are a concern for a lot of teams, but also something that you're hoping that if you're on the side of Six Karma, they were able to fix for today, because it's things that you do in scrims that don't usually turn to exactly how you want them to when you're playing these officials, Roy. And that happens to all of the teams, but it seems like for Six Karma, it could be a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it happens to literally even the best teams, right? Where they come up to a meta that they're not really used to. like Valorant is such a chaotic game, and whenever you run into like these new compositions or sort of like changes to the way the game ticks and works, right? It's hard to problem solve in the moment. But I want to just touch on this specific head-to-head because I feel like I kind of resonate with Ash when she was talking about how quiet Mephisto's been. You know, my expectations for him were really high headed into this event. He looked great regionally, and of course the Natu as well. He looked so flashy. I'm a big fan of him. He even in his prior matches, he looked so great. He was doing his best for his team, and I feel like this head-to-head, it speaks volumes to me because I feel like we need to step up from Mephisto. We need to step up from Zhao. We need to see both of those players kind of putting things on their back because Six Karma is a type of team that when they get things rolling, it really gets rolling. And so far, Mephisto has not really been in that kind of state of mind just yet.
And I think, like, taking a look at the stats that you see on your screen as well, yes, they do look good on the side of Mephisto, but we're talking about that first map consistently having been kind of that slow start. And he's able to ramp up a little bit earlier on, but when it's an elimination matchup, you don't have the time you can't really afford having that kind of slow start. And he's absolutely still doing his job as a duelist, as being that tip of the spear for the team to make space, make those opportunities to open up the round. But we just haven't seen him come alive and take over in the server in the way that we know he's absolutely capable of.
The pressure is on for both of these teams as one of them will get eliminated and their dreams are going to be crushed of making it to VCT Americas next year. Six Karma and Stella Gaming, they have been great in their regions, but when it comes to this, all of those mistakes had to be fixed from one day to another, and it's really hard to pick a favorite, but it feels like, Roy, this one is going to depend on who was able to fix the most in the least amount of time.
Yeah, not even just that, but just also flipping the switch mentally, right? Because they're both talking a lot about the psychology. They're both talking a lot about problem solving in the moment. These things can be very, very hard, right? So I feel like the vibes need to be up. Obviously, early momentum kind of helps things settle in just a little bit. Having players that are either having, you know, pop-off rounds or just like really good team moments. Those are really good ways to get things rolling. I'm really curious to see what the map veto is going to be like between both of these teams as well, because I feel like that's going to matter a lot, especially depending on the tempo of the map and what they decide to do and how it kind of unfolds.
Anything can happen in a match like this one. We already saw in that first series a little bit of a surprise when it came down to the picks, and these two teams, I'm sure that they also know each other, maybe not as much because this Six Karma squad is not the LATAM South that you often see scrimming against Brazil. They are in Mexico, they're in Colombia as well, so it's a bit more north. They have more chances of scrimming against the NA teams, but there's still some sort of familiarity in that playstyle that Brazil brings. So knowing that and taking that into account is going to play an extra layer into what maps they decide to play today, Ash.
It absolutely is. And I think that I'm really curious about what the map select is going to look like because of the fact that their map pools are pretty similar. Like, it feels relatively balanced between these two teams, maybe with the exception of Kuro definitely looking in recent history more in favor of Stella, but that's also a map that we haven't seen from either of these squads since Ascension has started here as well. And we've also seen a lot of changes when it comes down to those compositions on almost every single team coming into Ascension Americas, having those aces up their sleeves, being able to keep the competition guessing.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of the compositions, like you said, Ash, haven't really been shown right in this event. Like, yeah, you've seen it before from several months ago, but the meta, it seems to be shifting so much quicker. And I think that adds an element of like kind of avoiding a lot of the prep work, right? Like, yeah, if you have recent footage, you're going off of that, but it's a lot more internally focused, making sure the team is flowing, making sure we're all on the same page, not so much focusing on the enemy team, something that you often hear players talking about. And here we go, the map select coming out here. Corrode to be the first map picked up by Stella. I'm kind of excited to see this one, right? Because this is not one of the maps that we've seen from either of these teams in this event. It's going to be very interesting here in this first map, guys.
I really like the map selection here, Corrode, Haven, and Ascend for a decider. So you get a little bit of everything. Some of those maps that, like Roy was saying, we haven't seen, and also a bit more of those reliant maps for both of the squads. Ash, looking at these maps, do you think one of them is a bit stronger? One of them won this map select, or do you see things a bit more even still?
I still think that things are pretty even. Maybe I lean towards Stella slightly because I really like that Neon Yoru composition that they had been previously working on Corrode. But I think the stark differences between these two teams for me, map select even aside, or in addition to that, is the fact that for Six Karma, they've played around with quite a few different compositions on every single map throughout the seasons of VCL. But within the last couple of months, Stella, they've been keeping things pretty consistent.
Roy, what do you make of this? You talked about how excited you were for this map of Corrode. Do you benefit one of the two teams here?
It's really hard to say. I feel like it really depends on the compositions that they're choosing, or if they're keeping the same thing that we saw last time. But for that Haven specifically, guys, I feel like that map has been relatively good for 6K. I kind of like their odds on that map. So I feel like that first map, you know, even if they don't really claim it as a win for themselves, they still have very good shot on that second map, which is going to lead us into Ascent, which could be absolutely crazy between these two teams, obviously being the bread and butter, you know, decider map for a lot of these teams. But here we go, the compositions are out. The Waylay coming out here for Six Karma. We've seen Mephisto running this before. He looked extremely flashy on it, up against a double duelist here from Stella Gaming, guys. I'm expecting a lot of set plays, a lot of fast-paced action coming out here from Stella to set the tone on their defensive side. Don't let Karma breathe. Don't let them suffocate you guys with that denial of information, with that double controller composition.
Yeah, and for the side of 6K, they're also moving away from that composition that we saw from them previously with that chamber and back to the comp that we saw them use during that grand final in the playoffs up against Extra Laser. I am looking forward to seeing how this is going to work out. I feel like having that KO come back in here as well, that's going to be huge for Atakio. I feel like he's always been so good on the supporting role when we see him on that breach too throughout Ascension Americas, and having that ability to further set Mephisto up for success should be a really big key here for Six Karma.
I'm a bit surprised with the changes here on the side of Six Karma, moving away from that chamber that we saw from them last time. But we've seen how those changes can be very, very good for a few of these squads. And let's find out if that's going to be Six Karma or is going to be Stella Gaming. With your casters is Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks, Triad. One more grave left to be marked tonight here in Sao Paulo. As Six Karma, Mexico's best, and Stella Gaming, Brazil's top seed, face off here in the bottom of the Swiss stage. And like the desk put, Marks, a lot of this is going to come down to what mistakes have these teams been able to right so far in Ascension. There is a lot of film already worth studying on these guys in their losses. A lot of things that could very easily be fixed in the back. Comes down to who did it more.
Yeah, at this point, are we basically just the Grim Reapers of Ascension? Because we started with the first elimination day, and now, unfortunately, we got to say goodbye to one more team. Stella up against Six Karma, and exactly like you said, a lot of mistakes, a lot of kind of holes existing in both of these two teams' compositions, but it really will just come down to that moment to moment to see which team can kind of adapt themselves in order to patch up the holes a little bit, make sure the ship isn't fully sinking, bail out some of the water, and of course Six Karma changing up their composition on this one. I'm very glad the desk highlighted it because they really leaned into the chamber the previous times that we've seen them do things, and so them moving away from it feels like they want to lean a little bit more into that utility. And well, you know Josera is still going to be able to frag out on that more lurking Viper role. I just wonder if enough time has been given for them to really practice some of that stuff.
6K will start things out on the attack here in Mephisto. As always, the first to act, first to enter. Stella pretty easily able to tear that away. And he has actually found the second in the meantime as well. I mean, this is a complete strip search before they've even really entered the site. So 6K's real kills come from the poking on main, and that can only go on for so long. Zenatsu's turn to go wild in the kill feed, and Stella will kick things off with a bang to their home crowd.
Yeah, a great job coming in from them. I mean, just the Viper utility alone was enough to really deter anybody from going into the site. Of course, seeing that kind of snake bite kill come through is very satisfying. You got to agree 100%. But the defenders were just really ready to just hop onto the site and get ready to hold these angles from Six Karma just moving in there. And so it's just an easy open and shut case for them. Reinforcements came through, and yeah, Stella Gaming, I mean, it's their home crowd to win here, so you know they're going to be feeling that momentum come out from the audience.
You know it's going to be loud in there. It's got to be exciting for these guys. Six Karma, it's got to be exciting for them too. and something they're used to as well after already getting their reps in against Red Cannons in the play-in. 6 Karma is one of the teams that's played the most rounds so far on this stage when nerves have been such a pivotal part of these teams' early performance.
Bit more aggression coming out from the defenders this time around. Not really willing to yield any of that space in middle, but now the double duelists will be holding just outside of A. Zora going to be the first contact there, rifle in hand, but actually backs off, and well, gets a bit out here as Zanatsu goes huge.
I mean, that's a gorgeous trap play. Just have him looking somewhere else, go for the W key, stick Zanatsu nice and close, and get him to start farming that overdrive, which he's already just 2 orbs away from. So, in theory, if you find an early main line and get him that orb, very easily able to break into this bonus that Stella are just gonna sail into. Yeah, I mean, no notes for that one.
I'm pretty sure at that point, Zora was just spam left-clicking, be like, look in my direction, you know where I'm running, you know what's going on, and it just completely just foils anything that 6 Karma wanted to do because, yeah, I mean, you just got the Neon stand and guard with the judge in hand, and the spam will do more than enough to be able to make that one happen. Paloncito, though, this time finding Zora to start things off just outside of that B site. So at least that's one less defender that 6 Karma will have to be worried about as they look to potentially find their first round in this map.
If there's anybody who's going to be able to establish that pack presence, it is Peloncito. As the IGL, as the main man that plays on site to let those tendrils of 6K extend. But it's Mephisto that has to make his way in first. And already so low, 1 shot, 1 breath, shuts the spear tip of this very crucial bonus push down.
And Mephisto, the player that the desk was saying really needs to kind of heat up, and I tend to agree. I mean, currently playing the Waylay, one of the very first people to play that Waylay seriously into any of these compositions, but has been kind of quiet thus far in this Ascension tournament. Looking for that turn-up moment where we really see what he's capable of.
Yeah. Waiting to let the other members of Stella activate, and 6K will take that as the initiative. Mephisto,
oh no,
stuck in the bite, and that lower health pool doesn't do him any work.
Toxins going up.
Now comes the crunch. Paranoia on 1 lane, seized away, and so Sabor can spray it down. And 6K established that presence indeed. They take the bonus.
I mean, yeah, Mephisto kind of goes down to the snake bite there, but now you understand just how important it was in their post plant, in the planning of 6 Karma to be able to take out that Heaven Sight, because as soon as they are able to get that, then it's so easy for the Omen to just rain bullets down up top against all the members from Stella Gaming, walking through, trying to retake it. And yeah, it's just Sabor playing from above and honestly dragging attention. So a good round for 6 Karma, not exactly the best of how they would want things to go. You see a couple of those regen shields being bought up, but regardless, they will have enough weaponry to really take Stella once again. And let's see if they're able to convert it this time around, as Sora will have that operator, and Zanatsu does have the overdrive ready to go in case things get to be under that level of pressure.
Feels like a lot of the tier 2 meta for Corrode at the moment revolves around finding the right spots to be a diversion and the right moments to convert those diversions into actual kills. You can improvise so easily off of the angles that you're able to create if you just get that one wanted frag. Seems like that's what 6K are searching for here in mid, is with the help of this toxic screen that Josera can set up, they'll start heading into the A connector for at least some passive presence, as they'll peek into B main, and Guy is just holding it. Sets up that screen to negate the trade, and 6K have yet to make any headway. So looks like they're gonna try that A connector after all.
Mephisto once again being that first blood. One of the things Zora mentioned in that interview is making sure they're able to win the round when they've got the numbers advantage. One of those moments presents themselves, and that's going to be a good operator shot. Hosera, the other arguable deadlifter on 6 Karma, gets taken out.
Zora getting the operator this early is so dangerous, so terrifying for Stella's bottom line. They'll set up that decoy to provide a wanton wall to play off of for the rest of Stella in this pack fight. On the vulnerable door from the connector, it is trivial. Stella take it to 3-1.
And this is so difficult because it really feels like in the 6 Karma game plan, what they want to do is they want to have Hosera really set up some of that extra map presence, you know, really send Hosera out on his own, get a kill here, get a kill there, be disruptive. But then swapping Hosera onto the Viper, suddenly the life becomes a lot more impactful because that's a lot of smoke pressure. And you see how these Viper walls are so important to facilitate a lot of the movement around of the map. And so we see Hosera playing a lot more careful this time around, which really removes a lot of the kicking power behind 6 Karma. Of course, leaning into that utility can be a little bit helpful, but if you're not able to convert the kills over, then, I mean, that's just going to be the game.
If passivity is all you can rest into, you can't play Corrode. Second smoke is going to be the charm here on A connector, and yet again, Mephisto, we're out of gas! 6K got a trollop stun anyway, and they do have the smokes to at least take some mild space on the A site. But it feels like the crunch is inevitable, and that's because it is. Hosera has to be the linchpin, and he just can't be on the boxes. Stella break through, time and again. Time for fight number 3, and Stella win that one too. This is utter dominance to begin so far. And again, there are so many moving pieces of 6K that fall apart the second they enter a site.
And then, like you said, right? Like, what some of the moving pieces, they start to fall apart, and then you see that level of hesitation, whereas Stella Gaming, like, they're just moving on forward. They're like, oh, yeah, we found this. Awesome. Now let's do this. They are running the map right now onto this defense, and they're so ready for all of these weird little inconsistencies, and there's no more utility or no more kind of pop-off person on the side of 6 Karma to really go for any of those crazy plays. And so they're consistently getting crunched. They're consistently not aware of some of that flank presence. And when they try and take those gunfights, Stella Gaming, they're just playing together at this point and making sure that even if they lose that raw gun duel, they'll still be able to walk away with getting the trade at bare minimum. Utter dominance, exactly like you said, as right now Stella Gaming up 4-1, and there's only a stinger in the hands of Sabor on the side of 6 Karma.
Gonna try and spread this thin for another attempt. You can hear the crowd from here. It's pivotal to not give an inch to 6K here. Don't let them start their own streak on an attack half that can be so in the midst of a seesaw. Toxic orb to get them up to the elbow, but the poke out from Pelancito is the guy who's holding the spike. And so, once again, on the first step, the push is tripped.
Oops.
Yeah, why not?
30 seconds.
You're starting to toy with them. You can feel the mental battle starting to wage.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, Zanatsu closing that one out too. And you know, we talked about the fact that yeah, Stella Gaming are going to be the crowd favorite here in Brazil, but at the same time, like, I'm going to be honest with you, even if there wasn't a crowd, the level of comfort we are seeing from Stella Gaming on how they want to approach this versus the timidness that 6 Karma have to do in order to get any little sort of ground. They didn't even make their way onto site, and they're complete util dumping because they know that Stella Gaming are going to be all over the place. And once again, talking about how some of these mind games can kind of get set up, then that's another easy way for Stella Gaming to just be like, okay, they're going to be initiating in here. We'll just hang out because we know they're going to toss out all sorts of utility. The flashes, Mephisto's going to fly in, and suddenly all those tools are kind of taken off the board completely, which is making it even more difficult for 6 Karma to even get a foot in the door.
And so when you come to this timeout, it's so tough to even find a place to start, is it? Like, you don't even know at what point you begin to start getting constructive. Because it feels like no matter when they spring the trigger, no matter how many people they offer to the problem, no momentum can really be established. I think the choke points, like Stella, are, first of all, way too keen on holding on for that extra second to these extra corners. And it's giving way too many free frags over to a 6K that is so desperate to extend. I mean, you see Pelencito really trying to show for a Sabor forward so that you can get some sort of extra ground on top of all the setting up that Joe is, you know, supposed to be doing on site. But it's just none of it can get started. Where do you even begin?
I genuinely do wonder if this is one of those things where Six Karma making some of those changes in their play style is almost like, not like counterproductive, but introducing more wrenches into a system that may not have been working before. And they're looking for success in this, while the balance of what is going on, unfortunately, is not quite there just yet. And as a result, like, Stella Gaming, they're really taking so many of these rounds. After that timeout, looks like the pressure will be on this middle site. But already the adaptation coming through. Stella watching for these crosses.
Face your fear!
Ready for the stack. The knife falls early onto it. But who's going to win this one? Zanatsu just pops the overdrive and peeks into the stack, and so does SW.
Toxins
Vulnerable position that Stella play into instead of out of. Perhaps a moment of confidence that may bite them in the ass. Oh, Josero winning that 1v1 against Tisora as well. Everybody from Six Karma stabilizes, and they'll get their second round on the board.
Okay, maybe that was just a little bit of an overconfidence coming through from Stella Gaming, man.
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to Six Karma that time. Like, they just kind of set up some traps and then, you know, made it seem like, oh yeah, we're going to be moving forwards. We're going to be moving forwards. And then you see, like, Stella Gaming, they're like, they're going to be moving forwards. We should out-peak them. And then they just walk forward into the crosshairs. And, you know, it works out perfectly. Like, Six Karma really didn't have to move that much, if I'm being honest. They just kind of held their ground in mid.
So it seems like 6K are gonna see if they can rage bait there a little bit more, but SW is not gonna have any of it with this Odin.
Yeah, that really shuts down a lot of the options for laning, specifically on middle. But Stella Gaming just kind of playing things slow as of right now. Six Karma as well, just hoping to potentially bait somebody out again and find a free kill, make it a little bit easier here. But Zanatsu so far forward.
He just loves doing this, doesn't he? And he'll get punished by Otakyu. They have probably practiced that timing a million times. That looked so rehearsed.
Yeah.
Shows the weaknesses for Stella.
That's the thing. Once again, one of the strengths of Six Karma that we got to see is their willingness to kind of adapt. And we're seeing like that timeout really come to fruition. Already the counterplays are getting set up from them.
The pack looks ready to go here. Convergent Pass will fully stave away the flop.
30 seconds
But it does require Sabor to TP in here, but that's a gorgeous setup to throw Tisora off, who continuously plays forward. And 6K bank on confidence again and win. Tough decision for Stella to make from here. It's not exactly like the economy is flourishing. And yeah, they'll call it. SW and C Dezorch turn tail. Their trust in each other will not carry them far enough into a 2v4.
I think just that time around, like, you know, the whole like timidness that we saw Six Karma really approaching the site with, the fear of like walking into something that they don't know what's going to happen, it looks completely discarded that time around. They're going for the creative plays. I mean, obviously using the convergent paths alongside the From the Shadows masks that noise, so then suddenly you're not expecting the Omen to kind of pop out of nowhere. It just feels like these are such confidence plays coming through from Six Karma, which is how this squad has consistently looked good. These are the moments where it all works out for them. It's when they're playing slower, when they're playing more scared. That's when things start to fall apart. And honestly, so far, I feel like this map has done a great job demonstrating that.
And for that matter, it's sort of when Stella get into this sort of confident groove that they also have played their best historically in Brazil. Once Tisora and Zanatsu start getting activated and I mean, sometimes just drag their team over the line, but to an extent, the rest of the team as well, you see that confidence start to play into their decisions to go more forward and beckon the fight, that fast-paced play that Joe mentioned that Brazil is more keen for than North America sometimes. And I think Six Karma, I mean, you saw it there with Otakyu on the flash. The second that Zanatsu had inched up to his spot, they knew exactly when he was going to be there.
Yeah.
They are aware of these confidence plays that Stella is going to go for. They are knowledgeable of the kind of step-ups that this team is going to do. And the second that they've gone for those, they have activated on it. They have sprung the trap and they've turned this game the other way. I think that's such a beautiful adaptation, but it's also a temporary one that'll let Stella take the timing back, kind of pace things out a little more. And so you got to look back at Mephisto again for my money here, man. You got to see him do some damage on these elbows of the site going forward.
Yeah, and it's so funny, like, thinking about that interview with Hosera, just like, yeah, like with the university, we just couldn't like figure out, like, were they going fast? Were they going slow?
He was glazing them like hard, dude.
Yeah, like you could see like the confusion just written on his face. But honestly, the first couple of rounds, yeah, it looked like 6 Karma still confused. But those last couple of rounds, the last 3 rounds, I mean, you can tell 6 Karma, they're getting a read on what's going on here. And they're not as confused and being able to kind of read the plays that Stella Gaming have kind of put together. And you know what? That's going to have to keep Stella in check. You could already see a bit of an adaptation coming out from that timeout. The Neon not pushing as far forwards and not as much emphasis right now being stacked on the middle, which I think that this actually kind of works out well because they're ready to punish if they push up through middle, but they're not overcommitted to it, opening up some of the gaps, allowing 6 Karma to set up those trap plays.
6K.
Bring them down.
Once again, looking at mid.
Here.
Seeing the sparkle. That connector is looking kind of juicy after the screen will get them this far with nothing meeting them. The patience from Stella in a snap activated.
Now the lurk up through mid is going to be online. It's going to be Gyu just on the top of there.
Yeah.
Watching just in case they overextend, but it should be a B crunch.
Yeah, he hears it all. And they'll only put CD Zord forward. Maybe a C's for the pack? No, it's to deal with the spear tip, but yeah, Joe can just step into that.
30 seconds left.
That's a beautifully pitched B site. Counteracting patience with patience, and it gets them the spike plant. Does require the null command, and now the Viper's Pit on top.
Defenders, though, wrapping around here. A little bit of a flank coming online.
You get quite a few free sprays in the meanwhile. Q, 1 and not 2. Zenatsu, foot to the floor. What do you find? Josero was spotted but not dealt with, and that was the kill they needed. 6K can break through every other corner, and they can get confident now. Mephisto on nothing, and he is up. Speaking to Brazil, what more do you have to offer? It better be more.
I love that we finally get to see a lot of these challengers teams, since they're in that live environment, the stand-ups are going to be insane. And I'm going to be honest with you, like, that was a very beautifully executed push onto that B site. We see them take so much space onto mid, which tends to be one of the bigger points on Corrode specifically, but then the crunch in works perfectly, leaning back into that style of having Hosera be alone, be isolated, but able to move in just when the team needs him to. So a great round coming through from 6 Karma, now just 1 round away from tying up the scoreline against Stella, who once again have looked phenomenal on this map. I believe in stage 2 in Brazil, they haven't dropped this map at all, so this is their biggest comfort pick, and if 6 Karma can steal that away, well, it's not looking really good for Brazil's favorite.
Seems like their pacing could be enough to make the attack half theirs. But it takes that extension of the patience. It takes that continuous punishment of Stella poking their heads out of the sand. And SW will back away in that regard. The whole stack on B main. He gets a lot of stall with the snake bite, but the flash into Mephisto's dash gets them on the site anyway. He's got to do a lot of stall work, though. And in the meantime, SW activates, gets 2 before falling from that TP on the Deafen. That's a gorgeous combo that has forced 6K onto this B site even faster than they would have liked. But they'll go forward. Stun onto supports from the relay as well. Stella continuously just sticking hurdles in. This is disgusting work from them. And now the dimensional drift to continuously establish the crunch may not even be necessary with how Zenatsu's working. In fact, Zenatsu may be all they need and all they can have. But Yi has that crossfire for the final kill, and Stella restabilized 6-4. They outpatient 6K.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we've seen Six Karma. What they would have liked to do is push into the main, establish that site dominance all the way back there. But you could tell, like, uh-oh, we don't necessarily have the utility to do that. They walked away with too many of their agents alive. We don't feel confident in that back push, which then you can see, like, the timing just works out perfectly. But yeah, I mean, that little combo there is just unbelievable. The micro plays might be really making honestly, the reason why that Stella are kind of walking out on top. It's so beautifully done by SW to find that and just find 2 kills right off the bat. Honestly, just knocking the wind out of 6K sales completely.
Moments like those that just remind you who could be a cut above. But it ain't over till it's over, and 6K have tricks up their sleeve as well. Much more aggressive mid-fight for both sides this time. Zenatsu is way in, and SW's already gone. Tisora, the first to light things up, takes it to a 3v3. And he wants more. Here's the steps. And Zenatsu will start creeping up. But A is now opened up fully. And Shozera has walked this up the whole way through. Big stack flanking. 6K might be too slow to this. They don't have intel. And Piloncito just got his kit back. Final Prowler utilized for the close connector presence. And they'll stomp the foot to the gas just enough to get on site safely.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not comfortable. Josera so far away as well, that might actually end up biting Six Karma in the back.
Cduzord giving away his position with the haunt, but Zenatsu, the extension from the elbow, catches Oda-Q before the screen gets procced. And Josera, he feels like so much must fall to him, and that's because it does. After the timing wanes, it must be him that wins that 1v3, and he will not. Stella demands 6K sit back down as it's 7-4 their way.
The crowd just absolutely electric as well. The momentum flying. You can feel the sparks just across the stage for both of these two teams right now. And yeah, honestly, just excellent adaptation there. That time around, we see Stella Gaming be so much more aggressive onto mid in order to hold it, deny that presence. They identified that that is what is Six Karma's win condition. And then you see the perfect timing around the flash, the double duelists ready to fly out there. It works out perfectly for them to get Stella up to 7. Now in the last round of this half, it does feel like the wind has been kind of sucked out of Six Karma. But Stella Gaming, they're looking to make this that 8-4 half, and they've got the crowd in the audience right behind them.
Oh, they are loud and proud of their top seed that is still fighting to stay in this tournament. After losing their representative in the play-in, Sao Paulo is hopeful that their country can bring them pride. And Tisora will get them loud again with the first blood. Entering upon himself to deal with one of the most consistent fraggers on 6K so far this tournament. They will now send 2 his way just in time for him to play getaway as Stella dismantles the lurker in Peloncito. And this half continues to get more boisterous for the defenders as they play yet more patiently than ever. Tisora stands alone on the occupied A site, and he will lose to Mephisto's extension that turns this to a 3v4.
And honestly, I just want to say, like, those initial fights, yeah, it was Tisora who got the kill, but Zenatsu was right there, just in case that one went wrong. And we see that double duelist aggression consistently getting value from Stella Gaming on some of these rounds. And so now we are seeing this is going to be the 4-man stack up against the 3 on 6 Karma. And a lot of utility still available. Overdrive gets popped.
A lot of contact clearing that Zenatsu is forcing himself to do here. The smoke will alleviate a lot of that, but the vulnerable door is still always the hot button issue. Fragment out first as this fuel gets drained. It's down to just the gunplay to get fully on this spike. 6K have reduced this to a triviality, and Oda-Q has had enough. 2, 3 for him. Make it another. The shorty grabs 2 more. And 6K answer with their own statement to make it a 5-7 half.
That was kind of crazy. I mean, just with the smoke there, like Stella Gaming, they want to go in, they want to make that one work, but Oda-Q just alone, basically, making sure that anything gets absolutely denied. But yeah, once again, crazy matchup between these two teams thus far. It's been a very electric half. 6 Karma, they're not out of it just quite yet. Once again, they're adapting themselves perfectly. They're making sure that they are trying to read their opponent and counterplay them where necessary. But still, Stella Gaming, they're nice and confident on this map, and they are going to continue to show it with that 7-5 half.
Bastarda. E aí, amiga, tá feliz? Tá se divertindo aqui com a gente?
Sim, tá bem divertido ser espectadora dessa vez.
I'm with Bastarda. She's one of the stars of the MIBR Game Changers roster. E amiga, não foi tão bom a estreia da nossa Stella. Você sabe muito bem, nervosismo, jogar a primeira vez e tal. Mas você que já jogou muito na frente dessa torcida, quanto que a torcida fazendo esse barulho ajuda?
Ajuda às vezes em algumas causas, assim, tipo, sei lá, alguém tá marotado e alguém tá, quando tu chega gritando já dá pra saber que tem alguma coisa acontecendo, mas ajuda bastante ter uma torcida que realmente, tipo, dá um gás a mais.
I asked her what she's a veteran playing in front of this crowd, how they help the team, and she said all the noise, everything makes the hype go up. E agora, daqui 2 semanas, né? Tô viajando, dia 1º e dia 2, daqui 2 semanas você volta aqui para disputar uma vaga no Mundial. Como é que tá a preparação e como é que tá o coração aí para termos um segundo representante brasileiro no Game Changers Championship?
Eu não tenho dúvidas que a gente vai classificar para a Coreia.
Tá bom, tá bom. So daqui in 2 weeks they're coming back here to play the LCQ, the Americas LCQ for Game Changers Championship, and asked her how the preparation is going, and she said she's 100% sure they are playing on the championship. E agora bora voltar pro game.
Yeah, but started looking for the right spots to stick all the secret bugs and cameras in preparation for that last chance qualifier for Game Changers Championship. Some real Brazilian legends here in the arena trying to watch the next one get made as Stella continue to fight with the crowd behind them against this 6 Karma squad that just won't die.
Like, I like how they called them the dark horse of this tournament, because 6 Karma kind of earning their spot in here from the play-ins, and then obviously like going up against their arch nemesis at this point. Winthrop University is not exactly how they wanted to start at the tournament, but once they kind of get into their groove a little bit more, like they're still showing major signs of life. I mean, given that this is such a shoe-in for Stella Gaming, obviously they're going to pick Kuro. This is such a good map for them. 6 Karma are making this a very competitive half, even despite some of the changes in how they want to play their composition.
As we head to opposing sides now, the question is, does the Stella double duelist activate that same ferocity that 6K's potential boasted this whole half that got them so much ground in the meantime? First push up A main, heavily occupied by 6 Karma to start things out. This is how ODQ likes to play a lot of these first takes. Meet him with a flash, a knife, scare him, spook him away. And it will. Stella's already over to B. Less occupied, but 6K dancing their way towards it. Joe watching that TP into the stun. He's ready for it, and he takes care of it. First prong down. Now spraying through the Toxic Orb. Pelletito and Josera are given everything there. And it leaves CD Zoich, that IGL, alone and very easily given away. A 4-man pistol round held up by 6 Karma on the defense.
And just a great lockdown of the site, playing off the smokes perfectly. The Toxic Orb as well just makes sure that Josera just has such an easy time getting that spray down. You get rid of some of their HP, especially on a pistol round. It's going to be a nice and easy. So an excellent kind of like first round back for 6 Karma, especially if they want to potentially just time to take this map away. That looked like a very strong start on that defense. As soon as Stella Gaming walked in, they were already dead on the ground.
Finding those early guarantees is everything for a team as momentum-based as Stella wants to be. And finding those early duelist kills so that you can't get sandwiched is everything. Terrific awareness by Stella and 6 Karma to open things up. Defending squad on those guns now. Josera, as always, just holding it down. Taking on the crowd. Little damage traded.
Zanatsu actually takes quite a bit and
Spike down, B.
spray down from ODQ. Makes it so that the fade is completely off the table, which is going to make it more difficult for them to try and get into one of the sites. ODQ not quite done yet. Still looking for a little bit more action.
Yeah, that spike drop, and it seems like they were maybe hungry to find the fight there, but realized Stella has the angles and the time to reposition. They have now made their way over to A, with SW still stuck here. Will he find anything? Smoke placed up, just keeping some over. Trying to stall this out, prevent the stack from being there, but 6K can spread the resources thin. They have all the guns they need. Sabor, Swarm, beautiful paranoia, but there's enough players to make it work. Still, though, they're choked inside, and it requires Zenatsu finding the off angle to even give a chance for another fight, which 6K will quickly stop. We are tied up at 7.
Yep, 6 Karma. Still looking pretty darn good thus far. Stella Gaming, I mean, obviously I complimented them on how that double duelist synergy is working on their side. You see Tesora really just kind of set the pacing, and then Zenatsu flying around, trying to take those off angles, trying to take those timings. And so now that we're going to be moving more into like some of these gun rounds, I'm curious to see how that synergy is going to continue to march forwards. I think that they work really well off of one another, off of the utility, and that's the chance to find an easy first kill on 6 Karma for those defenders to really open up one of those sites. But so far, obviously it's just 2 rounds in thus far, but so far they haven't found those opportunities.
Time to jump.
Hopeful to find one here on the bonus. Just get that springboard and you're good. But get stopped now. And 6 Karma could have the easiest way to that map 1 they can ask for. Knife Unbreakable catches Zenatsu. 6K. Reactively keep those resources nice and spread. Pelencito is doing a tremendous job of holding court here in mid. Even that jump peak to stall them a couple extra seconds longer.
Yeah, I love just kind of the stalling that we see 6 Karma do. And like, look at this. They got to, Stella Gaming have to use so much in order to just kind of walk through. And Pelencito almost finds a kill just blindly through the smoke. So a lot of the initial damage done, which is going to make this 6 Karma bonus round just a little bit easier for them, given the weaponry that they have.
Zenatsu walking in dazed, and so it'll be him with his own sort to start and begin things. But, I mean, yeah, the snake bite. That switch up by Joe, showing the dividends. Stella got to go for attempt number 2. 13 seconds to go. The smoke's blocking out the doorways. It is going to be difficult no matter how you slice it. And 6K know it. Mephisto good for 2. And that is the signal. 6K don't even need everybody there. They destroy the crowd and win the bonus with ease.
And Ozera, the person that we know for playing Chamber, playing the sniper rifle, cleans it up with a Bucky at the very end there. And I think that the mind games right now being activated on both of these sides, it's really starting to showcase their faces, because you can see Stella Gaming, they want to play that one a little bit slow. That round though, what 6 Karma were calling were just to stall them out with the utility. And so any single time we saw a little bit of momentum, then 6 Karma would just flush them out, deny it. You know, you're not able to walk in here, there's smoke, a molly, something at your feet. Okay, we're waiting down the clock again. Stella Gaming, when they decide to move on another site or take a little bit more room, they're stalled out yet again, making it so that we've only got like 15 seconds left on the clock. That was completely just a better called round coming through from Pelencito on 6 Karma, really just to drain that clock down.
Yeah, you have to give so much credit to Pelencito there. That was one of the best called rounds I've seen so far at this tournament. Facilitating all of that mid-fighting and then getting the pot shots onto Zenatsu's head to pressure him forward that extra bit. Just every inch is a mile for this guy, even when he's not playing on the site. And then he just cradles them over to that A connector. Josera waiting with that snake bite. He hasn't had to use that whole round. Absolutely masterful. And so, yeah, I see this is the perfect time to call the timeout. You have to jump the gun and try to stop this momentum right here and now. You know this buy is going to be shoddy. You know 6K's buy is going to be intentionally shoddy because of that. Their economy is basically set for the rest of the game. And so it's going to take so much more surprise approaches and, unfortunately, whipping out some of the god strats in order to get Stella over the line here. This Corrode game is going to have to get a lot more high-strung. And back to that confidence play for Stella. Yeah. Understanding how much better they can be once they're on. It's just, again, so beautifully called by Pelencito to reduce that.
It's so funny because, like, when we first started out this map, Stella Gaming just looking phenomenal, right? Like you can see they're coming out there. They're like, you know, oh, look at us doing these confidence plays. We're so good at Valorant. Everything is amazing. We got the crowd behind us. This is our game to win. And then just with a little bit of tactical rejigging coming through from Six Karma, being really smart about the util and not leaning into that just kind of frag forward game style that we really expected from them. You can see that Stella Gaming is a little bit more confused, a little bit less confident in some of those swings because they're starting to lose things away. And you know the mental pressure has to slowly be stacking up on that squad at Six Karma. They took the lead on this map.
Yeah, you can really tell that Zenatsu and Tesoro were preparing to approach Joe the way they would a chamber. To resequence this against the Viper util is so tough to do in the moment. Zenatsu finds a good opening, as always, and yet it is nothing compared to the wave that Six Karma boasts in return. Absolutely nothing to write home about that round, and the gap is now twofold.
That round was so interesting because it looked like the attacking round that we saw from Six Karma when they took over that A site. They know exactly how they want to be playing these things, and it shows that they're coming into this one with a very solid game plan. The Haunt gets so much value, just allowing Peloncito to be the Reaper himself, walking in and finding all of the individual members while Hosera is watching from above. Excellent round from Six Karma to get even more momentum behind him.
The Brazilian crowd stunned, silenced, but still so much more game to play. And the members of Stella certainly been here before. Tough battles, fast ones they've had to continuously deal with through Brazil. But Stella also had the biggest gap between play, not having to be in that Brazilian LCQ. Arguably the rustiest between events.
Shadows traveling.
Once again, like this is just Six Karma stalling things out. So much utility from Stella has to be used in order to just get some of these smaller places.
Ceduzord was walled out by Mephisto. He has to take the long road here, and so Stella with the 4-stack, they still see this is the right time to go, and they're correct. Onto a lesser spread, they will deal with the 2, and only lose a little bit of Gee's health pool here. He'll hold the first contact on the connector, where Mephisto now sits, expectedly from Ceduzord, who now holds the flank just in cases. Flash out from Otaku. Tisora has a great choke up here, and he should be able to play this himself if he wants. Oh no, they're on the run back. Get out of there. Yeah, too much in your face. That's gonna be the round for sure.
And Mephisto just trying to look to potentially get some of the weapons out of the hands of the opponent at this point, and can't even quite find the kill there. So Stella Gaming, they completely recover themselves back into this one. You know, after taking that time out, rejig, refix, figure out exactly what they wanted to do that time. And of course, with the dimensional drift, it makes it so much easier. Just because you know exactly where everyone's going to be set up, you don't have to worry about all of that stall utility. You can run right through it. And once again, that synergy between Tesora as well as Zenatsu has been looking extra sharp. And when it fires, it absolutely destroys Six Karma.
Man, I love hearing and seeing these players just get on their feet.
Spicy.
I mean, they're playing for their life. They're playing for their dream here. This is as cutthroat as it can get when it comes to Valorant. And everybody on this stage feels it. So many rookies on this stage as well. So many players that are new to this level. To set a reputation here would be epic.
Shadows,
if not life-changing in the future. Imagine how many of these players have been getting scouted, potentially poached. You set up a future in places like this.
Great kill from Zenatsu in order to take down Hosera, making it so that that Viper's Wall is no longer even in play. I will say though, Six Karma, they're poking outside of A. Saborts has been doing a good job of controlling that space, and so Six Karma should have a read that this is either mid presence or it's going to be a B side heavy hit. Otaku has to do something because this is going to be fast and furious.
Yeah, all at once and then nothing at all. Otaku playing preventative as long as he can. That's 2 nades deep, and then we are in and up and running.
Everything on site cleared. No questions there. 6K won't even interact. And Sanatsu stopped! Checkpoint figured out. O2Q yet again playing with their emotions. Guy finally finds connection. Mephisto read like a book. And 6K, they've got to act fast before the rest of the force gets there. But SW has burned O2Q from the back now that his position has been fully confirmed. And a gorgeous haunt slows them down even further. 6K can't make any more headway from there.
Yeah, at this point, they're just looking once again to try and slap some of the rifles out of the hands of Stella Gaming, but excellent job from Stella Gaming that time around. You see, there's little, very small micro adjustments that are being made in order to make sure that they can kind of counter things out. You see, immediately they know some of that stall utility is going to be coming out. Okay, let's hold on to our initiation a little bit more. We're just going to do just enough to make them think that we're moving in there, and then all of that kind of stuff flies in onto the map. And it's just these little moments where, like, okay, if we want to move in now, then the game plan is ready. We haven't burned through so much of that utility. Everything is just looking a little bit sharper when Stella Gaming want to execute on those sites. It's that kind of awareness that 6 Karma are almost hypersensitive to toss out that stall utility so quickly, as we've kind of seen when, you know, you're watching the POV from Sabores all the way onto that A site. Immediately sees one person, shoots out the smokes, backs off, maybe the paranoia. Let's see how this one goes. As well, it's going to be the timeout being called right now. Stella Gaming, they're on the back foot.
This makes the pool quite shallow in the finality of the game. It's fully played through from here. And so if a team manages to find momentum in these opening two, it could be everything. No way to stop it from behind the curtain. And 6 Karma, it feels like at this point, it's all about the position. It's all about the read. Peloncito, all eyes are on him to keep a leash on Stella's attack that is starting to break off of that chain. Still spread resources, still playing the same sort of way, still probably seeing Mephisto go for those lurks, inserts, flanks, whatever you want. Comes down to activating at the right moment. As if Stella can find the right Jenga piece before the tower fully comes crumbling down, they place their own atop. And keep that dominance.
Mephisto as well has the convergent paths this time around. Speaking of stall tools, it's a little bit of a stall tool, but also a go-kill tool. So, especially with the operator in hand, this was a player that Desk was saying really has to turn things up a little bit. Come on, Peloncito. As annoying as ever with the Odin on mid. And this is something that we've seen Peloncito bust out quite a few times and get extreme value with. Initiator and an Odin, say less.
And Stella, it feels like they have to expect this. Mephisto delivers. The timing is altered now from Josera, but perfect as ever. The toxic screen set up to let Mephisto swing back to square one. Meanwhile, the lurk this time is far more adept, as Guy has stolen away Ota. But there is another policing. A music video in the 80s. Oh, but eventually it's cracked. SW's found it. Poor Sabor. And up goes the pit in this proxy 2v3, now fully fledged. As Sidu Zord will once again hold flank. Nothing doing this time for Mephisto. The guy still got that operator. But, like you said, with that convergent paths, able to drill into this retake. And he looks set up to do just that. Nightfall first, though. And we'll use them both in tandem. Both members slowed, stalled, and stopped. And that's what Sidu Zoich is for. Protects on Josera first. And 6K can't outline. Guy steps out when the timing is done, falls to Mephisto's operator, and now they've got to contact their way through it. But Sidu Zord still standing as that thorn. Mephisto, distraction! Peloncito holding the defuse, and now it's Mephisto who's got to double back the other way. The saturate misses. Sidu Zord doesn't have enough time to get back to that spike, and Peloncito will win out the round for 6 Karma. And Stella won't even challenge. They need the operator for the next round.
I am at a loss of words right now, Tenrek. How did that retake happen? I think once again, it's just the confidence coming through from Stella Gaming. Maybe feeling themselves just a little bit too much. The step out from the Viper. just completely gets the pit offline, and suddenly that win condition completely annihilated, despite the fact that we had that flank so well put together. 6 Karma, they steal away a round that should have been Stella Gaming's. 6 Karma now 3 rounds away from stealing the home favorites map pick away. It's looking as dangerous as ever from the 6 Karma squad.
They can continue the zoning. What do the fights matter if Stella gains those inconsistent advantages? Pelencito's Odin continuing to ring on mid. Stella trying to act towards it more, but that's the condition that 6K are hoping for. Oath the Q ready with that flash. Pelencito lets fly the whole kit to try to play keep away, as Stella indecisive with where the spike should toil, and that's where OdaQ lets fly the flash. But all the while, the stuns are ready. Zenatsu and Tisora having to hold it down, and the extension from the link is what gets 6 Karma the advantage this time. Mephisto and Sabor find their way back to reset for round 2.
Oh boy. 2v3 here. Gonna be moving in onto this B site ahead of the Viper's pit. So should be able to get that spike down nice and easy. But this is still a very tall order for Stella Gaming to walk away with this one, as this is gonna be the Nightfall used right off the bat.
Yeah, just thrown in the pit. Make sure that Josera can't get any util or intel off of that for the time being. But 6K, they see that it's perfectly fine. They don't want the fight at the moment. The rest of the stack is going to join Josera in the full-fledged 3v2. Judge for this Viper as it deactivates, and Sidu Zord keeps the distance. Flash in for the reset on fight number 1. 6K is in. Tisora beautifully timed, and it leads to the 2v1. Sabor, so many options he has to deal with, and the smoke should give his position away off right. Oh, Sabor, does he hold it again? Halfway at the very least. Prowler into the headshot from Sidu Zoich. Well managed by Stella to keep this game even.
I am so impressed with Sidu Zoich and the positions that he goes for in these post plants, right? Like being so tricky, but so reliable at the very end there. Obviously that last round, yeah, we can kind of write that one off, but it doesn't take away from the fact that a lot of these positionings are extremely good in these post plant positions there. I do think that 6 Karma are really taking the attack towards Stella Gaming, which is really working out well for them, taking off a lot of the key members, and it's forcing that kind of like head-to-head duel against the last remaining members. It's tied up 10-10 now, as honestly, at this point, both of these teams might be able to steal this map away.
And desperate to scrap it out if it gets to that point at this point. But you still are so desperate to play the smart way, the safe way. The most consistent things that have gotten you this far. Sure as hell ain't mid for Stella. They came so close to being a deer in headlights in the previous round. But Pelencito has already made that adjustment with the share of the crouch, though. And that's checkpoint number 1 done. 6K trying to make this defense sequential with the weaker buy. But the toxic screen allows Stella so much passive space that they don't even have to fight for. And Zenatsu and Tisora will be the noisemakers here on A main as the spike makes its way over to B.
Once again, you could see Stella Gaming. Double duelists, do your thing. The rest of us, we're moving around. And honestly, this is... No, I'm not going to say it's a poorly called round just quite yet, but Stella Gaming are walking right into the trap. We're going to be seeing the Yoru ult utilized to try and fish out some of these players, but 6 Karma, they've got a really good hold at the site.
Yeah, Tisora's gotten hungry for the crunch as opposed for the intel, and Josera has met it! It didn't even take more than him! 6K keep the close range. Stella double back to main, but there's 12 seconds to go, and they don't know who's here to meet it. Thank God it's no one. Sabor is the only one remaining. A pot shot can deal with Sidu Zord, but from there it should be easy from Stella to hold on to this round, and indeed, Guy has the long shot. They came into the stack, sure, but they had enough to deal with it this time around, and they will take the lead.
It was scary for a second. Like, you can't deny the fact that Stella Gaming walking into that, it could have honestly gone down either way, but I really do think that this time, the weaponry working out perfectly for them. A couple of off angles and enough bodies making sure to check all of these different angles, shut down all of the members of 6 Karma. And even though 6 Karma, they did a good job of really stabilizing things, Stella Gaming, once they get rolling, they are looking tight as ever. And honestly, hey, got that crowd cheering you along. You got the boomsticks flying off in the background. Makes it a lot more exciting to have some of these plays work out into your favor, as they're now 2 rounds away from securing their map pick.
and the economic toppler here and now. Not to mention half of 6K on the light shields too. These phantoms that Zenatsu and SW have, all the more dangerous in these lurks. Still though, playing it nice and slow. Pelencito back in mid now that he has this Odin up and running. Stella not touching it with a 10-foot pole this round.
Bring them down.
I'm gonna be honest with you, like 6 Karma have done such a good job at controlling mid on that defense that like Stella Gaming, like they just simply don't want anything to do with it anymore.
Prowler for the light speed. Yoru sends the decoy in. Tisora is now out for the 1 and 6 Karma. The stack is here on the B site. Q with the first blood on the swing in, and this is a little too slow for Stella's liking. All of a sudden, Zenatsu alone, and the spike now in Q's possession. But 8 HP in the 1v2 yet again. It seems like Stella have done the work, but it's not fully finished.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I think it is fully finished. Like I think at this point, Q is just trying to save that rifle.
Is he gonna save the gun, you think? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, because like should have had the information that the spike was down. Not too sure whether or not saw any of the players, but given the fact that the walk across happened, might have just been a mystery. Didn't realize where the spike was.
He's going in. He's going for it. Put everything on Zenatsu first. We're not even checking it. Okay, so I mean, you walk into this next round with no guns now. That did come as a little bit of a surprise after he made it so far away. It seems like a moment of indecision, perhaps, for 6 Karma, and now they're not on a great buy.
Yeah, you know what probably happened? He heard the sound from the Neon running away, but didn't realize that it was just to actually escape and not scoop up the spike. And so you hear the Neon run away, you assume the spike is probably gone, you want to cut off that rotation, find it nice and early. And unfortunately, Q not able to really find the timing there. And so rifle gets dropped down, Stella Gaming, one more round to get the map.
It is awkward as can be. Josera, yeah, really sticking a magnifying glass over that decoy. Making sure Tisora isn't getting too silly. Mephisto. This is just what he does. Oh, come on, SW. Are you kidding?
That would have been crazy.
I have the spike.
All right. Continued neutrality. A continued urge to knife fight Pelencito. Fast lane. Yeah, even that's not piled into because the Prowler in response. The timing from this phase is immaculate.
Well, Mephisto taking a lot of damage here. Down to 45 HP, but once again, like, this time around, that double duelist stack is going to be facilitating the spike here. So that could confuse 6 Karma because every single time they've seen the double duelist, they've teleported away.
He has stuck this, and we're in. Q gets that first lineup. 19 seconds to go. Oh, man. Oh, SW. All right.
No way.
Let's give it a go.
10 seconds left.
Submore is here. Paranoia. And it's stuck, but no one's here.
Uh-oh.
We gotta get here. Sabor doesn't know, though. Oh, and Siduzord can rush to it. So 2 still standing. Stella could still wrap this here. The forced hesitation from 6K gives Stella another chance at this. Spraying on top of the spike, but Tisora pressured. Siduzord here to cover. 1 down for them. And the crowd continues the fight. Josera now here on the tail. The turn to it is perfect from Sidu. Q to save this in the Nightfall. Contributed into it, the decay, into the Prowler, into the win. Siduzord holding the pride for Brazil and Stella Gaming, who will wrap up Corrode 13-10.
You are kidding me that is how that map ends. Just honestly, just shenanigans down to the wire there from Stella Gaming in order to win things out just down to the wire. And yeah, once again, that hesitation from 6Karma really opens up all of those avenues for Stella to come out on top in the midst of all of it. Sure, a lot more obvious that round with Sabor's not going for the stick, not at least getting it to half, but we saw so many of those additional moments there where 6Karma a little bit too afraid to move in forwards to try and attack and win out against Stella Gaming, which allowed them to regroup and honestly get the pounce on top of 6Karma. So overall, that level of hesitation really stopped 6Karma from potentially winning out this map against Stella, the clear favorite on Corrode.
Yeah, the need to make those big decisions is imbued within these teams, and yet the want to try to save yourself from being that hero is all too tempting. We'll see if these teams can gain that confidence they need to finish this match out after the break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Going to the evening.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ascension Americas. We just saw Stella Gaming take that map of Corrode 13-10 against 6Karma, and we didn't really know what to expect going into this map. We talked about how we haven't really seen it much for any of these teams, especially coming into Ascension. But even if it was a back and forth, ultimately it was Stella Gaming that was able to close it out. Ash.
It was, and they had a lot of momentum at the end of that matchup. It was like, what, 4 rounds in a row for the side of Stella, which was huge for them considering how that second half initially started. They were getting snuffed out by 6 Karma with how they're handling their defense. Didn't really know how to work around the Viper that we saw coming out from Joe. But even in that first half, I think we saw a strong start from Stella Gaming. There was a lot of that push and pull that was being played there by Zenatsu and Chizora, playing their roles very efficiently.
And I feel like this match is like this map specifically was just so streaky, right? Where like you see a team win 5 rounds, and then now this in the next turn, like tag team, you're winning 5 rounds now. And it was just a lot of that kind of like finding those win conditions and sort of abusing it, then playing around it, and then just like these teams are just constantly playing the leapfrog of adapting to the enemy team, trying to get a heads up. And as soon as we swapped that half, Ash, like you were saying, it really did feel like Stella almost did not even have an answer to that passive B setup by Viper by the 6K, and they were really struggling against it. And they started kind of switching it up, going to different places, but overall, I feel like it was honestly a really good display from both of these teams. I'm liking the bounce back. I kind of had my little doubts after the first half. 6K was looking just, just a little bit underwhelming, I want to say, but the bounce back was huge. There's definitely signs of life. I don't think this is going to be an easy series for either of these two teams, but this first map, we're off to a really good start.
We definitely are. I feel like you talking about 6K there, I gotta give the shout out to Otaku. It felt like he was doing everything that he possibly could on both halves, having those like hero moments, having those multi-kills to try and convert a lot of those rounds for the side of 6 Karma. But then we're talking a little bit about how it looked like Stella weren't able to find those answers on the attacking side. And although we give so much, of course, of that credit over to Zenatsu, over towards Chizora, I also want to give that shout out over towards Guy, because it was a lot of those like late lurks that he was finding over on that A site, really keeping the side of 6 Karma busy with a lot of those backstabs. He was constantly able to find those picks and then maintain that space for Stella Gaming to make the pivots that were necessary in the mid round to net them the win here at the end of the day.
Like you guys were saying, it felt like it was very momentum based, the amount of rounds that the team were getting, whether it was towards the beginning when we saw Stella Gaming starting this map 5-1 and we thought it was going to be that kind of dominance until the end. And then you go into the second half and it's not only a 6 Karma winning the pistol and the bonus, but also able to convert that 4th round too. So even if 6 Karma started looking better and not underwhelming like they did in that first half, they just didn't have enough rounds to make this comeback finally be effective, Roy.
I feel like they did, though. Did they not? They lost what, a 4v2 at the end. They lost the 3v2 retake on B with the Viper ult. Like, I feel like they had plenty of opportunities to actually end this game 13-10 in their favor. It's really just about that, in the kind of what we saw in that previous video where they were talking about capitalizing off advantages. I feel like 6K kind of fumbled the bag a little bit when it came to some of those very advantageous scenarios, rounds that they could not afford to lose. Obviously, shout out to Stella for, playing these situations extremely well, knowing how to, position themselves whenever their player's down, knowing how to leverage the risk, and kind of being in a pretty good balance overall, to be honest, when it comes to like, taking risk, balancing it out, not, playing off each other. There's a lot of more dynamic play coming out from Stella. And I think the double duelist was just a little bit too much pressure for 6K in this first map.
Even thinking about the way that this map ended, we were watching it in the green room. It was a 2v4 that Stella Gaming was able to win when it felt like 6 Karma was going to stay alive just for a little bit longer in that attack bit. Yeah, it was insane into those late rounds. I like that both of the teams are a little bit more warmed up this time around, but there's some individuals that are kind of the biggest highlight here for Stella Gaming and allow them to get that win. And one of them, Ash, is Zenatsu.
He played so well in this map. It felt like his movement, the utility, using that fast lane alongside the high gear to be able to make those entries, create that space for the team, was just so well done because it was constantly paired with utility. Chizora being there to support him in with the Yoru flashes. You also have SW with the Omens, with the Omen Paranoia as well. And of course, Sejujoid with the ability to have those reveals come out with that Fade utility. And Zenatsu was just so good at capitalizing off of it.
Yeah, and not only that, but he was also able to survive after the site hits. Like, he was able to survive, get traded out. He wasn't giving up his life too easily. Like, it felt like he was almost playing his role to perfection. He was doing exactly what he needed to almost every single time. And he also provided that disruption that this team really needed, specifically towards the mid, whenever they were, team fighting around the smokes and kind of just slowing down the pace when Stella was on their defensive sides. It feels like Zenatsu really got into their heads with the weapon choices, whether it was opping, whether it was judging. It really felt like he disrupted the flow of 6K, and he was a really big big part of that win condition here for Stella in this first map.
Is one of those players as well that you know is going to be able to keep up this performance going into that second map. He has been the highlight that we've talked about even from the opening match of Stella Gaming when things didn't really go their way. And now as we go into that second map of Haven, it is a map that has been good for Zenatsu in the past and a good opportunity, honestly, for the team to be able to close it out, even if it's a 6 Karma that also has had some great opportunities here. I think it's a bit tough if you can't activate your duelist in the way that Stella Gaming has been doing, Ash.
It definitely is. You're talking about those recent results here, but at least for the side of 6 Karma, I feel like they have a little bit of confidence heading into Haven, considering that win that they had up against Red Canids during the play-ins. As we head into our agent select, it's not going to be any changes across the board as far as those compositions go. I wasn't anticipating anything different coming out from either of these teams either. And despite that, I think that my eyes are also on Stella Gaming to have a clean Haven compared to what we saw from them up against TSM. They had talked about how they were getting anti-stratted. They didn't really have any answers to what TSM were doing. And if 6 Karma paid attention to that matchup at whatsoever, they will understand that Stella Gaming faltered when TSM were able to take that space, take that map control, those very late wraps coming out from them on the defense to really crunch on Stella Gaming. That could be the key to success here for 6 Karma to try to take us to a third map.
Yeah, I feel like TSM wrote the script. Like, they really just have to recreate the same win conditions that TSM did, which is exactly what you said, Ash. Take away that A space, you know, front load the defensive side with a lot of A pressure, because that's where Stella Gaming likes to push and pull. They prioritize that A side of the map. So whenever they're not getting it, it really does feel like they're struggling. So I'm looking to see how Stella is going to respond to that, to see if 6 Karma is going to steal the TSM playbook, cut off that early A map control, and sort of suffocate them on that attack side, typically where the attackers start to kind of struggle to get rounds together on what is considered an attack-sided map, guys.
Just a few days ago, we got the chance to see 6 Karma win this map and dominate against Red Canids in those Ascension play-ins. So the opportunity of that happening again is absolutely there, and 6 Karma needed. That one key piece in that moment was Mephisto on the Neon, and on this agent, once again, he could do it. He could keep the team alive, but let's see if that's going to be the case, or is going to be a Stella Gaming getting a 2-0 and moving forward in the Swiss stage. Let's send it to your casters. It's Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks so much, Dryad. Well, this was both of these teams' first map of their tournament. And for 6 Karma, it was a stunning takeover, a beautiful display against some of Brazil's finest. Meanwhile, for Stella, it was a disappointing display against a team that was very well prepared. And yet, Stella has the crowd and the vibes behind them to try to send Latin America North home here and now.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those maps where, to me, this just kind of says that both of these teams are comfortable here, right? Like, when you look at the percentages, it was shown on screen earlier, both of them have a 75% win rate. 6 Karma, obviously, just kind of picking this one because they think that they're better at this one, whereas Stella Gaming, well, they're also pretty darn good at this one. So I think it's almost like a gentleman's handshake of like, yeah, let's just do Haven, and we think that our composition and what we've got is gonna come out better. But like Roy was saying, there is current tape on Stella Gaming, and 6 Karma, one of the things that we've really complimented them on is the amount of dynamicisms, their willingness to try and change things up. And so they could have studied up what made TSM so effective against them.
We saw how 6 Karma was able to get so close on map 1. They have to get so much farther here. And Zenatsu is the one that goes miles in the pistol. It's an instant takeover of the C site with that Starioru up until he's felled by the shock dart thrown by Pelencito from Timbuktu. And a lot more is on him to try to save this pistol.
You can see even Pelencito was like, oh, I got a kill from that? That's
Sure,
kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Oh man, but yeah, this retake is going to be extremely difficult. Yui just on the other side here will be taking point first, spotted out by Pelencito, but Pelencito wins it.
Plenty of time, but everyone's here already, and yeah, you got 2 in front of your face. So quickly wrapped up after a absolutely remarkable take to start things out, as picture perfect as you could ask for Stella, exactly the way you want to kick a map like this off, get that attack-sided momentum, as Roy said, in nice and early before 6 Karma can get these incredibly intelligent moments going.
And like obviously like we got to see a very flashy play come through here from Zenatsu, but at the same time, like I really can't understate the synergy that is coming through from Tizora as well as Zenatsu. Like the flashes, we talked about it on the last map, setting up perfectly for Zenatsu, but this time on the breach, we're going to be seeing a lot of the similar plays happen. And so honestly, I think that one of the strongest points of Stella Gaming thus far is that synergy between those two players. They feel so comfortable playing together.
2 Ps in a flash-filled pod. And Stella feels so safe with that pack. We are hard chilling right now. Already reclined attack style from Stella. The confidence given to them off rip. Hey, buddy, never mind. Well, we do have C, so should be fine, right?
At least get the plant down, but Sabor, who's been playing kind of like spoiler to a lot of the plans of Stella Gaming on the last map, has an opportunity to get something here too.
Good aftershock to stave him away, though. Keep his friends to a 2-pronged retake, but Josera has a beautiful flash to at least let him get one. Yeah, still so much of the pack to get through, and Sabor has finally revealed himself, crossing the cage, and he's the only one standing for a moment. Now Mephisto has dragged this to a 1v1 after taking care of Tisora in the back line, the pack fight, giving him a rifle now with the help of that fast lane. If Mephisto taps ahead here, ooh, Sidu down to 60. Mephisto holding for half. Has he really done it? He's holding it. Sidu Zoich saves it for Stella and gives them the follow-up.
Oh man, for a second there, like I was like, there's no way Mephisto just sticks this entire thing, but Sidu Zoid with just the understanding of like, oh yeah, probably half. Okay, I should peek around the corner just to do a check, just in case. But all things considered, a couple of mishaps really make this a lot closer than it really should have been. Excellent job from 6 Karma trying to stabilize a lot of that bleeding to make it so that there's only an outlaw that gets carried into this next round. We are going to be seeing the force up from a couple of their members, a couple of Bulldogs coming through from Stella Gaming, but a very clear weapon advantage going towards 6 Karma. And, well, Ozera does have a sniper rifle, and, well, we know exactly what this player can kind of do with one of those in his hands.
For sure. So much power that they could hold on this attack.
Shadows.
Creeping forward, smoked out to start. Some bullets just thrown into the problem to get the stack here at 6K. Completely okay with playing for that retake, as you said. Able to play it in waves. Send Joe and Sabor out first. Mephisto and Otaku out second. Pelencito facilitates both. You have so much power, and in a perfect world, you do it all a little more condensed, but the timing there was a little awkward with the worser guns.
Decoy.
Stella trying to find some advantage here, and they're just kind of dangling keys over these sites at the moment until Guy can find the insert. Is that the go button? Surely. Smoke sent to the B-Link. On top of the one-way in the box is on A as well. Both sides pronged out, and Stella try to carve out the site. Tough to do with the double flash on top of the stun. Gets at least one in, and Zenatsu has opened up a frag onto Josera. Now the TP back out. Stella have completely bluffed it, and they're on the run back to A site with 15 seconds to go, but no defenders available. And Sidu Zord has already creeped up to the link. Does he catch one more? Yes, he does! Pelencito gone! What a beautiful attack round by Stella Gaming! Flawless bonus by them!
Zidane just swinging his arms around. Beautiful calling, beautiful mid-rounding to get the read on what exactly was happening on that round. And then the confidence call, like thieves in the night. They just disappear off that B site, and you can see 6 Karma completely left, scratching their heads. And then suddenly this advanced positioning that Zidane has is just so impactful. Yeah, there it is. Who needs the boomsticks when you got those 2 arms flying around? But now, Stella Gaming, like, they take that bonus as well. The economy not as much of an issue anymore. 6 Karma down 3, but they've been in worse positions. Of course, let's see how this one goes. Zenatsu does have this outlaw in hand, looking for those one-tap bullets, as it will be just sheriffs on the other side. besides Otaku, who has that stinger, but is all the way on B.
Set up wherever you want to. And that crowd. Oh man, to be a fly on the wall in Sao Paulo.
Oh man. Wow. That's a lot of value in just a little bit of more Ego Peak style gameplay coming out from Six Karma. And at this point, like, Stella Gaming are just relentless. They didn't even have to really leave their initial positioning. Six Karma just walked into them, and right now Stella are shooting sharp.
And let's take the grand tour. Heading over to C site. As you can see, we have these beautiful pieces set up in the back hall, and Mephisto just dredging along, gives Zenatsu another, why the hell not?
Spike planted.
Stella plan to make Haven their magnum opus to get them to 1-1. And this is one hell of a way to start.
Yeah, right now, like, everything is just coming up for Stella Gaming. Look at the ultimates as well, slowly bringing their way forwards.
Oh, that's braggadocious.
It's just Otaku alone here. Stinger in hand, might be able to find a couple, but I feel like the damage is already done. Zora getting that final kill, and it's all confidence right now from the Brazilian side.
I am absolutely amazed at Siduzord's calling so far. The pacing he has established with such a frenetic composition. That's the big part of it, right?
Yeah.
Is the fact that you're waiting for this proper moment to activate Zenatsu with all of this util you have. And the dump is always so ever present, but you're always so tempted to let go of it. Your trigger finger is so itchy against this double duelist. You want to find the right moment to spring, but if you don't find the right stack, you'll get punished so hard in the late round.
Off your feet!
It's a takeover for A. Rolling thunder towards the link. Zenatsu extends from hell and is caught by Mephisto. The stun has to do something, but Mephisto is stalled and cracked a second. It's Six Karma's turn to speak as Stella tries to break out of the smoke and doesn't find much more headway from there. Siduzoich, surely he can't find anything here with the Outlaw. Surely the streak ends here. And indeed, 6K damage control and get on the board.
I'm not gonna lie, Tenrek, I think it might have been a little bit of an error in the buy phase of that round.
Mayhaps.
Zenatsu, with the dimensional drift, gets all the way on site and reaches into his pocket for some util, and there's no flashes available, and has to come out of the dimensional drift and immediately just gets mowed down there. Looks like that was just a little bit of a misplay, maybe getting caught up in the midst of all of it, unless I missed something on the flashes in, but surely that Yoru should have had some utility there to work off of. And unfortunately, Zenatsu was just left to the wolves as Stella was too far behind to try and salvage that round together.
And again, it goes back to that IGL. Pelencito making the call to spring that trap. Tough to do, especially when you don't know that Zenatsu doesn't have any flashes in the tank. Uncertainty plagues the retake game from Six Karma, and yet they lean into that bit because of their raw skill. And now the guns are set. Now the stage could be theirs. Jozera on this Yoru. Always one to watch. Always one to pressure. Really tries to stick to it. TP to the other end. Zenatsu has done the same to the back corner that he just occupied, and the Hunter's Fury will chase him down. 4v5 as Six Karma try to set up for some semblance of a retake, but it is very difficult to do, sans Joe. Mephisto with this overdrive. It has to be him. Everyone in. Paranoia beautifully set by Otaku. And everybody from 6K gets theirs. Pelencito mows down with the Hunter's Fury. And they're toying with Guy, who will simply let them have it. Six Karma. It's 2 now for them.
And this is one of those things, right? Like, this is so reminiscent of map number 1, where it was very clearly like, oh yeah, Stella Gaming, they're just running away with it. It's so easy for them. They make it look clean. But then as soon as Six Karma start to get some of the pieces to work so functionally well together, it's looking immaculate. You see on how that retake actually came through here with the layering of utility. The flash comes out perfectly. Or sorry, I believe it was the Paranoia alongside the Hunter's Fury, and then you have Mephisto kind of run things down. It was textbook clean execution coming through from 6 Karma to retake that site, and they make it look so damn easy.
It's a triple ulti though, and so they have nothing but Joe potentially with that drift to take next, and so they need to get active, and Otaku gets active in the sewer, destroying that lurk that he has been trying to continue cashing in. And again, do you amp up the gas? Stella have taken B already and tried to sell yet another lurker. SW now toying with Joe in the garage. 6K are close to this, but not able to activate again. Once again, falls on Mephisto to take those first steps, and Otaku to activate. Josera finds Sidu. SW finally punishes, but now the creep back up to main, and it's a long road for Stella to hold on to this spike. 4 still standing on that retake, and Zenatsu found, has to TP to the other side of the pocket, and will hold from there. First the stun from Tisora, giving Zenatsu some airspace, but 6K shut it all down and take it to 3-4.
Yeah, and you could tell that it just feels like a little bit of uncomfortability coming through from Stella Gaming on there. You know, they want to go one way, they're not necessarily sure how to make it happen, so instead they just default to B. They toss out the utility in a very typical fashion, while 6 Karma just kind of backs things up. Of course, that first pick makes things a lot easier, but they just decide to hang back, bide their time, and then just completely overwhelm the site. It works out so well for 6 Karma, who now have strung together 3 rounds in a row. Meaning they're just one away from tying things up. You wanted a close matchup between these two teams, and it is delivering. 6 Karma are looking so good so far for being, once again, the team that had to play in to earn their spot in Ascension.
Yeah, they have been on the endurance test, and by that, they have also been on this stage more often than so many other of these teams. You wonder if the pressure could get back to Stella, but the confidence on both of these sides looks to be at its peak. And god damn these IGLs, Marks. I am dumbfounded by the chess match going on between Siduzord and Pelon C2. Masterful calling from both sides. Insane stack reads that lead to these scraps earlier than either side expects. And it leads to some absolutely beautiful improvisation from these duelists. I'm telling you, it takes us to their best form of Valorant.
Yeah, like you can like even just tell from like the cameras and who's getting activated, all that type of stuff. Like Pelencito, definitely the IGL to, you know, keep it chill. We're doing this how I want to do it. I'm gonna make the right call. Just trust me, guys. I got this. And then on the other side, Siduzort's like getting up, screaming, building the energy, making these big flashy plays, and honestly just hyping up the rest of the team. So it's 2 very different styles of pulling things together, but both of them have been going blow for blow, exactly as you said, as this chess match continues to unfold. But a lot of early damage taken by Joe right off the rip. And so that means that that operator can't get as much value as he necessarily would have wanted, but does have a dimensional drift in case he's able to somehow find a kill, and it guarantees that escape.
Immediately that eagerness getting punished, but immediately Pelencito reading that Stella want to try and lean into that at first. And so they instantly send Mephisto over, have him made a boatload of noise already. And that's such a good time waster.
Most importantly, keeps Josera's position hidden. And so the operator still has that potential to find a very early pick here because they have no idea where that Yoru is.
Stella will stick 3? No, it'll be soft. Yeah, they need to make sure that no one is watching the wires first from the window. Okay, redisperse. Siduzord and extend to the garage. And then re-upping A main. But again, Pelencito is not buckled on this call. And everybody's heading back over to A anyway. This long road has been completely read out, but still, the push wavers on, and Mephisto has been caught. Stunned to try and get him out. Now the fast lane, and he's gonna stick around anyway. Josera's op will ring, and Mephisto's corner still holds. He is still not dead yet, and that will ring on. Stella are down to 10 seconds, and the fight's entirely here. They have to get on. They have to stick the plant. Siduzord trying to find the spacing, but 6 Karma know the timing all too well. The flash in, Zenatsu counters, swings, Josera shuts it down, and Spike has been planted, and in the 1v1 against the dimensional drift, Sabor can hold it all by his lonesome. 6K, keep 2 stable, keep the up the entire round, and we are tied.
4-4.
He stayed there all round, Marks. I'm losing my mind.
But once again, like, it just shows how good the synergy was between those two duelists there. I cannot understate how important it was for Mephisto to swing out there and shoot out that recon drone. It allows Joser to stay alive in the midst of all of that and guarantee that no craziness can kind of happen. 6 Karma, they effectively locked down the site just off of the back of Mephisto as well as Joe. So those two duelists really reigning supreme on that A site, stopping anything that Stella Gaming had, and then really just forcing that time down.
Yeah, the clock has really started to be an enemy to Stella. 6K have done such a tremendous work at preventing Stella from finding any sort of issue to work off of, and Mephisto has caught Guy again! The drawing board is like blank right now for Stella. They are stunned, shell-shocked.
They're actually being orchestrated to stay away from any of the sites right now. And I honestly think that is just 6 Karma feeling a lot more confident. When we look at this squad, you know, it's very tempting to, oopsies, call them a momentum-based squad. But at the same time, like, when they want to play very tactical, they do a really good job of reading the enemy and being tactical about their insertions.
I mean, even here with the cages, they're willfully taking one half, waiting till they expire, and then fighting for the next. Siduzord has given away a barrel, but support hit complete. That's a massive angle taken by Siduzord to guarantee intel from both angles of the garage without having to poke too heavy into it. But still, the health pool is drained, and SW is down to 26. Tisora, 75. It's dicey. It's close, but SW unchecked for a moment, and Zenatsu given all the time to work his magic. Save. Bye-bye.
Yep. Carry that operator with you, but once again, I think Stella Gaming just doing an amazing job to set Zenatsu up for those weird angles. Honestly, that time around, coming through the retake, you had two members of Stella Gaming standing in very different positions, right? All shooting their bullets in those different directions, which means that when 6 Karma pushed the smoke, they know exactly where to look. Except, uh-oh, who's there? Zenatsu just crouched in front of it in another position, waiting for the bait to come through, waiting for those players to kind of swing through, looking in those different directions, and then being able to just farm up those kills. So I feel like the understanding on a player-by-player basis is working so dang well. Like, you see what I mean there? Like, I'm not saying that, like, Zenatsu was, like, baiting his teammates, but 6 Karma, they were all looking towards two different locations, which allowed Zenatsu to pop out and find that triple kill very easily.
I'll handle this. It's all about one opening. That is all they need for Zenatsu to continue dragging Stella to a victory. Mephisto is stunned, and he won! That corner is his! And Stella will not touch the C site. Yeah, I wouldn't either, buddy. Guy, as always, ahead of the issue. On the insert, in B, surely it's expected. Sabor!
Everyone hiding. My ultimate is ready.
Once again, no options, no future. The Cypher ult confirms the positions, and Stella once again must try to drill deeper into this sinkhole. SW has been caught. Sabor has a dry swing and another easy frag. Both these teams are just so damn opportunistic. And it either gets them a mile like it just did for 6K, or it gets them shot while their opponent is stunned like it did for Zenatsu. The individual talent continues to pierce through the irrefutable stratagems that both of these teams bring to the table. And buddy, we tie back up again, baby.
Oh, couldn't have been a nice and easy match for either of these teams. I mean, both of them want it so badly. One of them has to go home at the end of this. And yeah, exactly like you said, just kind of these small little micro plays
10 seconds
really
left.
declaring the victor of some of these rounds. And Stella Gaming, like, they were really hoping that Zenatsu, who has been just dragging the team through the mud thus far, was going to be able to find that kill. But the fact that Mephisto comes out on top means that everything is foiled, and then they're desperately clambering their way towards that B site. But of course, it's 6 Karma. They're going to have that stuff locked down. They don't just have all of their resources taken towards that C. And so it's a nice, easy round for 6 Karma to work it out. I can't believe That kill came through. That's kind of unbelievable.
Dumbest. That's so stupid. Unbelievable. And from there, the read is quite trivial by 6K. Sabor has no reason to move from that spot. Stella, we're dead in the water after a kill like that.
Yeah.
Is the mood as well? The crowd's got to be completely quiet after that.
But a little deflated, right?
Will Mephisto continue being the truth? Otaku, the first to step in. Played into that sewer once or twice now, and he's good for the 1-for-1 trade. Senatsu, the piercer, gone. So who do you put in his place? Oh, take a wild guess.
If I'm being honest with you, like, the fact that they've been able to stop Zenatsu so early in these rounds, it's just made it so much easier for them to make that one happen. Dezora, though, sharp as ever. SW with an excellent follow-up to get all of the information now, so they will be able to get that spike down nice easy on A.
And the Watchdogs feast on where the Buzzards thought they were safe. Those scavengers do not get a thing.
Spike.
This should be pretty cut and dry from Stella, especially if Joe's holding the op. I'm surprised they haven't already gone for the save. But you have some time, so let's go shopping. Oh, look out, SW. Paranoia just in time. And that'll be the call.
Last player standing.
Yeah. Make sure you carry that operator here forwards. An excellent just kind of re-adaptation coming through from Stella that time. We see that they will be continuing to hunt. If they can get this operator out, that would be awesome. Given the impact that Jozera kind of has with that gun, but yeah, you're not going to be able to win that duel out. So a couple more goes to Jozera. Gets the dimensional drift a little bit closer to being online, but it's still way too far away because there's only going to be one more round left in this half. And honestly, that time, it was a good punish from Stella Gaming, waiting for the overcommitment coming through from 6K, because since they've been shooting so well, you know they're going to be a little bit more confident and try and push out early.
Again, just speaks to these IGLs having that large-scale mental battle, and the trap setting that both of them are trying to do is leading to these just insane connections that carry rounds. Stella have a lot of bargaining chips this round. The double initiator ultimate should be such an easy way to clear space. Oh, 6 Karma will try and get in front of it all. Hunter's Fury, and he's gonna get swarmed. Mephisto already all the way in. He's down for 2. Sea Zord will finally shut that down. But 6K is here to play, and they are willing to let you know. Sabor! The lurk kill kills SW. And this is all Stella have now. Yet again, the trap play called at the perfect time by Peloncito.
Yeah, like a 2v4 scenario here. Smokes come out, the paranoia, but it doesn't actually find Caesar's Sword, so they have a walk through there, but okay.
Hey,
still alive.
Retrieve the spike. He can get out of here if he chooses, but realizes Joe's too close and takes the fight. So it's a tied up half at 6. Both teams really finding their star moments, but nothing decisive here.
No, decisive is like the opposite word what I would use for this series thus far. And honestly, that time around, like Peloncito, excellent call. That was very reminiscent to what TSM were kind of doing, closing the door on that A site, making it so much more difficult for Stella to really do anything. So back and forth between these two teams. We're going to be finally swapping sides now, and I'm genuinely curious to see how this one is going to be playing out, because I think Jozera has really started to heat things up quite a bit on this map.
The crowd is ready to see Brazil hold this down. We've got a couple members of the close community on the stage.
Estou aqui com ninguém mais, ninguém menos que o coreano. Tá bom, amigo? Tranquilo, mano. Tranquilo. I'm here with coreano, loud streamer. He's co-streaming right here from the Riot Games Arena em São Paulo. Tem que traduzir pro inglês tudo aqui, amigo. Tá chique. E aí? Tá achando o que desse game, mano? Como é? Vai dar pra nós aqui 2-0?
Ah, eu acho que ontem era uma série difícil, era contra a TCM, então era um time complicado, decidir um lado NA. Mas hoje eu achei mais tranquilo, pelo menos eu tava esperando ser uma série mais tranquila, mas até agora tá bem parelha. Mas eu acho que dá pra fechar nesse 2-0 agora.
He said that yesterday the TSM was a really tough opponent, but right now he was expecting a much easier game for Stella, but it's really tough. And I think he thinks he's gonna end it right now. E Coreia, placar então, fala pra nós.
13-9 Stella agora e fecha em 2-0.
13-9. 13-9, that's his predictions. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado e dá um salve aí.
É isso, guys. Tamo junto. Faz o L.
Então bora logo pra segunda metade, quero 2 a 0 aqui, quero chegar cedo em casa hoje.
Love seeing Coriano show that support from another sector of Brazil's Valorant community. Really seeing the whole community show out, and of course, a big shout out to all of our co-streamers through all 3 of these regions that have been so faithfully following this event with us. We, not even parasocially, we like personally love you. So thank you.
Oh man, you can't just toss out the parasocial word.
Yeah,
like
I can.
Like, okay.
Yeah, I can.
Jeez,
It's a
my
buzzword
bad.
nowadays.
Oh yeah, you know, it's right up there, huh? But yeah, we're gonna be now seeing these sides swap, and genuinely curious to see if we're gonna be seeing that 13-9 scoreline that's kind of been predicted here. But honestly, I once again, very interested to see how we're going to be seeing 6Karma play this attack with that double duelist, because I still think that there's a lot of opportunity to kind of play it like Mephisto and the gang. They go do their own thing, and then you just leave Joe to just kind of farm on his own, find so many opening values, find so many flanks, and just make sure that it's nice and easy, clean for 6Karma. On the other side, I do like at least the utility lineup for Stella Gaming, and you know what? I like it when you find the first kill too.
Wow, quick. Oh, whoopsie. And now Sabor's been found as well. Not the greatest start for 6K's attack, but it's triple-pronged. Mephisto is chilling on the C site. You got a good feeling of the backstabs that they're trying to get away with here, and Mephisto will indeed. Wow, that timing's crazy. The second they made noise on B, they turned tail, and Mephisto knew it. So keen to how reactive Stella has been playing. And it could find some crazy ground once they fully commit. No, they'll snake, and they'll use Mephisto as a way into C for free.
Yeah, the 6Karma playstyle is very much just ape strong together, right? You don't want the backstabs to really be the key element there. You want to make sure that you're playing your life and playing those trades. Sabor's though in the back line here could find excellent opportunity, as once again the timing is just perfect from 6Karma.
Oh, the cameras caught him though. So Stella, yeah, it seems like they'll just focus on the W King for now. The pack in front of him, the 3 stack in front of him. Sabora's made it back over, and Mephisto holds close, not nearly enough, and Stella will barrel through, keeping 4 stable on the pistol. Great way to start things off.
Yeah, Stella have just been unstoppable on these pistol rounds. They once again take the lead again, 7-6 here. As well, they really have the potential right now to just close out this map, send 6Karma home, and once again find themselves ready to potentially make it into the playoff bracket. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like, the pressure feels like it's going to just continue to mount on 6Karma's side, while Stella Gaming, they've got a little bit more room for error, and that makes sure that they're playing a little bit more put together. Like, you can just see the confidence. We're not seeing them like stand up as often anymore, you know, like hyping the crowd or anything, but they're just sitting down and playing their game. And I think that if they kind of stick to that, they can continue to find the success that they've had, given that this is one of those maps that looked like a little bit of an oopsie against TSM.
Another very early first frag, this time Tisora with those wall bangs, able to catch Otaku.
Time to jump.
So 6Karma, very bare bones entering now, just having to use this smoke that was placed on C, a little begrudgingly. And the crunch is beautiful, but Joe actually lines up his shot to take over, and he'll circle around with this Bulldog that he's now got in the back. All of a sudden, this round looks a little possible. 2 guns now for 6K, and unloading as they stick to this spike and their guns. The stack will approach early, on top of the decoy. Sabor down first. The guns have to carry, and SW is just gonna run it down. 3v1, and Stella make it look easy all over again. And as you said, Marks, the pressure and the crowd are mounting on 6Karma's attack.
Yeah, and you could see there too, like, the fact that Stella are just so comfortable walking there. They don't give too much time to 6Karma post-plant so that they can't have that time to set up. And so much damage has already been done for 6Karma. It was just a matter of just settling down a little bit and then going when you are ready. And of course, like, finding that kill so early on just makes it that much easier. But yeah, Stella Gaming, they're continuing to bow forwards despite the heroics, honestly, that Josera has been trying to do to pull 6Karma up and make this still a competitive series. But this is now going to be their gun round.
Yeah, this is going to be the real fulcrum for how the game goes from here. How 6Karma's legacy will appear in Ascension in what could be their final half here in Sao Paulo. Mexico's final half in Sao Paulo. Mephisto. Beautiful punish on Zenatsu getting antsy. Those are the kinds of things you search for in the bonus like this. The easy go first with so much time left. And Mephisto, all the confidence he needs to gain that space. Does he go for number 2? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar. All right,
Yeah,
stun
but-
in. Yeah.
Utility would have been more than enough to kind of like flush that out there. And yeah, Zenatsu, like, sure, excellent duelist, has been playing really well, but I still think that Zenatsu thrives when the rest of the team is around. They feel so well equipped to just kind of play off of that duelist player. And now, initiation onto the safe site.
Paranoia clears out everything but the sewer, and SW has stuck himself low to avoid it. Gets the first frag, and Mephisto's extension is nothing! Cedo Sword sprays through! What the hell is this? Palencito, the only one who can do a damn thing, and Cedo Sword gets 4! Stella! Clear house on the A site, and make it 9-6.
And, okay, well, there's that momentum I was talking about. Immediately standing up yet again. And you can see, you know, I just said they do an excellent job of setting up Zenatsu. Turns out they do an excellent job of just setting the rest of them up, too. Because the flashes coordinated through things alongside the paranoia, it's all perfectly timed with how this utility kind of comes down there. They're calling against each other to try and, like, hey, I need this over here right now, is as clean as ever. It gives up so many easy opportunities then for the members of Stella to go through. Beautifully played from that team, and honestly that last round to me just demonstrates how communicative the squad is.
Yet again, I am just continuously amazed by CD Zoish. This is just incredible timing, incredible reaction, and it speaks to the level of cohesion that the players have on top of that.
Yeah.
Sticking a leash on a guy like Zenatsu, I could not fathom. And and Zenatsu, to that regard, working so quickly off of the calls, because these are like flash in the pan moments that Stella make work. For them to make that all like blend together so well, so homogeneously, with such a ridiculously insane comp, with such a like in your face, everything or nothing idea. They just do it.
Yeah. They honestly really do. And like you said, like, yeah, you're sticking the leash on Zenatsu, but it's not because you don't want Zenatsu to just run it down and die randomly. It's because, hey, just do this, get ready to pop on them as soon as we're ready to pop on them. And Tizora now, with the Odin as well, is being enough of a force, but of course is Zenatsu yet again, who finds that pick outside of A. But that is good information to at least let the rest of the gang know that there's nobody there, since it was only the Cypher that was spotted all the way on that site.
Oh, not again. Oh, Palencito.
Foot spotted.
Toying with death. Yeah, no reason for Zenatsu to leave now. Let's get this over and done with. Let's get this to 6-10. Let's get to 6 Karma's next real try, because this is not jack.
Yeah. Now down to a 1v5, only a stinger in hand. The wall's closing in around you, and SW able to find that final kill. Get the crowd all hyped up. What a way to get yourself into double digits right now for Stella Gaming. And honestly, they could do no wrong there. I mean, you know, we talk a lot about utility. We talk a lot about the setup. That time around, it was just Zenatsu holding an angle with the sniper rifle, and then Tizora just spraying that Odin through the wall. And there simply was just no response for 6K. The opportunists looking for that step out, looking for a bit of uncomfortability. Instead, we're just met with nothing from Stella Gaming.
Oh. Shutdown after shutdown. And one of the few chances that 6 Karma now have left to regain some bit of the conversation, and Zenatsu is already hungry for more, beckoning Palencito, but both attempts gone. It's all to let SW take the reins, though. 6 Karma. The timing is everything. Decoy. Into SW's spot now. How do you react to this, I wonder? A drone distracts? Still not convinced.
same time, you spot out that Silva. You have a pretty good idea what's going on here. Sabors, though, buys 6 Karma a little bit of space as Mephisto actually finds SW. Oh, I say that, but somehow a double kill happens.
A crowd clear, and Pelencito hasn't crossed the street yet. And that Recon is going to sell him. 3 for the IGL again. And so it has to be this C site now that Sabor has thankfully carved out. And he is making a road trip.
Look at that, like going so far deep into the spawn here, trying to catch somebody off guard. Might actually work out, because I doubt that Tizora is necessarily expecting that, but actually doubling back. It looks like Stella Gaming want to play this one together, and they're clearing things out a little bit more methodically. It's all just about timing for the rest of this round.
Yet again, all or nothing, one and done crunch. Do they expect Sabor being this far back? Decoy is going to sell the movement. This is Sabor's time to act. And Siduzor has given away his position, but Sabor aims for him first. And now Siduzor's attention is turned. Siduzor's aftershock gets the kill. And then he sprays with the Odin off the tap. But it's too late. Right?
Oh my goodness me. Tedrick, you got me holding my breath right now. I'm not going to lie. Oh man, the 180 flick around to just be like, use the Hunter's Fury. I have to admit, like, Sabors obviously was kind of the person who made sure that that round was guaranteed for 6 Karma, but the timing was just a little bit off. The fact that an Aftershock as well finds Hosera all the way down there, it feels like there's so many of these little additional slip-ups right now that we're seeing from 6 Karma. And to me, that is a reflection of how they're feeling on this stage. Some things that are just so much easier are a lot more harder because these players know this is their final opportunity to continue to play in this tournament.
The first round you managed to win this half, and it is not even the mental reset you could ask for. And 6 Karma, they know they have to try to twist this knife, especially with their slightly worse buy. Mephisto in this overdrive tries to make headway, but the Odin is just too spooky. 3v5, as a lot of the crowd has already gotten mowed down, but Stellai on a lower health pool. Tisora holded as long as he can, and now it's just 2 standing for 6K. Zanatsu in with the Dimensional Drift early so that they can't confidently stick the spike already. Paranoia in to try to cause a fight now, but 6 Karma move is this unit and will now take Garage where SW is laying in wait! And just like every other round before, it just takes 1 for Stellai.
Oh boy, you can just feel the pressure on the side of 6 Karma. They're making some calls that maybe not necessarily are the best, but there's still just so much pressure being mounted on top of them. When they're going through this, it feels like the pieces are a little bit split up. They're a little bit discombobulated. They can make some of these smaller plays happen, but they're just like they seem so worried and so nervous on the stage. And this is an excellent call right now. Burn that second time out because you can tell the players are definitely feeling the pressure. Hold it back together. This is a team where you know the cohesion exists. You know they can play that slow, methodical game that when they execute things, it looks like they're writing out a math formula. But right now, they just look scattered.
Yeah, it's so hard to mentally reel yourself back in a position like this. I could not imagine the things going on in this 6 Karma call. I mean, you're going to be relegated to such a bad buy here as well. Like, it's going to take time to flip this. And like you said, if they have that composure, if they maintain equal personnel as well, you just can't lose these shreds so early. Then you're able to scrap things out, get by, like you did in that round that you were able to take. Sure, it's messy, but at this rate, that's what you expect. When the crowd is rallying this hard against you and your opponents are so close to shutting you out of this tournament, out of your opportunity at VCT, it needs to be everything. It needs to be all you've got to give. But 6K don't have much at all this round. They'll have to play from 7-12 in so many of these lifetimes.
No way, man.
And that's a lot more gone.
Oh, jeez. Like, I was just about to say, coming into this next round, like, they're going up against an Odin. And I swear I saw Zanatsu also had the operator as well. And so, you know, it's just all the cards are stacked against them. And the pressure that they've been feeling, obviously on the stage, but just outside some of these sites as well. Like, they're inching forwards and having to use so much utility to clear out some of the area. And by the time that they want to get that spike down, by the time they want to actually make their way onto the site, so much information has been gained by Stella Gaming, and they've got almost nothing left in the tank to try and stall them out besides just gun duels.
And it reads the very same for this round, despite the bad buy. Stella allowing 6K to take over C so they can clear the rest. And 6K will take the initiative off of that. Start clearing out Link. Oh, already caught Guy, but he's got the better gun, and he's gonna do the majority of the damage. Now the Odin sprang through and forcing 6K to act. Sabor is gonna let go of this theft. Or his Gibbs, excuse me. To guarantee Stella can mow this down and that nobody is stabbing him in the back. And from there, it's as easy as you would expect. 5 match points for Stella Gaming on the defense. Marks, this feels simply inevitable.
It really does. And once again, like coming into this map, when we were taking a look at the map pick, I mean, both of these teams felt confident in their Haven play. But I think what's really taken the toll is that like long-term just tilt a little bit. The fact that the Odin Spring is getting so much value into the backline, and then when these actual site retakes happen, like it's just the members of Stella Gaming just walking in and finding their person. It feels like all communication is kind of broken down on the 6 Karma side. They're not calling for different types of utility to support any other players to find those picks. And so match point right now for Stella Gaming, ready to secure their place here and send 6 Karma home.
See Joe already desperate to take that space. Stella clawing at it back, and they've taken over the lobby with 4 strong. 6K cannot meet the fight and cannot assess the situation quickly enough to confidently take space. So they're stuck in the courtyard and reliant on Sabor yet again with the backstab to find something. The shots are sloppy, but he'll get away with one and duck back just before he dies. One more opportunity, and he takes it with ease. Ceduzor death, and SW finally trades it back. But Stella are so scattershot, and 6K are cool, calm, and collected. Mephisto is caught! And the reset, not nearly enough time to grieve or to reset. 6K have their corners. Stella have their one channel from the B connector. Pelencito's recon bolt is gorgeous. So well timed, but no slowdown at this point. Stella want the fight. SW starts the issue. Onkaku gets the first. Joe extends. 6K will take over and make it work. Guy only holds down one. And it won't be this round. It won't be just yet.
It was looking like for a second it was going to be there, but once again, like you could see just how confident Stella Gaming are feeling in this actual matchup. A little microwave that I wanted to highlight there was, yeah, the recon bolt from Pelencito flies through in that retake. But what happens is one person just kind of steps out there and gets caught by it, and then 2 more swing out when they see that that person is stepping away. It's like that little level of play that is kind of being put together right now for Stella Gaming that is really helping them win out some of these rounds. That last one, of course, the boards was honestly the biggest reason why it was feeling as close as it was, but still asking for a lot to try and at least force that OT with 4 rounds.
Don't roll that music just yet. We may be able to in a moment if Mephisto doesn't have something to say about it. Josera in early, 6K yet again. The fight is quick and the fight is better. That's what they've relied on, and it's what's gotten them this far. The Owl Drone will catch out Joe, and Zenatsu wall bangs it with the up. Are you kidding? Zenatsu! It'll just be him on the front lines. The rest of Stella still isn't here, but the paranoia is perfectly placed. Zenatsu, give him the last. No, Sabor mows it down, but Ceduzor closes it out and gives Stella the victory. Latin America loses 2 reps in 1 day, and it's 9Z that will solely represent them as Stella survive for the 3rd round of the Swiss.
Stella Gaming, Brazil's #1 seed, kind of coming into this one, and there were moments there where it really looked like 6 Karma were going to be able to come back, but unfortunately 6 Karma just not able to get themselves across the finish line, and this is their elimination. While Stella Gaming will continue to survive yet again, but they're not out of the waters just quite yet. They still got their work cut out in front of them, and honestly, I'm so excited to see how 6 Karma are going to continue to evolve after this matchup. This has been an excellent experience for them, and we're seeing those little moments of brilliance, right? Of the coordination, of the change-up of gameplay, of the dynamicism from this squad, and I think that they're only getting started, while Stella Gaming will only continue their run deeper in the Ascension tournaments.
Yeah, seeing Mexico get their time in the spotlight has been wonderful, and 6K evolved even in the little time they had on the stage, but it's Stella that will move on and continue to fight for their spot that they wanted to claim since they won Brazil Stage 2 all the way back in June. They want this just as bad as all the other players who've been fighting sooner since. And Brazil will keep 2 representatives going into the near finality of the Swiss stage with such a confident performance coming out from that squad.
Yeah, 100%. And like, once again, like right now, when you look at it, how everything is going, like, and they feel like the Titans here, but Brazil, they've got some representation as well. And I genuinely am curious, because as these players get a little bit more comfortable with the stage, I think they can shake off a lot more of those nerves. They've got the home crowd behind them. You saw how excited the home crowd was to watch their team win. So there are still a lot of factors that can dictate how the Ascension tournament goes.
Yeah, the brains and brawn continue to ascend along with the gameplay here at Sao Paulo. We will talk to the desk to pick a couple more brains before heading to the finality of tonight.
Thank you, guys. Stella Gaming secures that 2-0 against 6 Karma and stay alive in the Swiss stage. We didn't really know what to expect coming into this matchup, just because the two teams, they looked a little bit shaky in their opening series here in Ascension, but God, I mean, the difference that we see this time around for Stella from Series 1 to today is insane, Roy.
Yeah, the turnaround from them is crazy, guys. They're definitely settling in. I think the crowd being on their side is definitely most certainly helping, especially in these big moments that they have claimed throughout the series. But I feel like in the second map, at least, and I can only speak for myself, obviously, but this is kind of what I was expecting from the first seed of Brazil. There's so many moments of brilliance. It's very obvious the level of firepower and the level of kind of control that this team can exert over the macro, and so much control that they have over the micro situations as well. A very streaky team with a lot of combinations and really great teamwork overall.
And I think you also have to give so much credit over to Sidu George, who's not only leading the team, but had insane moments to carry Stella over the line too, like winning 3 1v1s there on Haven, getting multiple multi-kills to convert these rounds. The IGL was doing so much. His performance was so consistent across the two maps that we saw between Corrode and Haven, but this team definitely stepped up. I think this was a huge difference from what we saw in that matchup up against TSM, that match being a major wake-up call for them in today's elimination game.
I think that's what makes this team so dangerous, right? Is they have all of these players that are just so annoying to play against. You have the Odin spam by Tizora. You have really good utility usage by him as well. He's putting up numbers. You have your IGL, who's also a frag in IGL. Like it feels like no one on the Stella Gaming roster is a slouch. Like there's no one that's not willing to, you know, take things into their own hands when time presents themselves. And it feels like whenever the comms are flowing, they're in full control. They have this awesome exertion of just like getting themselves in positions that are just so awkward to deal with for the enemy team.
It was honestly so clean for the side of Stella Gaming. The whole series, but specifically this last map, they had control of how they wanted to play this map of Haven. They were constantly forcing 6 Karma to adapt to a little bit of that pacing that they wanted to bring in. 6 Karma, even though they always tried to be one step ahead when it came down to the late rounds, when it came down to maybe wrapping around a few of those plays, it just didn't really work out. Stella were very, very smart, and like you're saying, Roy, they start to feel a bit more like that team that we expected coming to the tournament.
Absolutely. And obviously commiserations to 6K. I feel like honestly they had a lot of great individual performances in this map as well. And you look at the first kills, first death ratios, you can tell that 6K, I mean, despite, you know, some of the rounds looking a little bit one-sided for Stella Gaming, they still were doing a great job at finding opening kills. And they just were having a hard time converting, you know, in the post plants, or they're having a hard time converting off the pressure that Stella Gaming was applying consistently. And so, yeah, commiserations to 6K. Obviously, they were a great representative for the LATAM region. I'm sad to see them go, but I'm happy to see this version of Stella Gaming stepping up to the plate and extending their lifeline here in this lower bracket.
It's always hard to say goodbye to to these teams, especially for Six Comma, who were fighting, and that team that was a little bit of the underdog coming into the tournament. They fought until the very end, but it's Stella Gaming, the one that is going to move forward into the Swiss stage. And one of the reasons why they moved forward, and one of the players that was absolutely insane today was Senatsu. Not only in the map 1, because we had already talked about him, Ash, but in this map 2 as well, he was able to keep the same level on a different agent as well.
Yeah, I think that Zanatsu, he's such an incredibly gifted player, and we really saw the ceiling of what he's capable of in today's matchup. And to go from a Corrode where he already had an insane performance to even
Right.
getting better into the second map, when it's also like it's going the distance here as well. Like these rounds are starting to rack up, and these games are definitely on the longer end of things. That is so crazy to be able to do that and have the endurance to maintain that kind of performance. I think Roy, you were talking about it when we were in the green room. At times, he looks like that perfect player.
No, literally like almost zero mistakes in the micro and the macro. Like it feels like once he gets into those power positions, it's so impossible to dig him out. And that's really what you want from duelists, right? Is to like not give up space, make the other team challenge you in kind of awkward ways. And he was exerting so much control towards that A space on the defense side. And when it came to the attack side, it felt like he was constantly in their faces, disrupting 6K, making their lives absolute hell.
It has been looking really good for the side of Stella Gaming, and we have to see how far they can make it as well. But for now, we're going to have an interview with the Guy, who is on the line as well after his win. The first thing that I want to ask him is a little bit of what happens after losing versus TSM to make sure that today was so dominant. Guy, felicitaciones por la victoria del día de hoy. Te quería preguntar, ¿qué pasa después de la derrota en contra de TSM para que el día de hoy vinieran no solamente a jugar un buen juego, sino a jugar un juego tan dominante?
Dale, yo creo que ayer jogamos muy malo durante el torneo por conta que é muito diferente de jogar com a torcida. Entonces acabou que fomos fazendo adaptações durante o jogo contra a TSM e hoje jogamos nosso jogo basicamente.
He's saying the game that we played yesterday was honestly very bad. We were not playing the way that we expected. We didn't have the things that we had planned going on our side, but today we were able to play so much better and also play our own game. The second question that I want to ask him as well is individually, how has he able to compare to the other teams, not only him as a sentinel and as that player that's sometimes holding back, but the entire squad versus everybody else that's still alive in the tournament? ¿Cómo ves a los otros equipos individualmente comparado con ustedes? Sabemos que siempre dicen que Brasil es como insano en términos de la mira, pero ahora que has tenido la oportunidad de scrimear o jugar contra los otros equipos, ¿cómo te ves? ¿Y sientes que alguno tal vez les pueda hacer un poco de competencia?
Eu creio que os equipes de Ascension estão basicamente nivelados e basicamente TSM, eu creio que é contender, pero acredito que vamos crescer muito durante o campeonato.
The teams are pretty balanced in Ascension, and TSM is a good candidate to make it really far, but we're going to keep evolving as the tournament moves on. The last question that I have for him here is there any team as well that he would like to face next, or a team that he hasn't had the opportunity to face in any of the early stages or at any point in his career that he feels like that would be the next step to make sure that Stella Gaming keeps improving? ¿Hay algún equipo de los que quedan hasta ahora al que te gustaría enfrentarte? Como dices que van paso a paso mejorando, ¿cuál crees que sería un buen enemigo para enfrentarte y que sigas mejorando otra vez?
Eu creio que quero jogar contra a Nanizeta por conta que joguei com Taka, então seria meio que duelo legal.
Contra 9Z, ¿por qué?
Porque eu joguei com Taka em Fusion, então eu quero meio que uma revanche.
Okay. Yeah, he would like to play against 9Z, but it's just because he played with Takalija back in Fusion, so it's just because he knows the player more than anything. This is everything that I have for the interview. Muchísimas gracias, Guy. Felicitaciones por la victoria. And we should be heading back to the desk to close out what today was. It is always really cool to hear from the players as well and the mentality that they've had. We came into this tournament as well, Roy, talking about how we didn't really know who was that favorite team, that #1 team. And the players are saying it too. Ye was just saying it. All the teams are pretty balanced.
Absolutely. And guys, we're down to just 6 teams as well. So from here on out, every single match is going to narrow and narrow that competition even more, as well as players get more experience on that stage, they're going to get more comfortable. The level of Valorant that we're going to see is only going to improve from here. So, I mean, I'm already kind of mind blown about what we've seen already. And you're going to tell me we're going to see even better Valorant throughout this event? Like, oh my God, everybody chill out.
It only gets better, right? It was an elimination today. We said goodbye to Shinden and to 6K. But then tomorrow, it's going to be that qualification match. We've got that NA head-to-head between TSM and Envy, that rematch from the grand finals of the last stage of VCL NA. And then a Team Solid up against a Winthrop that's constantly been slept on. I cannot wait to see the first 2 teams that we're going to be seeing make it to playoffs in tomorrow's matchups.
These matches are insane. I mean,
right?
Today in the lower bracket was already pretty crazy because we had those rivalries in LATAM versus LATAM, Brazil versus LATAM as well. But tomorrow, I feel like everybody's going to be watching, Roy. That TSM Envy rematch is what these 2 teams have been praying for.
Yeah, we had the LATAM Brazil Derby. Now it's the NA the Derby up in the upper bracket, NA and Brazil as well. I'm actually excited to see Team Solid once again appear against Winthrop University. I feel like the competition, guys, again, I want to reiterate, is crazy. Everyone's feeling confident. It feels like every interview, you know, they're talking about their confidence settling in. They're popping off. They're feeling great. It's only going to get more and more interesting from here as these teams look to change their lives forever, guys. That Ascension slot is so important to these players. I'm just happy to be here for the ride, guys. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been honestly so fun so far, but we still have so many days left. If you guys were seeing that in that lower bracket, it just says 1-1 and we're kind of winning. We don't know how the draw is going to play out. We're going to find out tomorrow. So everybody that was able to get those wins today, they're going to be waiting as well to see who their opponent is going to be. But tomorrow, as we mentioned it before, we have Envy against TSM and Winthrop University against Team Solid. It's going to be an incredible day. So make sure that you guys don't miss it. This is everything that we have to do for today, and we'll see you then.
Can they stay locked in for the long haul to survive here in the Swiss? Just one more round here to do. And Snowzine is going to make it another one at the very least if he has something to say about it. Just running it down with his Guardian, and he makes the rest of the work for Shinden quite easy. Just Taco Leah with an outlaw creeping up from the sewer, and he's not watched until the camera's propped. Fruitcoin a microsecond beforehand, and he might have had the turn. But it's down to a 1v1. First tap by Maurice. The smoke set up on the sewer. Second tap behind the blocks. Taco. It'll be another fake decoy set out. And then the outlaw shot. Are you kidding me? Yeah, don't pop off just yet.
Through, but Shinden are already so deep on the site.
Yeah, gonna be forced to evacuate the moment the spike gets dropped. So they're poking out of showers. As Delzik is guaranteed the space on the cubes, there is just this passive presence that continues to stay on the site, and it's not getting stopped. 9Z mow it down. It has to yet again be Lamps, and it has to yet again be Snowzine that restabilizes. That's a gorgeous snake fight by Mures, but Delzik just swings onto it. And Shinden still have 2 players up and kicking with plenty of time on the spike. Just so much to clear. Where else do you go first? But all reliable. Lamps is done. Get through short. Spike ticking away. Taco sprays down. Maurice is but a feather taps away from 9Z taking this.
Just outside of A. Zora going to be the first contact there. Rifle in hand, but actually backs off. And, oh, gets a bit out here as the Atsu goes huge.
I mean, that's a gorgeous trap. Stella have completely bluffed it, and they're on the run back to A site with 15 seconds to go, but no defenders available. And Czu's Zord has already creeped up to the link. Does he catch one more? Yes, he does. Pelletito gone. What a beautiful attack round by Stella Gaming. Flawless bonus by them. Okay, yet again, the fight is quick, and the fight is better. That's what they've relied on, and it's what's gotten them this far. The Owl Drone will catch out Joe, and Zenatsu wall bangs it with the off. Are you kidding? Zenatsu! It'll just be him on the front lines. The rest of Stella still isn't here, but the paranoia is perfectly placed. Zenatsu, give him the last no support.